Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, December 8th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to our final post-pay-per-view Monday of 2025. And technically, you can add it to the list of finals that transpired this past weekend. Technically, it's our final post-pay-per-view Monday ever? Post-numbered event Monday doesn't quite hit the same. Post-PLE Monday, that does hit the same. Another notch on that side of the thing, if you have the pros and cons and all that. But a lot of finals this past weekend. We had the final UFC pay-per-view of 2025, the final UFC on ESPN pay-per-view, the final UFC pay-per-view ever, or at least for the next 7 years, and the final numbered event start at 10 p.m. Eastern, hopefully forever, but for the foreseeable future. I know there are a lot of people who were celebrating the end of the ESPN era. I know that there are a lot of people who are happy to get off the app. I know that there are a lot of people who are happy to not pay $80 or so every month for the numbered events. I was feeling a little melancholy on Saturday. I was feeling a little reflective. I was reminiscing about the early days, 2018, 2019, Rick and I ushering in the new era back on a frigid New Year's Eve 2018, wearing our tuxes and whatnot. I was thinking about the people who worked at ESPN to help make this sport what it is today, because make no mistake about it, there are people, and it was a very, very small group of people, but there were people that loved this sport at ESPN. There are people that truly were excited to work on the UFC coverage, the UFC content, who were longtime fans who came together. I mean, I'm talking about a group of people, like 5, 6, 7 people. And I was there when the whole thing started. We were there. Rick and I were there. We felt it. And they were excited. And I know over time there was the apex, and I know the pandemic and this and that. But I thought, overall, the sport leveled up. We saw it during the pandemic when it was the only game in town, the coverage on .com, on, Sports Center, and then bleeding into other sports on the ticker and whatnot. There is no doubt about it that the UFC is better off as a result of this tenure with ESPN, this era with ESPN. And so now it comes to an end. They are better off. They're moving on. Much better deal. I think they're in much higher demand. They're a greater entity. They're a more successful entity. They're a more popular and mainstream entity because of the fact that they were on ESPN for the last 7 years. And now we wait and see what will transpire as this new era is almost upon us. Of course, there's one more event on Saturday at the Apex, Manel Kape versus Brandon Royval, and it's a good time to have that fight, of course, with the flyweight division very much in focus after this weekend. Could you have ever imagine us speaking in January of 2025, so almost 12 months ago, 11 months. Let's say it was January 8th, 2025. Imagine if I would have told you that Petr Yan was the bantamweight champion of the UFC and Joshua Van was the flyweight champion of the UFC. Could you imagine? Think about all the things that had to happen in a very short amount of time. Merab has to be so active. Pantoja has to be active, as does Van, taking those 2 fights in the span of 3 or so weeks. And then, of course, everything that transpired on Saturday. It's really remarkable. In fact, my middle son, Walter, was asking me yesterday while we were eating dinner, what does parity mean? Because he said he saw a video in which the NBA under David Stern, former commissioner of the NBA, may rest in peace, was all about dominant champions, dynasties, things like that. The Bulls, the Rockets, the Lakers. And under Adam Silver, it's all about parity. It's, teams winning one championship and then another team winning. That's what parity means. The NFL right now is enjoying parity, right? And I would argue that the UFC has entered its parity era as well. We are not seeing as many long, multiple time title defenses. I know Islam moved up, but isn't this amazing? I'm looking at this list right here. Heavyweight champ at the beginning of the year, John Jones. Current heavyweight champ, Tom Aspinall. Light heavyweight champion at the beginning of the year, Alex Pereira. Now, he is still the light heavyweight champion, but he did lose the belt in the middle of the year and had to win it back. Middleweight, DDP, now Khamzat. Welterweight, Bilal, now Islam, and there was a champion in between, Jack Della Maddalena. Lightweight, Islam, now Ilya. We're about to get an interim champion in a little over a month. Featherweight, Ilya, now Volk. He's fighting again in February. Merab, bantamweight, now Petr Yan. And then, of course, flyweight, Pantoja, now Joshua Van. So much parity. So much has changed. It's really amazing. Kayla Harrison, of course, becoming a bantamweight champion of the UFC. Like I think there's an incredible amount of talent right now in the sport. The ceiling has never been higher, and it makes those 3, 4, 5 successful title defenses in a row, even what Pantoja was able to do before what happened on Saturday, that much more impressive perhaps than 10 or so 15 years ago. But in the end, UFC 323, very, very fun card. It has come and gone. And yes, like I said, Petr Yan is the new UFC bantamweight champion, and it sort of feels, at least for Petr Yan's story, it sort of feels like everything is right in this world. This is a guy who 4.5 years ago made, a lethal mistake. I mean, it was one of the most boneheaded moves that we've ever seen in a title fight, especially in a fight that he was very clearly about to win. He was minutes away from beating Aljamain Sterling, and he just had a lapse in judgment. He messed up, and the belt was taken away from him, and he ended up losing in the rematch. But it never felt, and that was around a year or so later, I said on the post-show sub, obviously via split decision, it never felt like he was able to get back on track. It never felt like he truly was able to kind of, brush that off. He was never able to get back to that guy who won the belt, who beat the likes of Jose Aldo, who was killing people on the way up. Because there was a time where, Petr Yan was doing his thing, and I thought this guy is going to be a champion for a very long time. He was looking that good, that dominant, that clinical, that tactical. The striking, the kicks, the punches, everything was just incredible. And that mistake against Aljo seemed to have unraveled something to where he couldn't get back on track. He's losing multiple in a row. What is going on with this guy? But this year, he seems to have figured it out. He goes on this winning streak. He gets the title shot. He has to get lucky in the sense that Merab is willing and actively looking to fight. Most champions are fighting once, twice a year, max, not 4 times a year. And take nothing away from Petr Yan. That was as good of a performance as you'll ever see from a challenger in a title fight. Now, he did have the benefit of fighting Merab back in March of 2023. And imagine telling someone on that night that these two will fight some 2.5 years later and that Petr would do what he did to Merab on Saturday. There's no way. Now, I know that he was hurt and all that stuff, but still, it was so one-sided. Goes out there on Saturday, and I'll be honest, there is a part of me that wants to know how this fight goes. If these two get a proper time in between fights, they get to rest up, they get to heal, and they get to have a proper training camp. That's not me offering any type of excuse for Merab Dvalishvili. He willingly, gladly took this fight, took this opportunity. He has to live with the consequences. You saw how happy he was in this studio when he found out that he was fighting for the belt. He wanted this. He wanted to try to make history. But I do watch that guy on Saturday and say, did he bite off a little more than he could chew? Too many weight cuts. Too many minutes in the cage. These are 25-minute fights. Back in January, back in October, this one, and then, of course, the one against Sean in June was a little quicker, but that's still a whole training camp. That's still a weight cut, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That takes a lot of toll on your body. That's why fighters who are at his level, championship fighters, are only fighting twice a year. I think that came into play. But even if he was at his best, there's a very good chance Yan wins that fight. Maybe not 50-45 like I thought he won. Maybe it's 3-2. Maybe it's 4-1. One judge had it 48-47. That's absolutely insane. No way it was 48-47. It was at best, in my opinion, or at worst, I should say, 49-46 for Petr Yan. But I actually scored it in real time, 50-45. I think Merab should be next, meaning the next time he fights, it should be for the belt. I don't know if that will happen. Jan will probably fight before. If I'm Merab and his team, I'm taking some time off. I'm chilling. I'm taking an extended period of time. Look at what Alex Pereira just did. He lost in March. He needed an extended period. He came back 7 months later, and that's a long time for him. And so let's see. We're going to talk about all of that. We'll talk about the next steps. We'll talk to his coach, John Wood, on this here program today to get a sense for what went wrong and where he goes from here. We will also talk to Payton Talbott, who had a massive win over Henry Cejudo. More on him in a moment, but Payton Talbott will join us at 3 Eastern to talk about that big win. We will also talk to Dr. Brian Sutterer about what transpired in the co-main event. You know this brilliant doctor. He's on YouTube. He's doing amazing stuff. Anytime someone gets hurt, anytime there's a freak injury or anything of that nature in sports, this guy's got a YouTube video up within minutes. It's unbelievable. I mean, yesterday, football, Daniel Jones, he's got something up there. The guy is just, Ertz, injured, got something up there. Pantoja, injured, got something up there. So we'll get his take on what transpired in the co-main event. And by now, you know what transpired in the co-main event is that unimaginably, 26 seconds in, Joshua Van versus Pantoja, we were also very excited for this fight. Felt like it was going to be competed at an incredible, frenetic pace. These two guys were going to come together, and it was just going to be an absolute war of attrition. It was going to be competed at a 15 on the meter, and it ends in just 26 seconds. It's the quickest flyweight fight in UFC history. Surpassing, by the way, a flyweight title fight that ended in just 32 seconds, which, oh, by the way, happened in January of 2019 in Brooklyn, the very first UFC on ESPN show. How crazy is that? And, oh, by the way, that was Henry Cejudo beating TJ Dillashaw. How crazy is that? But yes, there's a little scramble. Pantoja's falling to the mat, posts up, arm bends, elbow dislocates. For some reason, Dana White and the broadcast told us there it is, that it was the shoulder. I don't know how you could say it was his shoulder. I personally asked Joshua Van's team, multiple members of his team who were there with him in Las Vegas, and they said, no, it was not his shoulder. It was his elbow. The question is, how serious is the injury? The question is, does it need surgery, torn ligaments? What's the prognosis? What's the diagnosis? We need to know. We are awaiting that from Alex Pantoja. He has gone online. I'll show you that video in a moment. But as of right now, Joshua Van is the brand new UFC Flyweight Champion. And there are people scrutinizing the way in which he celebrated and what he does and how he reacted and jumping on the cage and what he said in the post-fight interview with Joe Rogan and at the post-fight press conference. What I think we need to remember is that this man just changed his life. He's been through a lot. His family has been through a lot. In the moment, you're going to be emotional. You're going to be happy. You're going to try to win at all costs. And I don't think... While I understand, while people, it would have been great if he said, like, this belt, don't love the way in which I want it. You're going to be next whenever you're ready. I wish you the best. That would be great. But think about the emotions. Think about the anxiety. Think about the nerves. Think about everything coming together for a young man who is so young, 24 years young, the second youngest champion in the history of the UFC. John Jones beats him by just 5 or so months. That's how young this guy is. That's how much has happened in such a short amount of time for him. I am not going to scrutinize him, and I'm not going to say that, hey, he shouldn't have that smile on his face that you're seeing right over there. He shouldn't have celebrated with his family. It's a shitty situation. It really is. I feel for Alex Pantoja. This guy has been unbelievable. He's been incredible. He really has been. He's the second greatest flyweight champion of all time. And what he's done, especially as of late, like the Kai Kara France, the beatdown was just amazing how dominant he was. And so that's a really, really, really tough way to lose your belt. In fact, let's play that video since we're talking about him very quickly. Here's Alex Pantoja on social media. I think he posted it Sunday morning talking about the injury.
Hello, guys. That's what happened, accidents. When I go to the UFC today, I think I'm having my best shape of my life. When I see Joshua out the other side of the octagon, I believe I can finish him in the first round. That's what I try to do. Best camp of my life, best catch weight, best everything, I feel so comfortable in the octagon. That's my octagon. That's my belt. That's everything I did in my life, in my whole life to that moment, you know. And Joshua just came and win this belt. I talked with my wife about that. Like, it's not just about myself today. It's about Joshua, you know. Joshua, that's his destiny to win this belt tonight. And he just can win this belt with my injury today, you know. And I talk with God. God give him the message. And I really believe in God and all the message. I pray a lot. And I want to work very hard. I work very hard all my life. And I'm going to work again. And I'm going to take my belt again, you know. I really appreciate all the message. Everybody know about myself. Everybody understand I'm a very respectful guy. I respect first my family, then everything, you know. I'm never gonna say bullshit about anyone. I just want to work very hard and bring my belt to my home again, you know. Appreciate everybody. Tomorrow, fly back to home. Monday, I'm start to follow my dream again. Thank you so much.
And you see the caption right over there, I'll be back sooner than you think. So hopefully that means he's been told it's a dislocation, it's not a fracture, that maybe there's, you know, some ligament damage. Who knows? I'm not a doctor. We will be talking to one, though, in 30 minutes, and I look forward to hearing his thoughts on all of it. We did the post-show on Saturday. I weighed in, PT weighed in, Chuck weighed in, 3-Puck. Didn't hear from the boys in the back, so I wanted to bring them in to ask them about the top 2 fights. The whole thing was great. It was a great card. They did a great job as far as the watch party goes, our last one. And they will be continuing, by the way, just in case you were wondering. I got a lot of questions about that. Will the watch parties continue in the non-PPV, new numbered events, new PLE era, whatever the hell you want to call it, over on Paramount Plus? Let's talk about Petr Yan and what he did, guys. Petr Yan, incredible win over Merab Dvalishvili. Now that we've had 2 days to discuss it, are the boys there? We're
here.
Okay,
here.
okay.
We're here, brother.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
I was taking in the news
Show me
that
your
the
face.
watch parties
Who, me?
were continuing.
Yes.
I wasn't aware, so you're breaking that to me. So now,
Okay, are you not willing to do it?
We're
no,
actually
I'm
looking for a
willing.
new
I just
co-host.
didn't know we were.
Okay. Wow, who's the new co-host? Who's getting bumped?
No, we're in search. Who's
the check?
You want a third or?
No, he's saying I'm out.
Oh, he's out.
Pushing
Okay,
me out.
he's
Yeah,
being.
Rick has left.
That's it.
We're not pushing him out. He left.
I'm done.
He won't do
Work
it
or
on
shoot?
Paramount Plus.
No, this is all.
Okay.
Sorry, I shouldn't have got bogged down.
We're working
I tried
ourselves
to do
into
a
a
bit.
shoot.
I tried.
Sounds
to,
like it. Sounds like it. Frank, don't blow your load in the first like 30 seconds there. Okay, it's a lot in one answer.
Those fighting words.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
I still can't determine in my brain how much of that was Jan's brilliance and how much of that was Merab, like I said, taking on too much. Because he does say in the post-fight interview, like, look, I want an entertaining fight. And he says, I want to be a company man. And when he was out there, and I remember what Sean O'Malley said to us last week, does he think back to the Corey Sandhagen moment? And does he fall in love with the striking? Does he fall in love? And when I was watching the first couple of minutes of that fight, I was like, this is a lot of striking. Now, I don't believe for a second that he shot for 28 or so takedowns. Whatever the hell they're saying on the UFC stats site, we're changing the way in which we are recording takedowns. There weren't that many. I'm not buying it. That being said, Jan did stop many takedowns. Let's leave it at that. Rick, what do you think? Was this Jan's brilliance, or was this Merab biting off more than he can chew?
It's probably both, but
Yeah.
I don't think we can assess fights like that. There's no circumstance where every time that people step into the octagon, whether it be men, women, champions, not champions, that both competitors are going to be at their peak, right? There's just realities of this sport where sometimes a guy's coming in at 85%, sometimes a guy's coming in at 30%, sometimes they're at 100%. If we want to do that type of calculus, we'll never get anywhere because every time there's always going to be something. We have to take what we were given in front of us, and what we were given in front of us was a masterclass by Petr Yan. The first 3 rounds were close. The later rounds, which are the rounds that Merab thrives in, the rounds that Merab steals from everybody, the rounds that Merab typically is turning up in, are the most definitive rounds, are the rounds that Petr Yan won by his defense and the devastating punches that he was landing on Merab Dvalishvili. So I'm gonna take that at face value and say that was Petr Yan's night, and he absolutely crushed it.
By the way,
I can't take anything away.
By the way, GC, I'm leaning towards that as well. I just think it's a fair thing to bring up.
Of course.
Ultimately, Yan was brilliant. I mean, Yan was absolutely brilliant. In the past, I think Merab has won based on like heart, will, determination, cardio. He met a guy who was just on the night better tactically and technically than him. Everything that he did on the feet, takedown defense, striking, the body shots, the kicks to the body, the punches to the body, the punches to the head, everything that he did was textbook, beautiful, and then some. It was otherworldly. It was world class. Blown away by what he did.
Blown away. That's the only way that I can put it. I went back and watched all 25 minutes of this fight last night, and I'm even more blown away after rewatching it. You know, you go back to their first fight, getting 50-45, getting completely blanked, and maybe you could say, Merab, he's had the 4 fights. Was he falling in love with the striking? At one point, he tried to abandon the striking and go for the takedowns and start using that wrestling, and Petr Yan stopped that from happening. The defensive masterclass that he put on from a grappling standpoint and also a striking standpoint. Look at the two dudes at the end of the 25 minutes. Like, you talk about the body work. He hurt Merab several times to the body, had him screaming at one point, jumping up and down, and then his face completely bloodied him up, sent him to the hospital afterward. From pillar to post, like, it was just unbelievable. Masterclass is the only way to put it. To bounce back after getting 50-45 and to come into that octagon on the run that Merab is on and to completely shut him down like that, whether it's 4 fights this year or not, it was truly unbelievable from Petr Yan.
Yeah, you mentioned his face. We have a picture of Merab's face. Merab's face bloodied, cut up, busted open. I mean, look at that.
Petr Yan did not look like this.
No.
Like the damage that he was inflicting to the body, to the head, and the takedown stuffing that he put on. I actually am in agreement with you on the fact that I don't think it was that many takedowns either. We were saying it live on the watch party. He didn't shoot for a takedown until like halfway through that first round, and then a minute later it was like 0 for 9 on takedowns. We're like, did he shoot for that many?
Yeah.
I don't
know why they've changed it. They did that similar thing for the Merab Corey Sandhagen fight. I don't know why
he's getting the Utah Jazz, Chicago Bulls home cookings, scorekeeper where they're like, oh, Merab 7,000 takedowns. They're just trying to up the takedown count. Yeah. I think one thing that I will take accountability for and I overlooked about this fight was I knew that Petr Yan, even in the first fight, was a defensive master, a defensive wizard. Like even in the first fight against Merab, he was able to stay defensively sound. The problem was that the offense was what was lacking in the first fight with Merab. So I kind of, in my head, I eliminated the possibility that anything could be done on offense against Merab and kind of just assumed that the fight would go the same way. I actually don't think it was the defense that was the most critical factor because that defense was there, as I said in the first fight. It was the offense. It was the things that he was doing in between the moments when Merab was shooting and in between the moments when Merab was striking with him. He punished him. He punished him in a way, and his face reflects it, that no other opponent had done to this point, right? He made him really, every time that there was an opening, every time that there was an opportunity for Merab to reset, he was punishing him with the body kicks, with the body shots, with the jab that was seemingly there all night. And every single moment of that fight that Merab was not doing something, he was doing something and doing it better than Merab, right? Merab gets by on high volume, but he's really not a devastating striker. And as far as wrestling, he kind of is content sometimes to not finish the takedown and just take the attempts and just take the shots. Petr was extremely efficient with his work, and every single time he had an opportunity, he made it count with something really, really painful, something that really hurt Merab. We saw him wince and scream and moan and groan with some of these body shots. I did not foresee that type of possibility, but he had a perfect game plan.
Petr Yan entered the UFC 7-1. He beat Teruto Ishihara, Jinsu Sun, Douglas Silva de Andrade, John Dodson, Jimmy Rivera, Uriah Faber. That was a tough one to watch if you're a Uriah Faber fan. And at that point, you were like, man, this guy is really good. Yeah. Remember, he fights Jose Aldo, Fight Island, that UFC 251 card in July of 2020 for the vacant title because of Henry Cejudo and all that stuff. And he wins the belt. And now you're thinking this guy is going to hold the belt for a very long time. Like, he showed no real weaknesses. He's an absolute killer. He's a freaking kicking machine. He's a punching machine. He's a boxing machine, all that. And then the next fight is the Aljo fight. And he beats Corey Sandhagen in the fight after that, but then he loses to Aljo. And then he loses to Sean O'Malley. And then he loses to Merab. And you're like, how the hell did we enter a point in time in which Petr Yan is in a 3-fight losing streak. How the hell did this happen so quickly? But again, as I said at the top, imagine telling someone at the beginning of the year, in mid-2024, he beats Song Yadong, and then he beats Davison Figueiredo at the end of the year. Remember that card? I believe it was in China, right? Was it in China?
Yeah, I believe Macau.
Macau, yeah. Marcus McGee in July, and then Merab. And again, he does benefit from the fact that Merab was very active because Merab blows through everyone. He blows through Umar, Sean, Corey. And even after the Corey fight, he could have taken the rest of the year off. And that's why I would like, and Jan's he's not taking this, direction right now. That's why I would like to see Jan return the favor. They're 1-1. Merab fought him, even though the first fight was very one-sided. I don't love this idea of you should go fight other people. If anyone deserves an immediate rematch. Now again, as we talked about on Saturday, if Sean O'Malley wins on January 24th, I can see them putting Sean O'Malley versus Petr Yan on that White House card. Sean O'Malley, the biggest active American fighter in the organization right now. If you want to include John Jones, fine, but he's not really active. O'Malley is active. He's the biggest name. He's the most popular name. You can easily run that one back. He has a win, O'Malley does, over Petr Yan. And so those guys could fight, and then the winner could fight Merab. I think it would be very unfair to Merab to have him fight someone else before getting another crack at the belt. 14 in a row, all those title defenses, fighting 4 times in 2025. I think he deserves, if anyone deserves another crack, an immediate rematch, and again, that might not be Jan's next fight, but the next time he comes back should be for the belt. I feel very, very strongly about that. Do you guys agree or disagree?
I don't have a strong feeling on it, if I'm being honest, but even seemingly with how one-sided the fight was, you still feel that it has to be. I'd be
the
okay
first
if
fight was one-sided too.
It has
Jan's
to be.
next fight was not a rematch. It was not to fight him again.
But that was Jan on a 3-fight losing streak at that point. This is Merab Dvalishvili, who was racking up title defenses, who just fought for you 4 times, 4 title defenses this year. I mean, look at Alex Pereira last year, and he fights Magomed Ankalaev. He loses. He gets the immediate rematch. I think Merab Dvalishvili has earned that. He's one of the greatest bantamweights of all time. He already has a win over this. It's 1-1 now with Petr Yan. I would like to see a rematch, and I'd like to see it on a, Merab who's got rested, who's healed from injuries and is revved and ready to go.
You know what? I just said I didn't have strong feelings. I actually do have strong feelings. I don't want to see an immediate rematch. I don't like immediate rematches in general. The only case for an immediate rematch in my mind is what we just saw, is with Pantoja.
You don't think that when Merab fights again, it should be for the belt? I'm not saying.
I don't think it has to be. Is my feeling.
Well, what is it about him? Did you feel like it was justified to have Alex Pereira immediate rematch?
I would have been okay if it wasn't.
Okay,
is how I'll put it. But that fight was close, right? There's a big difference between what happened with Merab.
But is it more about Merab or is it more about Yan? In other words, if
it's
O'Malley
more about
wins,
immediate rematches. I just don't think that they serve
But it's not
anybody.
really immediate, because I think what you don't like is that it holds up the division. I'm saying Yan should probably fight someone else, and whenever Merab is ready to come back, his next fight should be for the belt. I'm not saying hold the division up for him. I'm saying this guy, the next time he competes should be for the belt. Yan fights O'Malley, let's say in June, if O'Malley wins, or Umar if he wins, and then Merab fights the winner. He's beaten all those guys.
This is not an anti-Merab take. As anybody who's watching knows, I'm a big fan of Merab. It's more of I don't know that I want Merab's next fight to be against the guy who just pretty much blanked him. I would like to see him see a different look, get a little bit of mojo back and fight somebody else. It's more of I just don't think we need to always do immediate rematches. It was completely one-sided. Yan can finish business with somebody else. Merab can get one more win under his belt and come back into it.
What if it's Yan O'Malley and O'Malley beats him?
Then do Yan and Merab still do the rematch.
So the only thing you don't like about it is that Merab's getting another crack at the belt? Then now it does feel like you have an issue with Merab.
No, it's, as I said, I have no, if this is what ends up happening, I'm completely fine with it. I'm happy. I'm not saying Merab should not get a rematch. I'm just saying I don't prefer immediate rematches. And especially in the case that it's one-sided. It just doesn't, I don't think it serves the fighter who lost much better, nor do I think it's better for the public.
Oh, man, I want to see Merab get a full training camp. I want to see him get some time off.
I'm
And I
down.
want to see if he could do it. And by the way, he may not be able to do it. Maybe Yan at 100% is that much better than him, and now we know.
I'd rather find out after he gets a win under his belt and gets some of the mojo back is how I feel.
Who do you match him up against? Someone who he's already fought as well?
That's the thing. I mean, you could do Ayman Zahabi.
Do Ayman Zahabi?
Ayman Zahabi might be, and the thing is, Ayman's probably going to be ready to fight sooner than Merab, but he's probably the biggest loser of Saturday because I thought if Merab would have won, Ayman Zahabi would have been the only guy standing that he wouldn't have already have beaten.
Now that O'Malley talk all of a sudden gets
my
real
God,
loud.
O'Malley, everyone's back in the mix now. Like Corey Sandhagen, bring it, like they're all back.
I think O'Malley in particular, though, it's
100%.
like the loudest.
100%.
I think he literally was streaming, and I think he said, "Song, you're out. Piotr, you're in."
Yeah. I mean, and by the way, let's not forget about Song. If Song wins, he's right in the mix, right?
Yeah.
Like every single guy, Song doesn't have a fight against Merab. Henry might come out of retirement as a result of this.
Song does have the fight against Piotr, though. He did lose.
Yeah. I'm just saying it feels like every single guy is now alive again because the dude ran through everyone.
Yeah.
Same thing in 125.
Yep.
To a degree, yes. All right, so let's talk about that one. Nice little transition there. That's it. There's nothing really to talk about as far as the fight is concerned. But Rick, you just said it. If anyone deserves an immediate rematch ever, it's the guy who just had his elbow snapped. Very unceremonious. Just the third time, by the way, in UFC history that a title fight ends like that. With some kind of freak injury or some kind of injury like I mean, this is the freakiest of the freak. 26 seconds into the fight. Did you guys have an issue with Van celebrating or being happy or anything like that?
Zero.
He's 24 years old.
Yeah,
he just got the UFC title wrapped around his waist to become the second youngest champion ever. The circumstances I don't love. I mean, it deflated me on Saturday night to see Pantoja's run ended like that. Was quite sad to see. But I'm not going to fault a guy for his dreams coming true no matter how it happens. His next fight will be a title defense, and if he wins that, then no one can say anything about it.
This is his dream coming true. Who are we to decide how he gets to celebrate that moment? I have zero issue with it. I think anybody who takes issue with it is insane. Like, it's the worst possible take you could have. His celebrating is not he's not celebrating the injury to Pantoja. Believe me, Joshua Van did not want to win the title that way. That is not the way he wanted to capture the belt. He wanted to go in there and show what he was made of and get it that way. But he's allowed to celebrate being the second youngest champion in UFC history. He's allowed to celebrate what this is going to do for his family. He's allowed to celebrate all these things without us weighing in on it. So if you have a problem with it, you're out of your mind.
And anyone saying, like, why is this not a DQ? It's like there were no fouls. Pantoja could not continue.
Right.
Therefore, it is a loss.
No. It's the same way Anderson Silva lost, although he wasn't the champion, when he snapped his leg against Chris Weidman. It's just an awful, it's an awful turn of events, but he wins the fight. He becomes champion. It's a horrible way to lose your belt if you're Alex Pantoja. Whenever he's ready to go, and hopefully we find out some kind of timeline soon, we hope that he gets a crack because he's been such a great champion. But it sounds to me like the UFC would like to do something exciting with Joshua Van, because Dana White at the press conference he made it very clear, and I understand what he was saying, because sometimes people take his words and run with it. Not us here, but I've seen it happen where you read a tweet and you're like, okay, and then you watch and you're like, well, that's not exactly what he said. But anyway, that, the idea of having Van versus Tatsuro Taira, who beat Brandon Moreno, some people didn't like the stoppage. I was kind of fine with it, to be honest. Brandon Moreno does it 100%. I didn't think it was as bad as some of the other stoppages that we've seen as of late, and Mark Smith didn't have a particularly great night as a referee, especially in the Macy Barber fight, but I was okay with it. Taira is someone that has done a great job, had that one tough loss to Brandon Royval, has bounced back. Taira versus Van in Asia, in Japan, would be huge. Taira versus Horiguchi would be huge as well, but it sounded to me, watching the post-fight press conference, he even said Pete Dropic, who used to be kind of the top executive at WEC when Zuffa bought it, now in charge of venues for the UFC, booking venues and stuff like that. That's his main gig. It's a tough gig. He already said they had him looking at venues in Japan. And so it sounds to me like they're really interested in this, which I love. Could you imagine a Japanese-born fighter competing for the belt in Japan to become the first Japanese-born fighter to become a UFC champion? Would be an incredible scene. It would be amazing for the region. Put Horiguchi on that card in a number one contender fight, maybe against the winner of Brandon Royval versus Manel Kape, which is this weekend. So it's an interesting time. It's a fun time at 125, but your heart breaks for for the former champion Alex Pantoja. He was so damn good. And as we were saying on Saturday, he was really growing into becoming a champion. Like, it felt like he was one of the top dogs. The walkouts were great. The interviews were great. The aura, as they say, was great. You have the Horiguchi storyline forming, all that stuff and more. Just a heartbreaking thing. Are you guys down with Van versus Tyra?
Let's run it.
That is
that
the
the one?
Yes, you finished Brandon Moreno like that. Hasn't been only finish he's ever been accredited for is the Pantoja tough exhibition fight. First time to like truly finish him in a professional bout. He was number 5. He's about to be number 2. He's a young star on the rise. I love the idea of let's say Royval wins or Manel Kopp Horiguchi rematch. I believe they fought in Ryzen. Run it back in Japan. I'm all in.
Is it fair for the champion to have the challenger fight in his hometown or home country?
No, this is business.
Yeah.
This is business. By the way, I imagine that they would have been working on having Pantoja, a champion who's a long reigning champion, fight in Japan if he was the next fight. So I don't think you get to make those decisions when we're talking about such a massive market and such a massive opportunity.
I don't disagree. I mean, Ronda fought Bethe Correia in Brazil.
Yeah, some people like the challenge. I imagine that Van or even Pantoja, had it been him, would have liked the challenge of going to Japan, being in front of that audience, and having that once in a lifetime opportunity, and then challenging the Japanese contender, whether it be Horiguchi or Tyra. I don't have any issue with that.
Also, I was mistaken. Not Horiguchi, Manel Kopp. Kaya Sakura fought Manel Kopp.
Listen, who's to check, right?
Who's
to
check?
Who's to check?
Who's to check?
There it is.
It finally felt, I will say this one thing, it finally felt like Pantoja was within striking distance of Demetrius, and this is how it
We saw him
it
talking
finally
about
felt
it.
like he could start chipping away. Like, once you get to the halfway point, that's when you're really like, okay, now I can actually, and he's just, it's over in a flash. It's very unfortunate.
Respect him. He showed up. He posted something.
He's a gangster, man.
And even on the way, like, even as he was leaving, it seemed like there was some optimism that, I don't know if it was put back in place. Does anyone think it's a shoulder? What was that?
No.
Yeah, it's a shoulder.
I think
heard
that was just a mistake.
I think they triple confirmed. Yeah.
I think that was just a mistake in reporting. I don't know how anybody could possibly think that.
I don't know. I saw Paul on X say that it was the elbow.
It was the elbow. Paul on X was correct.
I don't know about Paul, but I saw his elbow just completely come out of place.
Brutal.
So,
Man, you talk about the video, like the class of Pantoja to post that and be like, this is Josh Van's destiny. This is how he becomes champion. It's just incredible. Like, both him and Merab, the optimism and just happiness coming off of a loss, off of these incredible runs, is inspiring.
You get the sense that those are two of the mentally strongest guys we've got in the sport. Like, to be able to suffer defeat, and especially in the way that Pantoja did, and look at that as an opportunity, right? Like, now I have the chance to rebuild and get this back. They're bulletproof, man. I have a lot of faith in their willingness to come back, and I believe in them because of that. Like, mentally, they are so strong.
The fight that I was most locked into and excited about was Payton Talbott versus Henry Cejudo.
Yeah, great
I
fight.
love the storyline of the legend, last fight against a guy he's trained with, this superstar on the rise. The story of like, remember our reaction? Payton Talbott's fighting Henry Cejudo. What? He just got out-wrestled by Raoni Barcelos when this was announced, like 8 months prior, 10 months prior. And freaking Payton Talbott, holy shit. That was the guy that we expected back in January. That was the guy who was looking as good as he was heading into that January fight. The 2 takedowns. This guy, Payton Talbott, took Henry Cejudo, Olympic gold medalist, down twice in the first round. He had only 1 takedown in his previous 5 fights. I mean, talk about rising to the occasion. The striking was beautiful. I mean, even did the old Max Holloway in the final seconds. That is a superstar. And then you look, he's like, okay, now you beat Henry Cejudo. Now you're swimming with the sharks. Now you're swimming with the big dogs. What a performance. I can't wait to talk to him about that. Really, there were a ton of great performances on this card. As we said, Tatsuro Taira defeating Brandon Moreno, Payton Talbott. Like, those top 4 fights were really big. And I think I saw a stat that there was 11 or so fights on this card, and the younger fighter won in what was it, 9 of the 11?
Wait, wasn't there like 14 or something?
Yeah, there were 14. Maybe it was 12 out of the 14, something like that. Jan Blachowicz and Bogdan Guskov fought to a draw.
Yeah.
Very fun fight as well.
Great fight. A little bit frustrating, but still a good fight. I have to say, like, I was incredibly impressed by Talbot. He continues to kind of make strides. I think there are a lot of people who hopped off the bandwagon, and maybe that was premature. Like, actually, clearly that was premature. But man, I have to give even more credit to Henry Cejudo, because it would have been the easiest possible thing for him to get in there with a killer like Payton Talbot. And when Talbot's landing some of those 1-2s, taking out his legs, it would have been easy for somebody to fold up and just be like, this is my last one. There's no benefit to me. Do I need to take the damage that he's about to inflict to me into my face? And there was not one single moment in that fight that Henry Cejudo looked like he was ready to pack it in. You look at his face after the fight, and it would have been incredibly easy for somebody who knows that this is the end, and they're probably at a certain point realizing they're not going to win this fight, to just take their check and go home. And at no point did he do that. He gave every single thing he had, and his entire career was kind of marked by giving every single thing he had. He was an incredible ambassador for combat sports, and I was really happy to see how he went out, because that was the fight that we deserved to see.
So much heart from Cejudo, but the improvements that Talbot made were like jarring. How good he looked defensively grappling. It was incredible. The striking we knew was crispy, and it stayed that. And not for nothing, the Max Holloway thing. I mean, no one's going to be able to recreate Max, but he made a pretty good attempt.
That was a pretty good version.
It wasn't bad.
That was a pretty good version.
He did.
Henry sometimes gets lost in the gimmick and all that stuff, and it's been discussed before. But I mean, truly one of the greatest athletes to ever compete in the UFC. Again, Olympic gold medalist, 2-division champion, beat a who's who. When he was Triple C, he was doing incredible things, and he was very hard to beat. And by the way, not for nothing, developed into a pretty damn good striker as well. Had that sort of Lyoto Machida karate style. This is a guy who grew up wrestling. And so, yeah, the decision to retire in May of 2020 was a big mistake. And some of the things that he has said since, I would say, have been missteps, if you will. And even like asking for a bonus in your retirement fight, I'm like, golly, what does that say? That was weird to me. That exchange was very weird. That's the retirement fight, and the first thing on the mind is, can I get an extra $50K? I guess you're trying to squeeze out everything at the end. But at that point, I would hope, would be pretty secure with how much you made. But who am I? Who am I to judge? A great career, a Hall of Fame career, and a passing of the torch. And it's a very pro wrestling-like result. The older guy, as he's leaving the territory, should lose to the younger guy. I know Henry didn't want to lose, but for the UFC, this is the better result. There's no doubt about it. Let me quickly run through the other results, and then we'll get to our first guest of the day. Manuel Torres with the win over Grant Dawson. Great win there to headline the prelims. What about Chris Duncan and Terrence McKinney? A frenetic 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There was a point there where I thought T-Rex was going to win, point there where Duncan was going to win. These two have a bit of a history. They're just, let's just go. And then McKinney gets tagged, looks like he's getting tired as well, and ultimately loses the fight via anaconda choke. But that was incredible. 2 minutes and 30 seconds of absolute madness. I mentioned the Macy Barber, Corinne Silva fight a couple times. Some very clear fouls. There was the kick to the downed opponent, and nothing's happening. Absolutely nothing's happening. There's warnings, stern warnings, all that stuff, but no points or anything like that. And in the end, Macy Barber wins, and she was very, very emotional afterwards, and good for her. Very happy for her. She comes all the way back, and 15-2 on a nice winning streak. Definitely a factor at 125. Fares Ziam with the win over Nassim Sadikhov. Bruno Ferreira beat Marvin Vettori. He missed weight and still got the win. It is tough. It is tough. Jalen Turner with a great story. He retired in March. We spoke to him about it back then. He decides to come back, and what a performance against Edson Barbosa, who may be at the end of the road. He might just be there. But Jalen Turner is still a young stud who deserves a lot of our attention. Aiwu Baranovsky beat Ibo Aslan in an incredible fight as well. Absolute insane 89 seconds. It was just as crazy as Duncan McKinney, if not crazier. Mansour Abdul Malik wins in just 69 seconds against Antonio Tricoli. Myron Santos wins in the third round against Muhammad Naimov, to kick off the card. A lot of great performances and a lot of great finishes, especially early on. So I would say if you hunker down and watch 323 from start to finish, the final UFC numbered event, the final UFC pay-per-view, I think you got your money's worth, and I think it was time well spent. I think it was a very fun card. Okay, love being able to check in with our first guest. Again, as I've said multiple times now, does tremendous work on his YouTube channel. Highly, highly, highly recommend if you're a sports fan. Anytime, and it sucks when it happens, a player on my favorite team gets hurt, anytime, I rush to his channel. I keep refreshing because I want to know. It's the quickest way to have any sort of idea as to what we're in for, because the teams are not very honest about the state of injuries these days in sports. And so he had a great breakdown of Alex Pantoja's elbow injury. Wanted to ask him further questions about what transpired. He is Dr. Brian Sutterer. He's kind enough to join us right here and now during a lunch break in between patients. He doesn't have the usual setup because he's at work saving lives, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Hello, doctor.
Sorry.
How are you?
Yeah. I'm doing well. How are you? Always a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the time. We'll keep it short and sweet. What happened to Alex Pantoja?
Well, if you go by what we all saw on TV, an elbow dislocation, if you go by what the UFC initially said, a shoulder injury, right? That was a really bizarre sequence of events. I think we all could see plain as day that it looked like his elbow or his arm was injured. There was some clear deformity in his arm. We've since found out through your reporting, confirmation with this team that this was in fact an elbow injury, and it looks like it was an elbow dislocation. So the joint of the elbow dislocated. That's what we're seeing on the screen here. If anybody's squeamish, look away. But yeah, it looked like it was an elbow dislocation, and I'm sure we'll talk about kind of what transpired afterwards with the reporting about shoulder versus elbow, et cetera.
Okay, so when you say elbow dislocation, is that better than an elbow break?
Yeah, good question. It depends. So oftentimes when the elbow dislocates, it will also fracture. So there's two components to the elbow joint. The part of the elbow that flexes and extends, that goes this direction, is the bone, the humerus, that's the arm bone. And then the ulna is one of the bones in the forearm. So if you poke on the backside of your elbow, this really firm prominence, that's called the olecranon, that's part of your ulna. And so whenever you just flex and extend the elbow, that is the joint between the ulna and the humerus. The ability to turn your palm up and down, we call that pronation and supination. That's between the radius, which is another bone in your forearm, and the humerus. So there's two components to your elbow. It can flex and extend this way, and it can also spin up and down this way. And so what typically will occur with an elbow dislocation, or what always does, is the joint between the ulna and the humerus dislocates. Typically, the forearm bone moves backwards relative to the arm bone. When that happens, we would classify them two ways, either a simple or a complex. A simple dislocation of any joint, for that matter, shoulder, ankle, etc. A simple dislocation is when the joint came out of place, but there's no fracture. A complex dislocation is when the joint came out of place and there was associated fracture. So we always assume there's going to be soft tissue damage. There are going to be ligament tears. There's going to be ligament injuries in these types of cases. The unknown is always how much bone involvement is there, and that influences the treatment in terms of surgery, no surgery, depending on if it's a simple or it's a complex, which I don't believe we've heard about fractures or not.
Okay, so, let's forget about the shoulder weirdness for a moment, but just the idea that they popped it back in, because even in your breakdown, you had noted, just based on the way he was holding it and leaving to go to the back, it seemed like perhaps that had happened and he wasn't, yelling in pain and whatnot. Is it possible to pop it back in and all is okay? Or the fact that it got dislocated, there's going to be damage and you're going to have to deal with that. It's just, okay, now it's back in, but stuff happened leading it to get dislocated.
Yeah, so step one with any joint dislocation is to reduce it. That means put it back in place. And so I don't know if the camera just cut away and one of the medical staff that was there in the octagon reduced it, or we kind of saw him playing around with it a little bit, kind of grabbing at it. And so I don't know if he just pulled on it in a way that got it to go back in. You can kind of think of that a couple different ways. If it's easy to get the joint back in place and then it stays in place, that's usually a good sign. If it's easy to get back in place, but then continues to fall out, continues to be unstable, there's probably a high chance there's a lot of broken bones in there that are making it unstable. So yeah, if you notice when he was on his back, there was like this indentation, this dip down where his triceps tendon inserts into the back of the elbow. And that little dip that we were seeing, that's from the bone being backwards out of place. And so then when he was walking off, you're right, we didn't see that yet. So I don't know if he was able to pull on his elbow to get it back in place on its own, or if the medical staff did it and we just didn't catch it on the replay. But it must have just been him doing it on his own, because surely then they would have said, well, we put his elbow back in place,
Is there any scenario in which he avoids surgery here?
Yeah, definitely. So in fact, most elbow dislocations, unless there's a large fracture, most elbow dislocations do not need surgery. In fact, a very, very small percentage of them need surgery. you assume, you'll hear a lot of stuff on social media of, well, hopefully it's just dislocated and nothing is torn. That's not the case. You always assume there has to be some degree of tearing whenever it dislocates, but the body does a really good job, especially the elbow, of kind of healing those tears on its own, restabilizing the joint. So step one, is there a fracture? If there's a fracture, that usually means it's more likely to be persistently unstable and might need surgery. But if there's no fracture, it's very rare to need surgery for an elbow dislocation. We've seen this in the NFL with Jaden Daniels getting back after just 4 to 5 weeks after dislocating his elbow. It often comes down to individual patient factors. If this is the dominant side of a baseball pitcher, you're probably going to go in there and reconstruct those ligaments because of the demand they're putting on their elbow. Combat sports is a little bit of a gray area, right? Because you're grappling, you're down on the ground, you're putting a lot of stress through your elbow, but not necessarily throwing. So I imagine we'll hear about an initial period of immobilization, get things to solidify, stabilize best they can, and then they'll continue to assess the ongoing stability or not, and then only operate if there continues to be a lot of instability in his joint.
I was just going to ask you about Jaden. He leaves around a month ago, comes back yesterday, but then leaves the game yesterday after seemingly re-injuring his elbow.
Yeah.
Is based on what you saw, and again, I know you're not there, you're not speaking to him, does this seem from afar like the same type of injury? And is there a lesson there? Obviously, there's no rush to have Pantoja compete next month as there was for Jaden, but is there a lesson about trying to come back too soon?
Yeah, I think you have to assume that Pantoja is going to have a longer absence. You see all these football players, linemen, linebackers that wear those braces on their elbow. It's very easy to put somebody in a brace and let them go play football, but you can't do mixed martial arts with a big metal brace on your elbow. So you have to rely on the body's ability to heal to provide that stability, where you can't provide that added stability with a brace. I was frankly shocked to see Daniels go back out there. One of those situations where you don't know, like, what's the benefit, right? I mean, the team's out of the postseason, so why go back out there and risk injuring something else? The hard unknown that we're not aware of is, what was that conversation like with him? Because he could have been pushing to play. All the risks were explained, and he's still pushing. And so at some point it might be safe to go back out there. But I think just the nature of the sport, you have to assume it's going to be a longer absence. And I don't know, is he right or left-handed? Do you know, Pantoja?
I believe he's right.
Okay, so that influences things too. I think if it's his non-dominant side, that's more likely to do well without surgery than had it been his right side.
He is 35. Does that, factor in? And like you said, tough sport. No, you don't think any of that comes into play?
I don't think his age plays a role. No, I think it's purely a matter of how much bone damage is there. If there's minimal bone damage, I would not be concerned about his age. No.
Are you surprised that stuff like this doesn't happen more in the UFC, in MMA?
Yeah, I am. I'm always surprised that guys in MMA don't get hurt more than they do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always surprised that there's not more dislocations and more, all the arm bars that people are being put in, and the shoulder cranks and all the stuff that, I don't understand the technical side of. I'm shocked that there's not more injuries in mixed martial arts. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't injuries. It means we don't hear about injuries. And so it could be that a lot of these guys are injured. We just don't ever really hear about it, or it doesn't get to the point where they're having surgeries and having operations. But yes, I'm very surprised. In fact, I don't know of any other elbow dislocations. I'm sure there have been some, but I'm not aware of elbow dislocations. Lots of arm breaks from, being cranked on, the force loading it. But I'm not aware of any recent elbow dislocations.
Based on what you saw, is there any chance that this was a shoulder injury and not an elbow injury?
So could he have also injured his shoulder at some point along the way? Sure. So I don't think you can sit here and say, well, guaranteed there's no shoulder injury. But you definitely cannot ignore the dislocated elephant in the room of his elbow as he's going down there on the canvas, for sure.
Even the way he was standing there with the arm and the splint, does that suggest that it wasn't a shoulder injury, or would he be in the same thing if it was a shoulder?
He'd be in the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So the one thing that makes it less likely to be a shoulder is when you look at that view of him walking off the octagon, there's no abnormal contour or deformity that we can see in his deltoid. So typically when someone dislocates their shoulder, the ball will be sitting forward from the joint, and the shoulder will be very flat, almost like there's a flattening of the deltoid muscle contour. And we didn't see anything like that as he was walking out of the octagon. So all this talk about someone popped it back in, who knows where in the world that came from.
Could this be an issue that plagues him for the rest of his career? Or if it's fixed, it's all good? Will you have to worry about
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think the bigger unknown is how he responds initially. So, how that first fight goes coming back, because sometimes there might be some instability in the elbow that he doesn't really appreciate or notice symptomatically until he gets thrown down and until he's put in some of these different positions. But once he kind of clears that initial step of, okay, how does it respond? Then I think he'll be fine. And if they go conservative and it doesn't respond, it continues to be unstable, then you get surgery, you get it fixed, and there would be no reason to be worried about it going forward. The elbow is not a weight bearing joint, right? So if you think about an injury to an ankle, a knee, a hip, those are weight bearing joints that are going to be much more prone to future pain, to future injury, et cetera, bothering you because of the weight bearing aspect. The elbow is not a weight bearing joint. And so you're really only going to bother it if you're throwing like a dominant side overhead athlete, or if you're trying to set bench press world records or something like that, where you're repeatedly loading through it.
Last thing on Pantoja, there was a fighter named Dominic Cruz who went on Twitter after the fight and said, like, he wished, this is it right here, I wish that Van Pantoja fight was allowed to keep going. Should be up to us, the fighter. People dislocate their arms and put it back into place and keep fighting all the time. From afar, I think it's a crazy thing to say. Is there any way in which, based on what you know about all of this and what you saw, that he could have kept fighting?
Not with an elbow. So a shoulder, I think a shoulder is a different conversation, because there are definitely a lot of fighters, a lot of people who have chronically unstable shoulders that easily dislocate. And when you get it back in place, they do just fine. They function just fine. In fact, with a football player, if you're covering a football game, somebody dislocates their shoulder for the first time, you put it back in on the sideline. If their range of motion and strength is good, we'll let them go back out and play. So if you let somebody go back out and play in a football game, I think there could be some space for a conversation. The challenge is I don't think you can rely on the medical staff to put it back in. You'll see sometimes guys kind of pull on their arm or shoulder to try to get it back in. And I think that's maybe a different conversation. The elbow is just notoriously much more risky joint to dislocate. There's a lot more important blood vessels and nerves around the elbow. It's much, much more challenging to get an elbow back in place than it is a shoulder. And so there's just a lot of other additional risks for subsequent injuries, future trauma, fighting with an unstable elbow compared to a shoulder that's got more surrounding stability and support from the muscles.
Last question, I will let you go. And again, thank you so much. And I urge everyone to check out your YouTube channel, including your latest video on Tom Aspinall. Just wanted to ask you, based on what you've seen from him, interviews, footage, Brown syndrome, everything he said, what is he in for here? And are you surprised that it's as bad as it seems?
I think number one, it all makes sense. Everything, when he's looking up there in the video with his eyes, I can tell that his eyes aren't moving the same way. And all it takes is a very, very subtle amount. We're not talking about one eye fixed straight ahead and the other one's way up here. These can be very subtle differences that cause you to have persistent double vision. And so to not have double vision, you rely on the eyes moving in synchronicity with one another. So everything he's saying, everything in the reporting he shared makes perfect sense. And I think we all absolutely have to assume this is legitimately what's going on. What he's going through next sounds appropriate as well, in terms of an injection at the spot where it's basically the muscles that move the eyeball. One of those muscles has this unusual kind of pattern where it kind of comes up and takes like a 90-degree turn before attaching to the eyeball. In that spot where it takes that turn, there's this little band of tissue that kind of keeps it anchored down in place that the tendon has to spin back and forth through. In these cases with this Brown syndrome, it doesn't move smoothly through that little area. And so injections can be done in that spot to try to help decrease inflammation, help get it moving better. And if that doesn't work, then surgery. So I think hopefully the injection takes care of all this and he's back, without any future issues. Whatever that orbital fracture potential was that was mentioned on some of those reports, that should not be any concern by now. So once they can get that muscle working again, it shouldn't be a long delay. I would see this as like, oh, it's working, great, go train. It's not like it's going to be, oh, it's working, now sit for 6 months and do nothing. It's really, once you get that motion back where you're not having the double vision, then good to go. But I don't know if I would see a reason. Obviously, I'm not an eye doctor, but I would assume they're letting him do cardio. I know he said no like combat or training, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're letting him do some cardio and hopefully keep his conditioning up. Obviously, you just don't want to be sparring and taking hits when you've got double vision and can't see straight.
Incredible stuff as always. Thank you so much, Doctor. Really appreciate it. And again, everyone go check out the YouTube channel. Phenomenal work that you're doing, and we love checking it out. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yep. Have a good rest of your day.
There he is, the great Dr. Brian Sutterer, who does such a great job. Again, anytime, and hopefully it's not the case, but you're watching a game, you see an injury, more often than not, he'll be in that studio of his doing his stuff, and it's a fascinating look. It's a fascinating look at the world of sports injuries. So we appreciate him very much, and great insight there. And hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get more insight into what Pantoja is dealing with. Very, very freaky stuff. And unlike anything we've seen in a title fight before, that particular injury. So Still to come, Josh Van in 15 minutes. The brand new UFC Flyweight Champion Payton Talbott's going to join us as well. Looking forward to that chat very, very much. Looking forward to having him on the program. And we'll also talk to John Wood, the head coach for one Merab Dvalishvili. Talk to him about what went wrong against Petr Yan. But let's stick with the Tom Aspinall topic. Can we stick with that topic if we can? So Dana White was holding court, and there's a few topics that I want to get into as far as the post-fight press conference. We'll save most of those for the back end of the show when we get to the news and notes. Stuff on Armin and Terrence Crawford, boxing, Ronda Rousey, etc. But we just spoke about Tom, so let's just stick to that subject for a moment here. Dana White was asked about the things Tom said on this here program and on his YouTube channel. Again, no sourcing, no citing of the program. But, we expect that by now. Don't love it, if I'm being 100% honest, but perhaps the thinking is, you mentioned the show, it'll get him off track, you won't get the answer. I don't know, but I found his answer to be very, very interesting. I found his answer to be interesting for several reasons. First, here is what he said in regards to the things that Tom Aspinall said on this show and on his YouTube channel last week.
Tom Aspinall did interviews recently saying that his eye is not better. He was a little bit disappointed with some comments you made. Have you spoke to Tom? Do you know anything about that? And what's your reaction to what he said?
I have not. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't remember exactly what I said. What did I say?
Just said you think that
I think his eyes are okay. Yeah.
Since no more pay-per-view, David with MMA in Myanmar.
Hold on, sir. I'm still talking to this guy.
Sorry, my bad.
Here's the thing. So obviously, and I know Tom said, I haven't even talked to him and all that stuff, but we have people all over him right now, checking up on him, making sure he's good. Does he need any help or, any specialists? Yeah, I'm no doctor. I'm just saying what I've heard. And that was in no way, it wasn't said in a way that they're like, oh, what do you think? I said, I think he's fine. Or it wasn't like that. I said, I think Tom's eyes are good. He's going to take some time, heal, come back to, that's all I said. I wasn't saying anything negative toward him. And I think that things can be taken out of context, or he didn't see what I said, because I don't even remember what the fuck I said. But never once did I say anything negative about him or, in a derogatory way. I'm sure he's upset and fired up, and, he'll get better, and we'll get him back in there.
He saves himself at the end there when he says, well, I don't even remember what I said. Glad to hear that, because the picture that he is painting there isn't exactly the picture that he painted back in October after that fight. Just think for a moment, you're Tom Aspinall. You've just waited a year and change to fight. You've gone through the whole John Jones saga. You think you're getting this big fight, then it gets taken away from you, and now you're fighting Ciryl Gane. This is your first fight back, your first official title defense. You get poked in the eyes multiple times. At the end, a double poke, an eye gouge, if you will, and everyone's now crapping all over you. You hope that your promoter, that the guy that you take cues from, your boss, if you will, you hope that he comes out there at the post-fight press conference, because he could change a narrative in a second. We have seen it. Will come out and say, that was nasty, that was dirty, that was uncalled for, that was a mistake, but it was still nasty and could have been, could have been a disaster for his long-term health. We've seen what happened to Michael Bisping, a fellow Brit. Instead, what you got was, yeah, I don't give a shit about the gloves. I don't give a shit about eye pokes. And most damning of all, wasn't just that like, oh, what did I say? Most damning of all is that he said this.
It's unfortunate that it ended the way that it did. And yes, I think that there probably will be a lot more interest in the rematch after they saw, he had Tom bloodied up, and, Tom didn't want to continue in the fight. So the rematch is very interesting.
If Dana White cannot understand that Tom didn't want to continue in the fight, is not the ultimate insult to a guy that got his eyes gouged. If he does not understand that that is insulting, that Tom Aspinall is pissed off about that, and oh, by the way, the fact that he never checked up on him, the fact that he never sent a text, a DM, hey, how you doing, champ? Everything okay? What could we do for you? We've got this place lined up. Don't give me the, we're all over him. Are you guys all over him before the interview, or are you all over him after the interview? Be honest with us. Before the interview or after he called you out? Why wasn't he seeing the best specialist in the world on the Monday after that fight? Why has it taken, 6 weeks for him to speak up for this to become a thing? Come on now. What did I say? What did you say? Didn't say anything derogatory. Didn't say anything derogatory. Tom didn't want to continue is akin to someone tapping out, is akin to someone saying no mas. Roberto Duran didn't want to continue when he said no mas against Sugar Ray Leonard. Tom Aspinall did not say no mas. Tom Aspinall had his eyes gouged, as he put it, like a bowling ball. His eyes gouged. Tom Aspinall couldn't continue. Tom Aspinall was fouled to the point where he could not see. There's a massive difference there. So to feign ignorance and say, what did I say? I'm not a doctor. I'm just talking about the way it looked. What did I say? What did I say that was so bad? What did you say that was so bad? You said the guy did not want to continue. He chose not to continue. Come on now. Come on. And everyone in attendance should have said that. Well, actually, you said he didn't want to continue. That's a big freaking deal to a fighter. The alphaest of the alpha males. The biggest freaking deal. There's no bigger deal than that. You called him a quitter. You called him a quitter. When he had his eyes gouged. If you don't see the problem with that, I don't know what to say anymore. And then, to add insult to injury, no one checked up on him. No one checked in with him. No one got him to the best specialist. No one gave him a call. No one said, hey man, we're here for you. Not, what could we do? This is a pro sport. Imagine if Erling Haaland gets injured while playing for Man City. Do you think he sits at home and they say like, hey, he didn't want to continue? And then say like, hey, if you need anything, let us know. No, they get him in front of the best freaking specialist in all of Manchester, in all of the world. If the best specialist is in Abu Dhabi, they send him there. If the best specialist is in Kentucky, they send him there. That's what you do when someone gets injured. Always saw these videos back in the day, like these WWE wrestlers would get hurt and they would send them to James Andrews in Birmingham, Alabama. That's what you do. You don't say, hey, if you need anything, give us a call, right? And then when the media asks about gloves and eye pokes, you say, I don't give a shit. And I say, no, this sucks. This hurts us. This hurts our athletes. I'm tired of this, and we're going to fix it once and for all. Unbelievable. That was unbelievable to me. That was one of many things that I felt was a little bit unbelievable from that whole post-fight press conference. And trust me, I just want to say, I don't want to start the show dissecting these things and calling them out and getting fired up about them. Trust me, I don't. As I've said time and again, I love this sport. We stay up late. We do all this content. I've devoted my life to this, but I cannot sit here and listen to this stuff and see these stories change in front of our eyes. If I was sitting there, you know what I would have said? No, actually, you said he didn't want to continue. That's a problem. And you said he'd be right back there. And now the guy's got these issues where he might need surgery or at least get injections into his eyeball. And oh, by the way, you guys didn't check up on him. That's a problem. That is a big problem. So yeah, I think we kind of know why he's pissed off right now. Anyway, let's talk about the White House card, can we? Some updates on that. Dana White was talking about the White House card and how exciting it was. All the stuff that they have planned. It's going to be big. It's going to be massive. The president of the United States even talked about it yesterday, Mr. Donald Trump himself. First, here's Dana White talking about this card, which is slated for June 14th of next year.
When you look at the marketplace right now, what do you think it does to take the UFC off pay-per-view and make it more accessible for the fans? How much bigger can it make the sport? What do you think will happen with that?
Huge. And the amount of marketing that these guys are going to do, for the UFC on their platform is just, it's impossible for the sport not to get even bigger. It was $1,200 or $1,300 a year to be a fan. This year it's going to be $120 next year, something like that for the entire year. So, and we have huge fights coming up. The White House fight alone will be madness.
We're inching closer to when we can start to figure out who might be available. I'd say after these January, February fights, we'll start to have a better picture about who might be available. It is going to be madness. The one thing I'd love to know that we don't have clarity about just yet is how many of these events are going to take place on linear TV at all. in any way, shape, or form? Like, are there going to be prelims on CBS? Are there going to be prelims on CBS Sports Network? Or is it all going to be Paramount Plus? It seems like the White House card is going to be on CBS. At least that's what we were told. But what about the rest? Because like on Saturday, I was able to watch the prelims on FX. We've been able to watch prelims on ESPN2, on ESPN in the past, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How much of it is going to be on linear? Because what he continues to say about the boxing competition is that none of those guys have a TV deal. We're the only ones that have a TV deal. Well, how much of Zuffa boxing is going to be on TV? Or is it all going to be on Paramount Plus? Because if I'm paying $7.7 billion to have, the UFC under one umbrella, which is Paramount Plus, yeah, it would make a lot of sense that I would put the vast majority of that behind a paywall. In fact, it would make a lot of sense to have the White House card behind the paywall, behind the subscription paywall. The way in which Paramount Plus recoups their money, and it's a lot of money, $7.7 billion over 7 years, is to put the vast majority of the content, including the number of events, behind a paywall. That's how they're going to recoup the money, not by giving it away for free. And so I wonder, they haven't said yet, prelims, are they going to be on TV? White House card, going to be on TV. Any numbered events, going to be on TV. That to me is still up in the air, and we'll find out, I guess, next month. But Donald Trump was speaking to reporters yesterday talking about this card, and he seems to have very big plans, incredibly big plans. Now, I think he might have misspoke, far be it for me to correct Frank's commander-in-chief. Who, me? But this is what he had to say.
Well, we're going to have a lot of events. One of the things you're going to have here is some of the UFC press. You're going to have the fighters coming over talking about the fights. It's a big deal. The UFC on June 14th. It's going to be June 14th next year. And they're building an arena. The great Dana White's building an arena. And they're going to have 8 or 9 championship fights, the biggest fights they've ever had. Everyone's a championship fight. And everyone's a legendary type of fight. He's actually holding back fights right now for 6 months so he can do it for this, for 250. I think 250 is going to be amazing. I think the arena is going to be 5,000 or 6,000 seats right in front of the front door of the White House, and 100,000 people in the back where they're putting up 8 or 10 very big screens. That's going to be an exciting night. So many people are asking for tickets, the UFC.
By the way, GC, quick pop quiz, UFC 250, who headlined it?
I don't know.
When he says 250, doesn't your mind go there?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking for a second. I was like, no, it's going to be like UFC 334 or something.
All-time classic, by the way.
Usman?
Nah, Amanda Nunes versus Felicia Spence.
Oh, yes. Legendary.
Live at the Apex.
Legendary.
When he says because we're so used to saying 323, 324, this and that, he says 8-9 title fights. I know everyone's going gaga over that. Come on, there's not going to be 8-9 title fights. We all know that.
Man.
He's talking. I mean,
11 divisions. They can make it happen.
8. Could you imagine 8-9? This will be like one of those PFL Black Friday cards that went on for 9 hours.
Melania looked like she's bought in.
She does look like she's bought in.
8-9.
I was excited about the fact that he said the UFC press is going to be there. Does that mean like are we in or are we out? What do you guys?
Who the fuck is we?
Well, I mean,
I'm in.
Like Usman said, are we invited or not? Like, are we going to be invited? Are we going to get like one of those cards that'd be like, you're cordially invited to the White House?
Yeah, first time,
What a scene
right?
that would be. We'd stand there in the Oval Office, shake hands. Oval
Office is where they're changing.
That's
we
right,
can't
that's
get
right.
it.
We're going from getting a seat at the event to literally being
Yeah.
in the Oval. It'd actually be my brother on clarinet.
brother.
Hey, what's up, man?
Has he gotten his assignment yet?
No, but there's a chance.
Golly.
There's a
can you
chance. You
imagine?
never know.
8-9 title fights, the great Dana White. What do you say? Like, there's going to be 5,000 people and then 100,000?
Yeah, 6,000 people in the front, 100K in the back.
At the Ellipse.
Perfect.
The Ellipse is the name of the
Yeah,
park?
what is that? I
don't
thought it
know.
was going to be like the mall there, you know?
Me too.
Like where Forrest Gump ran and he said, Jenny,
Yeah.
through the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where
Could
he
we
gave
just
the
pull up
speech.
to that one?
Yeah, we can pull up anywhere we want, bro.
Now I have my mind set on Oval Office. I don't want to be over.
Could we stand outside with like one of those like megaphones and be like, you know, free Tom Aspinall, fighter pay, very important, revenue sharing, important. Please, peace and love, peace and love.
I'm gonna be like, I don't know these guys.
Yeah, I don't know him.
Yo, 47.
We come in
I don't know
peace.
these guys.
We come
Secret
in
Service
peace.
has you done in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Do you think the
Peace and
title
love, peace and
fights
love. What's that?
could be like BMF type fights?
I hope not.
That they make like
You think
White
they're gonna
House
make fake-
No,
titles.
just yes,
Oh
make
my
White House
God.
titles.
Frank, you know what? You might be
just
onto something. You think they'll make
Saying
a
it
White
now,
House title?
I think that's what it is. Everyone gets a
my.
belt, but not. Yeah, everyone gets a belt.
The America 250 belt or something.
Oh, you know what? I could actually see it.
Red, white, and blue.
Yes.
Remember when they randomly made custom belts for the Mexican champions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It wasn't random. It was for Noche. This is
That
going
was
to be
pretty
this
cool.
version.
No, you know what? I could actually see it. He did happen to say that the president is a massive Derek Lewis fan. Did you catch that? So it sounds like if Derek, that was like the first time that he hinted at a fight happening on the card. He said, big fight for Derek coming up, of course, against the great Waldo Cortez Acosta, coming out of the bullpen for your Cincinnati Reds, on fire as of late. He did hint at, big fight for him. If he gets by this next one, could secure a spot. That's why I feel like once the January, February fights come and go, we'll start to be able to know like who is on a winning streak, who's coming off a win, who's healthy, who would make sense.
It's going to be like UFC 300 again. Like we got into like the January time zone of 2024. We started finding out fights about 300.
Yes. Jordan just sent something in the Slack. This is it? Is this the ellipses? What is it called? The ellipses? The ellipse? The eclipse?
Looks like the ellipse.
Okay.
Yeah, right across the street from the White House grounds. He says 85,000 people are going to fit on that.
Where's the White House in this picture?
Up top.
Oh, to the right there?
No, up top. So the round part is the ellipse, and then there's
It's
a fence around the grounds, and then you have
Got
the
it.
White House in the background.
It's that White House right
Yes,
there.
I see it right there.
Yeah.
Beautiful, by the way.
It's the house,
It
the white
shows two wings on each side there, but that'll be new. There'll be a ballroom that the fighters will dance in after they fight.
Okay, sick. I'm in. Yeah, they're building a ballroom, right?
Is that actually the beginning of the octagon right there on the lawn?
Feels like they should put it in the circle.
The ellipse.
Yeah, in the ellipse, but
Yeah.
then you're not on the White House lawn.
That's not the White House.
Yeah, it's pretty damn
That's
close.
the ellipse.
It's pretty damn close. What does an ellipse mean?
It's like an oval.
Is it also a parking lot?
Have you ever
There's
wondered why they call it
cars.
an elliptical?
Yeah.
Motion is like an ellipse, like an oval.
Oh,
I believe
okay.
our orbit around the sun is an ellipse.
All right.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Orbit around the sun.
Is that showing love to the Oval Office, the ellipse?
I have no idea. Okay, we'll talk more about that in a moment. For now, though, let us go to our next guest. He is the second youngest champion in the history of the UFC. He's the new reigning defending UFC Flyweight Champion. Strange circumstances, 26 seconds, quickest UFC Flyweight title fight ever. He is the pride of Myanmar and Houston. He's the one and only Joshua Van, who's kind enough to join us here for a few minutes to talk about the big win. There he is. Josh, my man, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Exactly a week ago, we were talking. You were in Houston. You were getting ready to go out to Las Vegas. Fast forward 7 days. You're the flyweight champion of the world. Has it sunk in?
I don't know, man. I still feel the same.
You feel the exact same? Nothing's changed?
Nothing changed, man.
You don't feel a sense of accomplishment? You made it, dream come true. You gave the belt to your mom, that whole scene?
Yeah, for sure. But, I still feel the same Joshua Van.
Is it overwhelming?
No.
Just, what are you thinking about the next one already? You're on to the next?
Nah, man. I'm just feeling it right now. I'm just trying to talk to my dad,
Okay. I lost you there. What did you say? You're trying to talk to who?
I'm at his grave, my dad.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were doing that now.
Yeah, I was going to do it. But you good.
Okay, we'll keep you for a few. Where is your dad buried, if you don't mind me asking?
In Houston.
Okay. Are you bringing the belt with you?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Always.
Wow. What is that going to feel like, you think?
Like I said, man, I just wish you were proud of me,
Yeah. And how old were you when he passed?
I was 16.
Okay. Wow. Well, I can't believe we're talking to you as you're about to do this, and I'm sorry for taking you away from that, truly. But I appreciate you checking in with us for a few minutes. Obviously, it was strange, right? It was weird the way in which the fight ended. Can I ask, from your vantage point, could you see right away? Could you feel that something went wrong with his arm?
No. That's why I was kind of hesitate to ground and pound him, right? And I looked, and then the ref didn't stop it. So I was like, all right, let me go for it. And as I go for it, I think the ref know what's going on and things like that. So when the ref stopped, step in, then I was like, oh, I guess they stopped. And then I didn't know whether I was winning or whether I win or I lost, but I was celebrating and shit. So
Yeah, I mean, in that moment, you have just realized the dream to a degree, but he's obviously in a lot of pain and it's a weird ending. Did any part of you feel, I don't know, for lack of a better word, unfulfilled? Because usually you win a fight, you knock someone out, you go the distance, you submit him, and this was very strange. It was unceremonious. It was very quick.
yeah, man. But like I said, man, it is what it is. You know, it happened the way it is. I feel like if it didn't happen that way, I was still gonna be the victorious that night. You know what I mean? I didn't think anybody can beat me on that night.
How did the week go? How did you feel as you cut weight, as you were preparing? You're at the press conference. You're looking great, by the way. The suits were fantastic on fight night, throughout the week. I mean, who's doing your suits for you? Let's give this guy a shot. Look at these suits right here. Who's doing that for you?
Shout out to Suitably, man. They making me look right, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I pick all the colors and everything too. I like, hey, those suits, man, they're gonna look great on with the belt, you know?
Yes. So were you feeling good all week?
All week, man. I was just smiling, laughing, you know. I was just all I was so excited the whole week.
What about in the back before you walked out?
Well, you know, you get little butterflies in your stomachs and things like that, but I didn't actually get like too nervous for this fight, man. It was crazy. I was more excited. It was like more of excitement.
Okay. And because you're preparing, you're in the back, you're warming up, and you only compete for 26 seconds, how do you get rid of that energy afterwards? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure afterwards you were probably bouncing off the walls. How do you actually release that energy? Did you even go to bed on Saturday night?
Nah.
All right.
I stayed all night. Yeah.
Really? What'd you do?
Well, we did some prayer. We have some prayer with the family. And then after that, you know, it's Vegas. You know what I'm saying? So stay up.
You turned up, as they say.
A little bit.
You got lit, as they say.
A little bit, yeah.
Sometimes I say, as the kids say, you're literally a kid. Second youngest champion, born in the 2000s, first champion ever born in the 2000s, 24 years young. You used to sign cards and say champion by 2026, right? Yes. You used to do that. And now here you are, champion by 2025. You have exceeded your own expectations.
Well, yeah, like I say, I manifest this thing, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like my phone screen, it said, bitch, I'm a champion. And I put the, you know, December 6th, 2025 and things like that, you know what I mean? And I actually custom a pistol that said award champion December 6th. But it will probably come out next week because, you know, it take time to custom gun. So I can't wait to see that gun and everything, man. But like, I like to manifest things and see beforehand, you know.
Is there any part of you that feels bad for Pantoja because it happened that way to him?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Nobody want the fight to end that way, and especially I respect the guy so much that, you know what I mean, I want to run it back, man. Because, you know, he's one of the greatest of all time in our division and things like that. And for our fight to end like that, you know what I mean? I think we should run it back for sure.
You say run it back. Do you mean run it back next? Like your next fight, you want it to be against him?
Yeah. It don't matter who they put in front of me, like I said. But if he recover quick enough, then yes.
Okay. He posted a video of himself afterwards talking about the situation. Did you see it on his social media?
Nah, what did he say?
Well, the main thing is that he was talking about how disappointed he was and the injury and whatnot, but he didn't, in my opinion, was very classy and took nothing away from you and said, this was your destiny. It was your time to win. He wants to come back. He wants to fight you and get it back. He felt great, but I thought it was very cool of him to not try to take anything away from your moment.
Yeah, you know, like that's why he's a great champion. You know what I mean? You know what happened. You know what I mean? A lot of people say it's accident, but you know, I made that happen. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't like that, but it's a fight. You know, things like that happen, and he's a great champion, and you know, he take responsibility for whatever happened. You know what I mean? And that's why I respect him so much, and I think he deserves a rematch for sure.
When you say you made that happen, what do you mean by that? Was that something that you did on purpose?
Well, he kicked me and I pushed him.
Right.
You know, of course, like, you know, I pushed him, but I didn't think he was gonna break his arm. But it happened. You know what I mean?
Sitting cage side was Tatsuro Taira. Did you even watch his fight? I know it was right before yours, but were you watching it? Were you looking at it while you were in the back?
Yeah, I did watch his fight, but I was warming up at the same time, so you know he looked good. He looked great, man.
Dana White said he liked the idea of Taira fighting you in Japan. He liked the idea. Didn't commit to it, but said they were going to look into it. How do you feel about that idea?
I'm the champ, man. He got to come to Houston.
Okay. Okay. They are coming to Houston in February. Do you want to be on that card?
There you go. Say less.
Okay. That's a fight night, though. It's not a numbered event. Are you okay with defending on that card?
I don't have pay-per-view no more.
Sure.
Right?
So it doesn't really matter, right?
Yes. I don't know how this new deal, you know, is going and things like that. So I don't know, whatever they want, man. But you know, I really want to fight, you know, my hometowns and things like that. So yeah.
That's in February, February 21st, I believe. Is that okay for you as far as timeline is concerned?
Hey, if they want the belt that bad.
But for you, in terms of like your body, you fought a lot this year.
I look good, don't I?
You do. You look fantastic. You looked, and it was just 26 seconds. I know it was a whole training camp there, but you did look tremendous. Do you think that he is the most deserving? If they're going to have you fight before Pantoja comes back, do you think he's the most deserving?
Well, yeah, they got who's that guy that just come, the other Japanese guy?
Yeah, Kyoji Horiguchi.
Yeah, that guy. They got him. They got Taira, and they got what?
There's Royval and Manel Cap fighting this weekend.
So, like I said, man, whoever they want, whoever the UFC want, you know what I mean? So, I don't pick and choose, man. I never pick and choose my opponent. So, why start now, you know?
Sure. Did you see Tatsuro after your fight?
Yeah. He said, I'm next. I said, let's do it.
Okay. I mean, two young guys, you both have looked fantastic. I think it's a fight that would make a lot of sense, but I agree with your sentiment. Pantoja, whenever he's ready, he has to get a crack, right? He shouldn't have to fight anyone else.
Yeah, like I said, man, like I don't make this type of decision. So it's like,
sure,
whatever you want.
Would you be disappointed if they ask you to fight in Japan against a Japanese fighter?
Nah, like at the end of the day, I'm just a fighter. You know what I mean? So, but as a champion, you know what I mean? You got to have a say a little bit. So I do want to fight in my hometown.
Sure.
Or, yeah, in the U.S.
How are the celebrations in Myanmar?
It's crazy, man. People are going crazy. Like the whole village, you know, the whole city is watching us and things like that. So yeah, it's good.
Is this the greatest moment in Myanmar sports history?
For sure.
Is that a hard thing to wrap your head around? How you've put your country on the map like this?
Nah, man, it's never a hard thing, man. Never pressure on me, you know. I enjoy this thing, man. I enjoy stuff like this.
What was it like when you gave the belt to your mom?
It mean the word to me, man. You know, she didn't want to let go of the belt.
Did she sleep with it that night, or did you take it to your room?
Well, I took it back because you know, when you go out and things like that, they want you to carry your belt and things like that. So
sure.
Yeah.
And then you brought the toy belt. Who gave you that toy belt?
Well, I actually bought it for my nephew before my fight. I was like, hey, when I win the belt, you better raise that, and he did.
Wow.
When they called him on the stage, he did, and I was like, you know what, you the real champ. Let me carry that belt.
I love that. That's great. And by the way, Josh, can I ask you, some criticizing the way you celebrated, right? That it was, you know, you were too happy, all this stuff. I'm sure you've seen some of this. What is your response to the criticism?
Well, it was a mixed up moment, right? Because I beat him and I was happy and I was celebrating, of course, you know, when you just realize you just win, right? And then I look at him and he was just laying there, and then I went to go talk to him. I was like, hey man, I'm very, very sorry. Let's run it back. man, you know, you're a great champion and things like that. And, you know, he did tell me sorry that the fight didn't go how we expected, you know, and he was telling me how much of a training camp he put into this camp and things like that. So, you know, I thought I was being respectful, but a lot of people didn't see it that way.
Does that bother you?
I don't give a fuck.
You're happy.
I'm happy, man.
I'll let you go after 2 more questions. You say you want to fight maybe 3-4 times next year?
Yeah, I want to fight at least 3. At least.
At least 3, okay. Because we just saw Merab fight 4 times, and there's a part of me that wonders if he put too much on his plate. Obviously, you're younger than Merab, but is there any sort of lesson that you take away from that?
Well, like I said, everybody is different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for me, I do better when I stay active. You know what I mean? And I guess, well, we don't know how much weight he cut and things like that too. You know what I mean? So for me, staying active ain't a problem.
Did you have McDonald's this morning for breakfast?
No, you know it.
Oh my gosh. Everyone's talking about this. You have McDonald's every morning?
Yes, after training.
What do you get? What's the order?
2 burritos and breakfast burritos and 2 hash brown and an orange juice.
Every morning, even while you're cutting weight.
Yes. Yeah.
Even in Vegas?
See, when I cut weight, I changed the burritos to like the oatmeal that they have.
Yeah.
And then 2 hash brown. I can't, bro. The hash brown is just too good.
You can't go to McDonald's and not order the hash brown.
Yes.
You ever have the one where it's the McGriddle, where it's the 2 pancakes with the sausage and the egg in them?
Yes. That's good. That's good too.
That is nice. Yes. We need to get you a McDonald's sponsorship. You talk about them so much. You get asked about them all the time now.
Man, hey, McDonald's, stop playing, man.
Let's go. So, and even while you're in Vegas, you're still having the hash browns.
No. In Vegas, you know, the UFC take care of our meals and things like that, and they do a very good job. So, you know, I want to stay in their meal plan.
Yeah, for sure. Last thing, how do you not let all of this get to you, Josh? You're so young. You're getting so much attention. People back home. You told us last time the famous people are hitting you up over there, people you grew up watching. Life is about to change for you, whether you like it or not. How do you remain humble and keep your feet on the ground?
Well, the thing is that I know, you know, people come and go, you know what I mean? And people that love me will stay no matter what. So, you know, I just surround myself with the people that love me, and all the other people, all the new people, man, they just noise, you know?
Okay.
And they love you one day and then they hate you the other day. So as long as I got my loved one, I'm good.
I remember when Anthony Pettis won the belt many years ago, one of the first things he did was bring the belt to his father's grave. He said that was a promise that he made to himself. Did you do the same thing?
Yes. I'm about to go right now. I'm in the parking lot right now. So I'm about to go talk to him and see, like, tell him how I feel, man. Like, it's been a long ass time I haven't talked to my dad.
Well, much love. Enjoy that. All the best to you, Joshua, and congratulations. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Enjoy every celebration with your family. Enjoy the moment, and looking forward to seeing what you do in 2026.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All the best. There he is, the brand new UFC Flyweight Champion, Joshua Van. How could you not be a fan of that man? And I had no idea that he was going to be in the parking lot about to go visit his father, very reminiscent of the Anthony Pettis story. Remember, I think it was UFC 160. It was either 164 or 163, UFC 163. No, that was Aldo for Benson Henderson, Anthony Pettis in Milwaukee in, when was it? 2013, golly. August of 2013. And he told us that he was going to bring the belt, and then he posted it on social media, the belt at his father's gravesite. His father passed away when he was young. And now here's Joshua Van doing it. So pretty incredible stuff. And to be honest, I think everything that he said, there about Alex is exactly the right thing to say. Alex is going to get another crack at that belt. There is no doubt about it. You just hope that the layoff isn't too long. You hope that the injury doesn't keep him on the sidelines for too long and that he can avoid the worst of it, whether it's surgery and all that other stuff, a freak injury. He's not a dirty fighter. Them's the rules. Injured can't continue. Didn't do anything wrong. The result would be the same whether it's a title fight or not. He gets the belt. He's a tremendous fighter. Wasn't gifted anything. And let's see how it all plays out in 2026. But all of a sudden, there are some serious options in the flyweight division. Whether it's Taira in Japan, whether it's him fighting in Houston, great point. You don't have to have title fights just on the numbered events anymore. You can have them whenever. So that would make a lot of sense. Whether it's Horiguchi and then, of course, Pantoja, just those three options alone are tremendous right off the bat. All right, let's refocus our attention. Main event, Petr Yan defeating Merab Dvalishvili. What a fight. We talked about it at the beginning. Wanted to pick the brain of the great John Wood of Syndicate MMA in Las Vegas. Ask him about what transpired in the fight. He is kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about it all. And John, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. I know it's easy to come on after a win and probably a little less, a little less fun after a loss like that. So it says a lot about you, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I didn't agree with you on that one. The winning part is much better, but unfortunately, losing is part of the sport, and it's a part you have to be okay with. And I try to preach that to my guys of, hey man, like this is the stuff that's going to happen. So the fact that, like I said, someone like yourself or anybody who calls wants to talk to me about it, I just be kind of, I just wouldn't feel good doing that with, like I said, you gotta kind of practice what you preach and take your lumps and, so that's what we're going to do.
So I'd like to actually start in October. Merab finds out, he asks, this is what his team has told me, his manager, Danny Rubenstein, like he wanted to be on this card, right? He finds out while he's on this show that he is going to headline this card. It will be 2 months after the Sanhagen fight, but he found out the week after. Were you okay with that? Did you want him to come back, or was there a part of you thinking this is a lot, 4 title defenses in 1 calendar year?
Yes and yes and yes. Merab is Merab, and he's a special guy. And I've said this and stated this multiple times in different spots, that Merab is going to be back in the gym training and doing what Merab does either way. He's going to be back in there. He's not a guy that he lives fighting. He's not a guy that takes time off. He's in there sparring, training, helping his training partners get ready for fights. He's still doing his cage rounds. Everything is always full steam ahead. So, hindsight's always 2020. Did I think it's a lot? Did I think it was a lot? Did we all think it was a lot? Of course. But if anybody could pull it off, it would be Merab, and his work ethic and how he holds himself. But yeah, do I think that he, go back and try it again and do it again? I absolutely do. Do I think that, we would have different conversations doing it again? Yes, I think we would. But, these are the things, again, when you're chasing greatness, when you're chasing, legendary things, breaking records of legendary fighters. These are the risks and the things that you have to take, and that's what Merab lives for. He is a fighter's fighter. He loves fighting. He eats, breathes, sleeps it. He is one of those rare breeds that actually says he loves it and actually does love it. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. And fortunately with Merab, most of the time it does work out. And this one, hats off to Peter and his team. They got the W on that. But you've got to take those risks to be great.
So now that you've had almost 48 hours to digest what happened, top of mind, what went wrong? Why did this fight not go the way in which their first fight went 2.5 years ago?
There's a lot of things, and there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes and a lot of things that I really would need to have that conversation. I have not, had that sit down with Merab yet, and I don't want to speak for him, and I don't want to speak, on like I said, put things out there that are going to get misconstrued of, well, he lost because of this or that. And, Merab is not an excuse guy, and I'm not going to be Merab's excuse guy, for him. He would be very upset with me if I did that. So, that conversation needs to happen first. Do I have, have I developed my idea and hypothesis, so to speak, of what we could have done better and how we could have done it? Of course. And those are things, like I said, over the next, few weeks that we'll sit down, break down, I'm sure this week. And, there's a lot, Ariel, just like, there's a lot to, that goes into fighting, and it goes into fighting 4 title fights in 1 year. I can guarantee you there's always bumps and bruises and people are banged up. I'm sure Peter was. Everybody goes into a fight at this magnitude, hurt or banged up. I shouldn't say hurt, but banged up. And there's a lot of things that play into this. And um, you know, we got to, like I said, just sit back and kind of go over this. But it was Peter's night. They came in with a great game plan, and we'll get back to the drawing board. And I don't have any doubt that we can't pick that one back up.
Last week we had Sean O'Malley on the show, and I asked him how he thought the fight was going to go, and it sounded to me like he was leaning towards Merab, but he also said, given the success that Merab had in striking against Corey, he wondered if maybe he will fall in love with the striking a little bit, and that might be part of his undoing. And then in the post-fight interview, Merab mentioned something about, trying to make this a fun fight, an entertaining fight for the fans. And early on, we did see him, be committed to the striking and have some success very early on. Was all that in line with what you guys were talking about going into the fight, game plan-wise, or do you think that there is something to the fact that he just wanted to try to knock him out because he almost knocked out Corey and was starting to feel like he had that power in his hands?
Listen, there's a lot of things that get said, before fights to build up fights. Do I believe all those things? Are all those things true? Not necessarily. You don't usually lay out your game plan to the world right before, to your opponent, before you're going to go out and do that. Do I think that Merab has enjoyed getting better at striking? Of course. The guy likes to learn. He's getting better at everything. But again, this is the conversation I'd have to sit down with him before I speak on his behalf of that, being the thing that he fell in love with striking. I don't think that's the case. Can we get back to doing, more Merabish style things? Sure, I think that's part of the game, but Merab is an evolving fighter. So there's things that as you get better and as you're learning, that you kind of throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. I don't think this is a fight where Merab went out there with the intent, or any fight, of going out there to, I'm just gonna knock you out and stand up. I think those options and opportunities present themselves, he's gonna take them. But again, I'd have to talk to him about that. He is learning and still getting better. He got a lot better in this camp. There's some things that went on, but like I said, his skill set got better, and he's a guy that likes to go out there and try some things. So, we might have that talk where we sit back and we kind of unwind a couple things and go back to doing some different stuff, but we'll see. I don't think that was the case. That, like I said, he just fell in love with the striking, and that's why we lost the fight.
And by the way, have you rewatched the fight?
I have not yet.
Okay.
I've replayed it 1,000 times in my head. I wanted to take a couple days. It's been a hectic couple days, but I wanted to kind of let emotionally sit back so I can watch it without feeling a certain way. But I'll probably watch it tonight or tomorrow and start breaking it down from there.
Just from watching it on television, I thought, just being honest, I thought it was 50-45 for Jan, or at worst 49-46. And it did seem, it was hard to really see or hear everything that was going on in between rounds, but it did seem like you thought he might have been up 3 rounds at one point. Do you think that that's just a matter of what you were seeing from that corner? Do you think when you watch it, you might think differently? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, obviously, looking in the corner, I've always been pretty good at kind of judging how the fight's going, and that's something I'm interested to see if what happened there. I thought that, and I will go on and say, I thought that Merab was the busier, doing more pressing, but looking at it now, Peter had the bigger moments. He was landing the bigger strikes, getting the bigger reactions, and doing the damage. The bleed, there was the blood always plays into a lot of stuff, and you don't know how that's going to go. But from from everything that that I've said, a lot of people thought that was the wrong call. And in the moment, again, I think we all thought that we were pressing the action. That's something I got to go back and look at. And something, if I, like I said, if I made a mistake, then it's something I definitely need to fix. In making sure that doesn't happen, and I'm looking at objectively. But at that moment, I felt in the corner, we all felt that we were up those first couple. The third one started to get a little dicey, and then, obviously 4 and 5, I would have given to him. But yeah, it's I got to go back and take a look, and it's just one of those things. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, and perspectives, they really do. The optics of things really do play heavily in how fights are judged.
I hope you know that by asking these questions, I'm not trying to create any sort of dissension between you and Merab. But, so I saw you do an interview with Fighters Only, and you mentioned his 45-minute sparring sessions leading up to the fight. And then I saw a video on Fight Night of a young man, I forget his name, talking about sparring Merab in the morning. And this isn't new stuff, but, all of this, I would imagine, plus the 4 fights and the weight cutting and all that goes into it, 25-minute fights, 3 out of those 4, would take a toll on one's body, known as superhuman, even as machine-like as Merab is. Is it time, in your opinion, to start tinkering with these methods? Is it time for him to put less strain on his body? Because this isn't unique, as you know. Most fighters don't train this way.
Well, a lot of times with Merab, with a lot of stuff he does, is very unique, and we do a lot of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know that it's broke. I think that, to me, the clearest sign would be the fact of 4 fights in a year in such a short time. We had 7 weeks to get ready for this fight, technically 6 weeks, take out the week he took off after the fight, and, the fight week. It's just a lot, dude. It really is. So obviously after every loss, you sit back and you kind of tweak some things and do it. But the way he does things, his process has been working very well. Again, I think you need more than one, situation, albeit a very big situation that happened here, to kind of point to things and say, hey, we need to start changing stuff. But that might be that's a conversation that we might have. It's a conversation we will have, and some things might change out of it. Again, it's Merab. He's the fighter. I'm here to kind of help him make those decisions and guide through those stuff. We went into uncharted territory doing, 4 fights, 4 title fights in a year. That's a lot. It's never been done. Had we come out of that different, everybody'd sit here, the narrative would be very, very different. But you got to take those risks, and it didn't go our way. And so you got to take the lumps, and everybody's going to say what they have to say. And that's okay. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. And obviously, like I said, the team and the group knows the work that got put in, and, the visuals that we saw leading up to it. But I would think that more than anything, that would be the number one thing that I would think, obviously that's just a lot, dude. It's a lot of stress on the body. The weight cuts alone, it's hard.
We know who Petr Yan is. Like, he's a former champion. Leading up to that Aljo fight, the first fight, he was looking like he was going to be one of the best bantamweight champions of all time. Just incredibly good on his feet, his technique, his tactics, all that stuff and more. That being said, that was 4.5 years ago or so. Did he surprise you on Saturday? Did you not think that he had that type of performance left in him?
No, that's no surprise at all. I'm very high on Petr Yan and his skill set, man. That guy is the best, currently the best fighter in the world. He has been one of the best, and we all know MMA is very unforgiving. You can be the best, do all the best, have the best camps and best training partners, everything, and shit can just not go your way. You can have a bad run. You can have these things that go on and make it seem that you're not on top of your game or as good as you are. So I've never thought that Yan has kind of drifted off into no man's land. I think he's a great fighter and obviously proved it. Do I think that the trilogy happens and it goes differently? Yes, I do, and I think that, and no disrespect to him or his team. Like I said, they showed up that night. And I think it was an awesome performance. But I know that Merab can come back stronger and have a better performance than he did that night.
this is kind of irrelevant at this point, but I'm sort of hung up on it. You've been in this game a very long time. Did Merab shoot 29 times? Because they have him listed as 29 takedown attempts and only landing 2, but I feel like the way in which they're scoring these takedown attempts is different these days. I don't feel like that was 29 takedown attempts on Saturday. What do you think?
Yeah, I would. It really is. That's the problem with the MMA judging as a whole. Like it's so it's in the eye of the beholder, like there is no standard of, hey, you must take somebody down and hold them down for
Right.
3 seconds. It's different. It's different every time. So I didn't feel that would be the number. But again, I'd have to go back and rewatch it, and it literally is takedowns and damage and things are judged differently every single fight. That's something we got to kind of get a grip on, of making it so that the unknowns are at least taken out of that part of it. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go watch.
When Alex Pereira lost to Magomed Ankalaev in March, the sense was he needs some time off. He's been doing too much. Would you like the same for Merab? And what does time off mean for you? If you're in favor of that, how long would you like to see him out for?
Personally, I would love to see him take a vacation, rest up the body, heal up some things. I'd love to see him, get his mind away from it and come back as hungry. And I don't think that, I shouldn't say he's always been hungry. The level of motivation, the level of drive that he puts into everything has never wavered, but at this point in time, like I said, you're dealing with so much stuff as a champion, where you're doing 10 times the work that you normally have to do, all the press, all of the junkets, all the media, all the interviews, everything. It's so much more, so I'd love to just see him just go for a few weeks and take a vacation, go home, or sit in his house and build his barn or whatever he's, looking at doing, and just relax. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. But we will definitely have a conversation to where, when he does come back, that it's smart, and that we're being smart, and like I said, letting some things heal up, and letting his body and his mind just kind of get right and get back into it, because I know him. He's going to come back 10 times more motivated, and he's going to do what he needs to do to get that title back.
If it was up to you, how long would he be out for? When would he come back?
I mean, I think he's capable of training, within a month, a few weeks, probably. Sparring, I'd like to see him just take some time off sparring more than anything. He does put in the work more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. And I'll be honest, he doesn't take a lot of damage in sparring. He really doesn't. But it's just the sheer volume of work that he's been putting in over the last year is insane. So, if I could get him out for chilling for a month and relax and take it easy, I think a month would be great. But just really just not sparring for the next month or two would be I think plenty time off.
Has he earned the right to fight for the belt in his first fight back?
I say absolutely. I think absolutely, and I think that the work he did for the UFC, being the company man that he, became and is, and willing to do, and only, not even willing to do, but asking to do things that most people wouldn't want to do. I think he's earned that right, earned that respect. Dana speaks very highly of him. So I think that he, Hunter does too. I think that he's in that spot to maybe call that shot. And also too, he's pretty much the reason, like Peter, he accepted that fight, and he went out there and said, hey, I want to fight Peter next. And not that Peter wouldn't have gotten the fight without him. He's earned it by fighting, but I think that the favor could be returned. And I absolutely do think that, that he deserves it. Now, with that being said, O'Malley can go out there and spark song, and we're talking a whole different conversation. Like, you just never know. The UFC is so good at what they do, and they have a method to how they do things. So they can shift with the breeze, so we'll see. But there's a lot that goes into it. I think that trilogy will happen. I do think it will happen this year, and I do kind of think that it will probably be next.
What do you make of some of the things that Jan is saying, which is essentially like he should go fight some other people, and I want, some of that rhetoric that he said at the post-fight press conference?
Listen, man, again, when you lose, you got to take your lumps. Merab is a funny guy and posted a lot of funny stuff and said and done a lot of funny things, and he's got a great sense of humor. And um, when someone has their moment like Peter had, you got to just kind of roll with it. Are those things actually going to happen? Are those things, does he get to make those calls and those decisions? No, the UFC makes that decision. The UFC will make that call, just like like they always do, and like we all know that they do. So when someone's doing that, he's earned the right to poke fun. He's earned the right to make those calls. He's the champ right now, so you just got to kind of roll with it. Do I think that there's any validity to any of that stuff? No, but again, when you got to take your turn when it comes around, and like I said, take your lumps and be a man and stand there with in victory or defeat, and do what you got to do.
Two other quick topics that I want to ask you about, and then we'll let you go again. Thank you very much for the time. I have started to see some footage of you working with the legendary Gina Carano, who we hold near and dear to our hearts. Been covering her since her debut way back when we were all much younger, and now here she is all of a sudden in Las Vegas training with you. What is she training for, John? What is going on here? Her last fight, August of 2009.
Yeah, so I've known Gina and Kevin Ross for 20 plus years. Kevin used to live with me, and Gina, they've been around in and out of the gym for years and years and years. So I got a call a few months ago that she wanted to kind of get back in shape and get back at it, and had a little itch to scratch and see where it went. So I said absolutely. There's such good people. Her and Kevin are just amazing people, and why wouldn't you want to have a living legend? That's somebody who paved the way for a lot of women and a lot of fighters in general, man or woman. She deserves the respect that that she's earned, and it's awesome having her in the gym. And who knows where it's going to go?
Does she want to fight again?
I definitely think that there is a little itch that is to do that. So
Wow.
I think that there's when you're a real fighter and Gina's a real fighter, it never goes away. And then once you kind of get back in the gym and start realizing, oh shit, I can still do this. And she can, man. She's still got some pop. And, we're just, like I said, scratching the surface right now, getting back into it. But yeah, I think that there's some thoughts there.
Okay, that was actually going to be my last question on her. How is she looking in the gym, on the mitts, everything that you're doing together?
Great, man. She's been there for I think about a month or two now, a couple months, doing 2 days, just kind of getting back into shape, and she's putting in the work. I got her working with some of the girls, and we do a lot of mitt work and control partner drills, and starting to play around with some of the touch sparring and stuff. And she looks great, man. I can tell you this right now. She still hits and kicks like a mule.
Wow.
I would not want to get hit or kicked by her. That drive is still there. That competitive nature is super there. Like Gina I have to like settle her down a lot when she's working, in the drills with the girls. She gets excited. So I see that fire there. And the willingness to get back in shape and to do it. So I really I'm impressed. I'm impressed with her mental state and her mindset towards it. And I think you're going to see some interesting things.
Gina versus Ronda?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. I'm not trying to get you in trouble here. Do you want to ask you just quickly about Zhang Wei Li? Obviously, it didn't go her way a few weeks ago. Would you like to see her now go back to 125 to get that belt? 115 to get that belt?
I mean, personally, yes. I think everybody, she's kind of in that situation where she's maybe too big for 115, but a little too small for 125 at the top. Trust me, there's a lot of wins that can be had at 125. Obviously, we just went through that situation with Shevchenko, who holds that belt and is currently the best, female walking the planet. We could have that fight again, and I think it could look a lot different, but it really kind of just depends on what she wants, her mindset, where her mindset is and what she wants to do with her career. In the last few years of, I imagine going out as champion would be a big thing. And I think that, obviously dropping back down pays that way pretty quickly. Her and McKenzie, I think, would be a great fight. But Yeah, it goes back to the old weight cutting thing. It sucks as you get a little bit older, and the more you do this, the more weight cuts, the more it takes out of your body, and the more you start thinking, hey, I don't want to cut this much weight anymore, and so I'll move up. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. But yeah, I'd love to see her personally go back and get that title.
By the way, saw you on Tim Welch's podcast. Cheeky move on your part, wearing the Merab Sugar shirt. That's tremendous work on your part.
To be fair, I did not know that was Sean. I thought at first it was Henry. I didn't pay any attention to it. I just thought I really like the shirt. I wear that shirt all the time. But yeah, so I guess that was kind of maybe a dick move. But
no, listen, like, come on, it's all needling. It's all good. All's fair in love and fight promotion.
Yeah, for sure. They got me back as soon as I got off the show. They started taking jabs at me. Though, so I think he won in the end.
Well, thank you for coming on. Really do appreciate it. Again, great insight. We appreciate it very much. And I know it's not very fun after a loss of that magnitude, but you come on after wins. And so just wanted to see, how you were feeling, and the insight was tremendous. So don't be too hard on yourself. There's always next weekend, right? I'm sure there's another one right around the corner. So
this weekend, Luana Santos this weekend.
There you go. So it's on to the next. The train never stops. You might get a little bit of a break here during the holidays. Happy holidays to you and the family. Appreciate it very much, John. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ariel. Always an honor.
Thank you. There he is, Coach John Wood of Syndicate MMA, one of the best in the game. Great insight and tremendous stuff on Gina Carano. I would love it. Gina Carano, last fight, August of 2009. Legend of the game, 43 years young. My age. Born in 1982, just like me. Why do I always think she was older than me? She could do it. She could absolutely do it. April 16th, no problem. No problem. I would love nothing more. It would be incredible scenes. Gina coming all the way back, fighting in the year 2026. Let's do it, Gina. Let's do it.
No problem, mate.
Yeah. Let's do it. I would love it. It would be incredible. We thought we were going to get it a few years ago. Now it seems like a real thing. We're actually seeing footage of her training with John Wood, speaking very highly of her and all that stuff. I would love it. I think it would be a great story. The sport needs Conviction Carano back. And who would have thought? Who would have thought some 16 years, 17 years by the time next year rolls around that this would be an actual thing that we discuss? I don't think Ronda versus Katie has much legs to it. I think that was a bit of a media job. I do think... I'll leave it at that. All right, let's move on to our next guest. I don't even think our next guest was born the last time Gina Carano fought. That's how young he is, but what a performance. What an actual performance that was on Saturday. Oh my God, you talk about a star-making performance. You talk about a performance that people will pinpoint and say, that was the moment. That was the turning point. That was the next step. We were here, we were live on the air when they announced his fight against Henry Cejudo. And I'll be honest, in that moment, I was like, oh, this is interesting. We just saw the Barcelos fight. Is this the move right here? In the end, it ended up being the move and then some. Holy shit. And we had him on shortly thereafter and he defended. He said, let's go. Let's do it. Let me try to see just how good I am. And what's the worst thing that happens? I lose, big deal. Well, he did not lose. It was an absolute beautiful performance. 2 takedowns in the first round. The striking was great. The striking on his feet, the range, the distance, the way in which he just brought the fight to Henry. Henry never backed down. Credit to him. But it was very clear, who was the better fighter on the night. And 3 takedowns in total against the great Henry Cejudo, Olympic gold medalist, 2 division champion, all that and more. He retires Old Yeller, as he put it, throughout the week. And now he's kind enough to join us to talk about it all. He is the one and only Payton Talbott. Great to have him on the program. There he is. Hello, Payton. How are you?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did it.
Yeah, we did it. Wasn't so bad, huh?
You beat it. No, it wasn't bad. It wasn't so, man, you made that look relatively easy, I must say.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun in there. I think that's when it looks easy, is when you're just having a good time.
So you said all the right things in the build-up. Deep down, was there any doubt? Was there any concern?
No, man. I mean, I didn't really ever go there, honestly. I didn't even really put myself in the winning category in my mind. I wasn't even like, I'm going to get the finish here. The finish is probably going to come later in the fight. Like, it was more just like, just want to go in there and I want to fight as the best version of myself, and I want to just leave everything out there. And if I do that, then, I think everything else will take care of itself. So I wasn't even, super worried.
There was something about your demeanor at the press conferences, the subtle trash talk, the old Yeller stuff, where I felt like you were owning the moment, like you belonged there. You weren't fazed by any of this. And it seemed like none of it was getting to you. Is that an accurate description?
Yeah, no, I was really stable. And the whole week, I'm a pretty calm guy, but the whole fight week, I was abnormally calm. And, I was just watching Henry go through a lot of it too. I was like, because we all end up there. It's almost like looking at a mirror at that point. And I was just kind of watching him as he went about his last week. And, a lot of the transitions of like, Henry doesn't act that way all the time. Like, he was very appreciative and just very like present and happy to be there. And so that gave me a lot of confidence throughout the week, because I did kind of feel like he had a little bit of one foot out the door. But it could have just been, just appreciation, and he was fighting from a different place, but you never really know.
Yeah, he was reflective. He was talking about the end. He was announcing that it was the end. He was talking about Dana White. And I'm wondering if any part of you felt like he was just kind of thinking that this would be the perfect way to end his career. You're much younger than he is, less accomplished as far as the things you've done so far in the sport, in the UFC and MMA. Did you feel like he thought, all right, I've beaten some tough guys, like this will be a nice way to go out. This will be a nice W for me?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think he knew he had a really hard fight. Like me and that guy know each other. Me and Henry, we know each other. So I think he knew that it was going to be like something that he really had to earn. And I think he came in, like you could see in the first 10 seconds, like he came in with his game plan. He was ready to implement it. And it just didn't end up going his way. But I think that's just who he is deep down, is like, he's not somebody that's going to pick certain fights. Like all throughout his career, he was fighting nothing but dogs. And we've seen after his retirement, he's fought nothing but top level competition.
Was it part of the game plan to take him down in the first round? Like, was that something you wanted to accomplish to mentally break him, or did it just present itself?
It just presented itself. We were talking though, like me and a lot of the guys helping me out and my camp were like, what, he's not going to expect you to take him down at all. So it is entirely possible that you could. And just knowing like mentally how demoralizing that is, like to be him and get taken down by me, I'm sure speaks volumes. So yeah, I was definitely looking for it when it was there.
It's not even like you're taking him down, you're celebrating after taking him down. We just showed the shot of you, sticking your tongue out. Like you're truly in the moment having fun with it. That's like you're crossing up Jordan and like looking back at him and then shooting and holding it up there a little bit longer, the follow through. No one does that to Henry Cejudo.
I know, man. I let my excitement get the better of me. I was pretty hyped right there, honestly, because I learned that from him. I even said that I took him down, I stuck my tongue out or whatever, and then I went down. I was like, I learned that from you, motherfucker.
Oh my God.
I think he might have giggled or something. I didn't catch it, but yeah, that's just like a surreal moment of like, I knew he was about to inside trip me. Like the minute he got that over under, I was like, he's going inside trip, so I'm going to do it right before him. And it worked out.
Wow. If this was a video game and there was a confidence meter after those 2 takedowns, is your confidence just sky high at that point? Do you say to yourself, okay, I got this guy?
Yeah. After, the double leg too, I have zero recollection of even shooting that. That's pretty wild. I watched it back and was like, damn, I did that. After that, I was like, oh, this fight's over. I actually expected to lose the first round, and I was ready to have a really first tough round and to just take the fight to him in the next 2 and win it that way, but did all right.
Why did you expect to lose the first?
Oh, Henry's a first round fighter, man. He's tough in the first round. You look at all of his fights, he beat Merab in the first round. Like, He comes in with such a good game plan and he implements it very well. And I think if I took maybe a couple more of those kicks, like it would have been a lot tougher of a first round. But from the get-go, like his speed is on point in the first round. He has power. He's always had power. And just the cardio, the age isn't really a factor in the first round.
Raoni Barcelos, his name it won't go away. His name will always get brought up now when talking about you. And even Henry joked about it on Twitter, like just how good is Raoni Barcelos after that performance. And so
Yeah,
now I
bro.
wonder, like, what's the
Fucking
difference?
weekend.
What's the difference, man? Like, what was the difference in you? That guy who showed up on Saturday wins that fight in January. So what went wrong over there?
Man, I don't want to make any excuses. I lost the fight. I had some stuff going on, and I'm a much different person now. And Brownie's good. Like, I will not discredit him at all. He's a great fighter. He's on a crazy streak right now, which is awesome. Makes me look good. But yeah, I think, I learned from that fight how to structure a camp and how to really take fighting seriously. I don't know if I was really taking it too seriously because I was getting away with whatever up to that point. And I was just getting by on my skill and youth. This up in the top 10, it's a different story. And you really have to come with your A game at the point I'm in now. And, I can do all this side stuff at any point in my life. So right now it's just really important to be healthy.
The positive, though, is you beat Barcelos, you win in June, they match you up against Henry. Maybe you have that mindset going into this Henry fight and this version of you doesn't show up, right?
Yeah, totally. I think I really needed that loss. And it was really hard for me to see that from the beginning. It was more just like, anger, and I'll never let that happen again. But I think it was really good for me in that way too. But I don't know. Barcelos remains unscathed thus far.
You will meet him again. Maybe, or maybe not.
I hope so.
Yes. That's your fight. That's your title fight, right?
That would be amazing. That would be so Cinderella story if that's what happens.
Next? Would you want him next?
I want a striker next. I've fought, 3 wrestlers back to back to back. So I want to, have fun and give the fans what they want a little bit. Still sharpen my skills wrestling, of course, but I want to, remind people what I can do with a striker.
Who comes to mind?
Man, I'm down for a Cheeto or a Zahabi, which, you're not fooling me.
Yeah.
Your double.
Yeah.
Personality. You go to sleep and you take some Ambien and then you walk into that cage and you do some awful things to people. I know. But yeah, either of those guys. I honestly, I walked in the back room and I saw Zahabi. I didn't even know it was him. I've never watched one of his fights fully before, but he was like commentating or something in the back, and I just thought he was like a staff member, a press guy, and he was like, "Congratulations, man!" And I shook his hand. I was like, "Oh, wait, that guy looks kind of familiar." And then I realized later, I was like, "What? That guy looks like Ariel." No, it's not Ariel. And then I was like, "Oh, it's Zahabi." But yeah, him or Cheeto, I think.
You're trying to say he doesn't have aura? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, he was in a suit, man. It's
Okay.
hard to. He didn't look like a fighter, like when I saw him. There's press people everywhere.
Sure. Can I ask you about a moment that happened mid-fight? It seemed like there was some blood on your calf or shin, and then you like rubbed it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. I don't know where that came from, like an orifice on Henry's face, but it landed on my leg, and I wanted to stain the shorts because I never wear white shorts. So I wiped it on there, and Henry gracefully allowed me to do so while he took a pretty deep breath. But yeah, now my white shorts are very stained, so I'm happy.
Why'd you wear white if you don't usually wear white?
Well, one, because Henry gets dibs because he has seniority over me, so he chose black. But also, I could have chose any color as well. I just wanted to cover them in blood and stain them.
Okay. And so it worked out. What are you going to do with the shorts?
I think I'm going to frame them and put them up in the gym.
Okay.
I don't really keep a lot of the stuff that I get and make it a big deal like that, but that's a pretty big moment to me. And I think it means a lot to my gym too. It'll be a good reminder seeing that up in the gym above the mats, like covered in blood, that, that's just what I'm here for.
I was trying to figure out the post-fight celly. Was that a botch or did you mean to do that?
Yeah, bro, that was a bad botch. I realized later on that I jumped off of the calf that he was tearing up. That's why I had just zero pop. Normally I land that all the time. Like,
why'd they have to show it? Oh, gee. It looked like it hurt.
One of these days I'm gonna land. I actually have a scratch now because that's like the worst damage I took.
Oh my God, you fell right on your face?
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that the most damage that was inflicted on you in the fight was from the celly?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't
What were
let
you
me get-
trying to do?
I was trying to do a B twist, or
Okay.
a butterfly twist is what they call it.
And how would you land properly?
I would have done like a 180-degree turn and spun 360, like rotated underneath myself.
Oh my. Have you ever hit that before?
Oh yeah, I used to do it after training all the time, but my foot just had no pop, man.
Yeah,
he,
yeah.
Henry kicks hard.
I get it. I get it. Did you happen to catch the moment between him and Dana White where he says to Dana to take care of you, that you mean a lot to him?
Yeah, I saw that on social media after. That actually meant a lot to me and almost made me kind of tear up, man. I don't really be crying too often, but that was a...
Were you surprised that he said that in that moment, that he cared that much about you?
Yeah, honestly, to think of, somebody other than yourself in that moment is pretty huge. And, Henry gets all kinds of flack, but at his core, man, he's a very generous guy. And, like, he's just a solid dude, man. Like, he had to be the villain for whatever reason, to save sports entertainment and whatever he had within himself. But I know that guy, and he's a really good human.
Did that make you feel bad about the old Yeller stuff?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No, bro. I'm going to be old Yeller one day, too. Somebody's going to put my ass down. So that's just how it goes.
It's funny you say that because I was thinking of that. You seem to be the type of person that would think of this in the moment. Did any part of this experience allow you to reflect on, like, one day in 15 years, you're going to be that guy and there's going to be some kid who's going to try to take you out? And if so, how did that make you feel about just like your mortality in this fight game, so to speak?
Yeah, man. It made me look at Henry a little bit more intensely. Like I got like a little emotional when I was walking out because he was, doing his post-fight speech and they're playing his video and everything. And, it's almost like when you watch a loved one die, like the first time you watch your grandma die and you realize like, this happens. Like this is going to happen to me. I'm going to be there one day. And this fight game like flies by is what I'm starting to see. So yeah, I looked a little bit harder at Henry and I really like listened to what he had to say. And even at the last 10 seconds, I could have held him against the cage, but I chose to, and it was kind of hard. I had to really pull him off of me to break apart so I could get that last, 10 seconds with him and let him stamp his career on such a high note.
Were you happy with that exchange, how it played out? Because sometimes people say the Holloway thing doesn't hit quite. I would say of all the people who have tried to recreate it, that was probably the best one.
Yeah, man, I was really happy with it, especially considering I knew I like won all 3 rounds and I wasn't worried at all. And, so be it if he were to knock me out, then that's the way it goes. But I was just really glad that I was able to give him that moment because he gave me so much knowledge leading up to this point.
Were you surprised Merab lost to Jan the way in which he did?
Yeah, actually, I was a little surprised. I knew it was going to be a tough fight. It looked like Merab was having a little bit tough time with the cut, and 4th title defense is like, I'm sure his body is feeling it, but I was honestly surprised at how high level the fight was, like how back and forth it was. It was, Merab didn't quit at all the whole fight, so that was really surprising to me.
I know way back when he wasn't happy about something that you said about him and he told you about it when you saw each other. This time around, was there any interaction between you two?
Just head nods, I think we mutually respect each other, but there's a little edge, I think we both would like to smack each other up a little bit.
Okay.
But he was kind of on his own. Like I didn't really see him more than I normally do.
Okay. Do you think he deserves a crack at the belt upon returning right away? Like, do you think he's done enough to earn that?
Definitely, bro. If anyone does, it's him.
Right.
You can't deny him. There's no way.
Who do you think wins in a trilogy if he gets like a proper rest and training camp? Because I do wonder how much like the toll of fighting 4 times. Again, not trying to take anything away from Jan, but that is kind of superhuman.
Yeah, I don't know because how old is Jan?
Jan is he's in his 30s, but he's not quite as old as Merab. Merab, he's 32 and Merab is 35, I do believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think because it's scary because Jan, the way he fights is the more he starts to figure you out, the better he does. And he's fought him twice now. And that's a lot of data that he's downloaded.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know, man. That's a toss-up. My heart goes with Merab, but I'm interested to see.
Did you see Sean O'Malley reacting to your takedowns?
A little bit. I saw some clips cut up on.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
He's a goofy guy. he's just having fun. I think him and like Henry don't get along. I don't know if they actually don't get along or if it's just the Sean O'Malley thing, which is fucking hilarious. Like,
What is Sean O'Malley?
that's what Henry calls Sean.
Oh, right.
Nicknames for people. I love nicknames, bro, and especially when they like sound good like that. It's
He didn't have one for you though, did he?
No, he actually didn't. Now that I think
Washed.
about it.
He's washed. He lost it.
Yeah, he respected me too much.
Yeah. But the Sean one, I feel like we're inching closer.
Oh, for me, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's now it's a realistic thing that could happen very soon. It's top 10's interesting, man. You just have to see how everything shakes out, and timing is really big. So, he's fighting what, January 30th?
24th.
Oh, 24th. Okay, so yeah, I mean, if I win my next fight and he loses his next, we could see that. Or even if we both win, and it could definitely be next year. But I'm not even worried about that. I'm just trying to take it one fight at a time. If I do my job and he does his, we'll get there.
If we would have talked this time last year, you're about to go into that big pay-per-view, that fight, and it seems like you're on the cusp of superstardom, and you're right back there, and dare I say, in even a greater spot now. Where do you think you are this time next year, December of 26?
Oh man, I think I'm December 2026. Hopefully I've fought twice by then, and I'm in talks of title contention or just up there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll take it one fight at a time. Got to stay present,
Yeah. We are talking about some names. You mentioned, Cheeto, Eamon, the Sean stuff. Is there any chance that in those 2026 plans, the incomparable Wing C will be a part of what you're trying to accomplish?
No, man, I don't think he's gonna be in the UFC in 2026.
You know Wing C? You're down with Wing C?
I know that fool. Yeah. We had a little back and forth on Instagram.
You did. Well, he's got your tattoo. He stole your tattoo.
Oh, I know. Dude, he tried to dominate, or like that pause actually. He tried to like alpha me, is what I should say.
What do you mean? Where?
He just wanted to be like, I got the tattoo first or whatever. Or he asked me like, when did you get your tattoo? Because he wanted to be like, who got it first or whatever. But I had him beat by a year or 2 or 3. But yeah, then he's just been saying like, it's destiny, we fight someday.
What do you think happens? What do you think happens if you fight him?
Me and that guy, I think man, it would be really fun to watch. A lot of emoting.
Oh my God.
I think he would like maybe like hypnotize me into having too much fun and like breakdancing, and like, he might give me a little bit tougher of a fight than he should, because I'd be like, yeah, let me, I might try to hit like a flip or something and land on my face.
We had him on the show a couple of weeks ago. I had no idea what to make of it, because the whole time he had the wings on and he was doing the moving and all that, the emoting, I guess you call it. And it was just madness. He's got a head tattoo. That's a tattoo, that thing on his head.
Oh, I know, bro. It's like everything's whatever, but it's the emoting for me. That's like when I'm just like, dude, it's like, it's like hurting me. Like, stop moving.
Oh my God. Yes. It looked like when my kids are playing Fortnite and they're like going through the characters, and he's doing that thing.
Yeah. I just want to grab his head and like shake it.
Can I ask, the beef with Aiden Ross, is that a work or a shoot? I can't quite tell.
What does that mean? Like, is it staged?
Work, it's a pro wrestling term. Like, work is that it's like scripted, shoot is that it's legit.
Oh no, it's legit. I mean, I recently saw that he like put a fucking bounty on my head.
Yeah, he said $50K or something for someone to knock you out.
Yeah, and then he said he's gonna like sue me. I'm sure he was joking or whatever. But like, see, that's my point, man. It's just like the one thing he can do to like maintain relevance is just like put a fucking bounty on my head. It's like, that's why I said no in the first place. It's just shit like that.
This is legit? This is legit?
Yeah.
What?
That's the gripe I have with streaming culture. It's like he has no ability to do anything to me, so he's offering somebody else money to produce some kind of like that's just why I don't like it. It's like
Yeah.
vampire-y, it's leechy, it's sucky. And guys like you and Nina, I said that on Nina's thing, and I felt kind of bad because I wasn't talking to her. She has her whole stick. You and her both do like your research, and it's a job that you guys do. Like there's skill, you guys talk, you guys engage, but it's just like pointing a camera at somebody and saying that now clap like a monkey.
Yeah.
No, wait, now do it again. The chat missed it. It's like I just don't like that.
No, I it's not my thing. I don't get it. I understand it's for a younger demographic. I see my kids watching these guys all day, and I've nothing against them. I just couldn't do that. I didn't know that you said that with Nina. Why'd you feel bad though?
Oh, because I just didn't, I just don't know if she generalized herself to what I was talking about.
Okay.
But like, I don't hate those people or anything. I just like don't want to be a part of it.
No, I get. So, but can I ask, what is the issue? Because I thought you guys were friends.
Me and Aiden?
Yeah, like what is the issue between? He just asked you to come on the stream and you said no, and that was it?
No, bro. He DM'd me asking me, and this is everywhere already. But yeah, I sent him a picture with my decline, and I said, no, I would not like to be on your stream. Stream these instead. And it was a picture of some nice balls.
And they were yours, or you just took them off the internet?
Hey, I won't say.
Okay, wow.
They were really good looking. I will say that. They were a good pair of balls.
That's incredible. And he took this as a personal offense.
He kind of passed the vibe check. He just thought it was funny. He's like, oh, good luck anyway. Like, can we still be friends? And I just like left it at that. But
wow.
I guess he doesn't want to be friends anymore. He wants to put a bounty on me. Big scary bounty.
Wow. That is weird. That is weird to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what I did was weird?
No. The bounty. Like, what is that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like nobody's trying to knock me out as is.
Yeah, that's right. Here's an extra $50K. He was training with Ali Abdelaziz. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw he like went to their gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing was weird too. It's like
it was a little bit weird. By the way, I don't know if we found the clip of Winksy talking about you on the show. Did you want to hear what he had to say, or are you over Winksy?
Oh yeah. Let me see.
Okay, let's see. Here it is. Here's Winksy on the show a couple weeks ago.
The most painful one was, ready?
Yes. Oh dear. Oh wow.
That one hurt a lot.
It's a little Payton Talbott-esque with the circle on your stomach.
Okay, bro. Oh my goodness. I knew people were gonna say. I remember when I first saw Payton Talbott, I texted him. There's a DM. I'll send producer the DM when we make clips of this, because we both got the tattoo at the same time. We both got the circle tattoo at the same time. I texted him. I'm like, bro, when did you get that? He's like, 6 months ago, and I had just gotten mine like 4 months ago in like 2023. So like we got it within like 3 months of each other in, I think, in the year of like 2020. No, either in 2024 or 2023. And I just knew people were going to say that I was copying his swag, but I think I had the idea first.
Oh, that's funny.
So he says it was at the same time.
No, there was a year difference.
Oh.
It says right here.
Oh.
January. You can't see it. It's not going to focus.
It's too bright.
I got mine February of 2022. He got his January of 2023. So it was a year.
Okay, all right. So he's making it up, but he is funny. I have to admit.
Yeah, no, he's a character. We need more of that. I don't know how I feel about the continuous like emotes, but it's entertaining. I'm tired of like the boring guys that we see all the time.
I get it. Okay. Before I let you go, when do you come back? When do we see you again?
I'd be down for like March or
Okay.
April. I want to enjoy the holidays. Henry actually did a number on my calf. It's not broken or anything, but it definitely is like swollen, so it'll need a little bit of time. But again, I still want to work some things and get better. And yeah, I think March or April is a good time because it seems like they're kind of like booking these cards like a little far out.
Yeah, and you're letting the hair grow.
Yeah, man, I'm trying.
I like it.
There's this boogeyman that like sneaks into my room at night and just shaves it sometimes. So hopefully he doesn't like come back.
That's weird. A friend of yours does that?
I don't know, man. I'm asleep. I just wake up and it's gone. So I mean, I made it thus far. I don't think he has my new address, but I'm hoping he doesn't sneak back in and get me again.
Maybe it's Yuri Prochaska because he saw you doing that ritual.
Could be. Yeah, he would do something like that. I feel like I would hope that he'd leave me with like a little dongle, but
he commented on this video. Did you see it?
Oh no, what did he say?
Do we have it? I saw it on the post. Wait a second.
He probably called me a pussy because I wasn't doing it as aggressively as him.
No. He said, use it like a man with a bolt. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what he meant, but he's like...
Is it like a man?
Yeah. Or was it like, come on, man, use it like a man?
That would be very good.
I thought it was good. I thought it was good. We appreciate you here. Very happy for you, man. Congrats. Enjoy the victory. Any holiday plans?
Oh, man, just getting fat and healthy, snuggling up. I'm going to try to get to gold or plat in Overwatch, hopefully. So,
shit, I wish I knew what that meant. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, it's a video game I've been playing. It's like a competitive team game.
Wow. Frank, you know about that? You've heard of Overwatch?
Yeah, man.
Is that a good game?
That's great.
Frank's our resident video game.
Are you playing the first one or the second one?
Oh, first one or second one?
Well, second now. That's
because they got rid of the first.
Yeah, Overwatch 2. But yeah, man, it's one of the best games that has ever been released, ever.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can you get it on PS5?
Yeah, that's what I'd be playing on.
All right. I'll tell my kids. I'll see if they're down. Thank you, Payton. You're the man. Congrats. Incredible stuff. Blown away by the performance. Truly. Really a lot of fun to see you grow into the fighter that you've become. So enjoy it and congrats again.
Thank you, Zahabi. And if you haven't watched, go watch Crucible XI.
Oh, yes. The YouTube channel. Yes, I saw it. Yeah, unbelievable. You know, when those drop, stop everything. I say, honey, new Payton Talbott YouTube video has dropped.
Thank you. Appreciate
Talk to you soon. You're the man. There he is, the great Payton Talbott. Kind enough to join us. YouTube channel is one of my favorites. Enjoyed very much. Yes, the latest one, what is it called? It's called Crucible XI. So what would XI be, 11? Yeah, it would be 11. Look at the description. The description is, it's really good, 33 minutes. Very heavy metal and reflective. Beauty and beast, both a reflection in the eye of the beholder. No shade in this, just ultraviolet radiation. That which sets you free can kill you. How much is too much when your appetite is the sun? Everything in moderation. Profit begets greed. My currency is blood and I'll pay it every time. I mean, who's better than this guy? Who's better than Payton Talbott? Enjoy him very much. Payton Talbott versus Wing C. I mean, talk about potential White House cards. Something.
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
What? What is that? What was that? was that live?
No. I didn't know that was a drop. It's my first drop. Thank you very much, Frank.
Let's hear it again. How much do you think they would get for that fight?
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
Yeah.
Is that the first time I said it? Yeah, is that pulled from then?
I hope so. Because it was fantastic.
I think it was, but in retrospect,
no, it's too clean.
Yeah, you don't sound that Irish. Then it's just a guy with an Irish accent.
This is a later one where you repeat it, guaranteed.
Oh, all right. By the way, what's happening? A lot of laughter.
A level of conviction.
We know Ariel hates laughter back here.
No, I love laughter.
Not it.
I'm just looking at my watch. I'm looking at the date. Post pay-per-view Monday.
This guy has gone on the show 3 times and had to send him home.
PT, what the hell are you doing here?
You know what I mean?
You can't get enough.
Yeah, I just can't stop. You know, there was a football player back in the day. His name was Paul McGrath. He played for Ireland. He's one of the greatest centre-halves of all time. He had famously bad knees. And when he played for Aston Villa, you know, he was the guy. They have a big game. We need Big Paul out there. His knees are fucked, but he can read the game better than anyone. But, you know, if they had a midweek game, they'd be like, we're not playing McGrath here. We have Manchester United the weekend. You know, let him play against Barnsley this weekend. I mean, during the week. Cup tie, let's leave him out. Let's keep him for United. Sometimes you just show up midweek and they'd be like, holy shit, is McGrath playing this game? And people be like, yeah, this is great. And I want to be like a Paul McGrath presence when I show up and post pay-per-view or post-PLE Monday, and that's what I'm trying to offer today.
That was a fantastic analogy. We appreciate you coming on. I don't know about the 3 times business, but it's great to have you.
4.
This 4th time. Wow, jeez.
Who's counting?
Yeah, who's counting? Who's the
I mean,
chat?
I am, because I
He
had to
keeps
keep
popping
telling
up?
him. Yeah.
Not now?
I was like, because you had him come on at 3. I'm like,
Oh,
is
sorry.
he interviewing Payton himself?
There's a lot happening.
Who's the chat?
I wanted him to see the Payton Talbott interview. Wasn't it great?
He's a great lad. He really is. Very unique dude. And look, I know I said I wanted a Zahabi fight in the post-fight show, but I'm here for Wing C as well. I want to see them doing backflips and emoting.
Oh my God, could you imagine? Could you imagine? All right, guys, there's a lot to get to. Are you ready for this? I mean, we usually do on Mondays a sort of like around the world of MMA, combat sports really, news and notes. But shall we strap in?
Ready.
No, I need everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Woo! Let's do it.
Yeah.
Y'all see them though.
Yeah, that's that's a good one.
What does he even say there?
Y'all see them though. Y'all see them though. He's talking about the belts that they took away his belt. Y'all see them though.
One more time, Frank.
Y'all see them though.
Remember that? He was like, yeah, he tried to take away my belt. Y'all see them though. You know what, Frank? I wasn't going to start there, but let us start there. That is a great way to start. So last week on Wednesday's show, guys, the news broke. Well, it was actually Tuesday heading into Wednesday. The news broke that the WBC was stripping Terrence Crawford of his super middleweight title. And this plays into the UFC and Zuffa boxing. Don't worry, because they strip him of the unified title. Excuse me, they strip him of their portion of it, the WBC title. And they say, Mauricio Suleiman, we played you the clip, said that he didn't want to pay the fees. Now, he explained that usually it's 3%, but they knocked it down to like 0.3, and they asked for $300,000, but they were going to donate 225 or so thousand to the Jose Suleiman Fund, which is his father, and all this stuff. And it's kind of weird. And Terrence got upset and was basically like, you know what, go F your belts. Now, based on what I heard was that all the other sanctioning bodies, IBF, WBO, WBA, they all said, you know, we'll take 75. You made a ton of money, but we're comfortable with 75. WBC, for whatever reason, in that ballpark, they weren't comfortable with it, clearly. Although the breakdown of the 75 to us and the 225 to the charity would seem to suggest that maybe they, they were trying to be like, all right, we'll be in line with everyone else, but we just want this extra stuff on the side. Mauricio Suleiman gave the greatest assist of all time. Now, some people said like this was all sort of concocted by Zuffa, by TKO. I don't know. We'll never really know. But he gave them the greatest assist of all time because he did this. Then Nick Khan goes on a bit of a media tour. Then they have this congressional hearing on Thursday. And it's like, look, this is exactly what we're talking about. These guys are trying to charge fighters these bogus fees, and we're just trying to say, come fight for us. Now, of course, they're gonna pay a lot less. So in the end, it all comes out in the wash. But he gave them the greatest assist of all time. Now, the bill has not passed. I would bet my life that it's gonna pass by the time January, mid-January, latest February rolls around. And so I think that was a bit of a misstep on Suleiman's part. And ultimately, it's just another thing that they could talk about like, look, this is exactly what we're talking about. Now, I understand what the likes of Eddie Hearn are saying, which is essentially like, look, you're so proud of being an undisputed champion, and being an undisputed champion means holding all 4 of those belts. The crown jewel is usually considered to be the WBC title. You're on your stream saying, y'all see them though, look at the WBC, look at the ring, look at all this. So you're proud to fight for them, you're proud to collect them, but you just don't want to pay by the pay the fee, play by their rules, adhere to what has always been, which is, yes, you are fighting for the belt, you win the belt, you have to pay a fee. It's not new. It's not new that you have to pay a fee. It just seems like now it's an appropriate time to be like, F your fee, F all of this, let's make a big show of it, and now this would be this would be a good time to talk about, hey, over here on this side of the fence, we're doing it this way. So I don't know if that was like a massive blunder on Suleiman's part. The timing was weird, coincidental. I understand why Zuffa would run with it. I understand why TKO would run with it. I sort of understand where Terrence is coming from in the sense that, like, hey, if all 3 other sanctioning bodies said yes to 75 and these guys are saying no, yeah, screw you. Like, why are you better than the rest? Why are you different than the rest? But I also would say, like, you knew that there was a fee attached to it and you were happy to compete for their belt. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been an undisputed title fight if the WBC wasn't involved in all of it. So bit of a funky one, but they had that congressional hearing. There was some pushback. Ultimately, I think it's going to pass, and it's going to be a really interesting thing to see how it all plays out. Now, Dana White was talking a little bit about this situation. He spoke about it in the post-fight press conference. Like, let's take a look at what he said. He talked about Terrence Crawford. He talked about the belt being taken away. He also talked about the TV deal. But for now, let's take a listen to what he said about Terrence Crawford in particular.
What did you think of the WBC stripping Terrence Crawford of his belt?
Listen, if you look at how this thing's playing out, first of all, let me say this. I love that all these boxing guys, love the Ali Act the way it is now. I want to see how many of them actually stay there and do that version of the Ali Act instead of the add-on that we're going to do. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist to see what's going on with all these guys. They're all these guys that are crying the loudest are the fucking problems. They're the problem, every one of these guys. And, Crawford, nobody told Crawford to say anything. Crawford's his own man doing his own thing, and that's how he feels. And we'll see how this thing plays out in the next couple of years.
Are you surprised by this frosty reception from the other boxing promoters?
No, not at all. Not at all. But here's the thing that's great for fighters is that they have options. You know, all these promoters are saying the Ali Act is perfect and this is the way it should be. I want to see them all stay in it. I want every one of them to stay in the Ali Act as it is now for the next however many years. Right. I fucking guarantee you they won't.
Well, it changes everything for the promoters. Amending this, doing whatever it is that they're trying to do to it. And he's right. Maybe they will all change their stance. They're trying to fight back because they see some major competition coming and they know about their track record. They know how successful they are in the world of MMA, in the world of sports business, in the world of pro wrestling. I do think that everyone is being very disingenuous about what their true motives are. Let's be honest. Their true motives aren't to like up the the amount per rounds and all that stuff. They want to have their own ranking system. They don't want to have to adhere to anyone else's rules and regulations. They want to be able to decide who is going to fight for what belt. They want to control the belt. They want to do all the things that they do in the UFC. And they've had great success doing it. So they'll say, that stuff is for the birds. We don't want to pay Mauricio Suleiman or anyone else like that. We don't want to pay them fees. This is nonsense. We want to control the whole thing. We don't have to play by anyone else's rules in the world of pro wrestling or MMA, so we want to do it our way. Just be honest about it, in my opinion. But they sort of couch it with everything else. They let you know that it's about, the health insurance here and this, and all those things are nice little things that you do to kind of, decorate the cake. But let's be real. That's what this is all about. Now, where it gets interesting is when they use the UFC as the example. As our great friend New York Rick pointed out on social media a couple times, they'll use the UFC as an example of saying, like, look, in the UFC, the best fight the best, the number one contender fights for the belt, and that's how it will be. That's how it will always be when we're in charge. As we know, it's never been like that, especially not now. It's worse now than ever. Just ask a guy named Arman Tsarukyan. And so you'll have a situation where last week Nick Khan is telling all the media that he spoke to, in the UFC, the best fight the best, the number one contender fights for the belt. And you have Arman Tsarukyan, who is the number one contender in the UFC's lightweight division. Not only is he not fighting for the belt next, he is not even in the interim title fight to determine who's the interim champion, and we suspect that the interim champion will then fight the champion. And when asked about that, what does Dana White say? I don't care about the number. If you ever had any indication, if you ever wanted to know truly how meaningless the rankings are, just take a listen to this sound.
Arman Tsarukyan, obviously the odd man out now. We expect Ilya to be unifying against the interim title winner, which would make a long runway for his
I wouldn't
title.
say that he's the odd man out. He had an opportunity, and you guys know how that played out, and he's gonna have to work his way back. I don't give a shit what the number says. He's gonna have to work his way back. There's just too much goes into this for those type of things to happen. You know, we had a little. We were talking back in my room tonight, and we were talking about you know, all the crazy shit that's happened over the last 20-something years. But you can't do that. You can't get the opportunity, and then it can't end that way. So he's got to work his way back.
So the message is take the next fight you offer him, obviously?
No, I mean, you know, he obviously he knows what's going on. I don't give a shit what everybody else says. You know, he knows what's going on, and he's got to work his way back to that title shot.
I don't give a shit what the number says. So there you go. If you're the number one contender, it means nothing. If you have upset the brass, if you have upset the company, the promotion, you're not fighting for the belt. So it's not the best fighting the best. It's not the number one contender fights the champion. It's if you are in their good graces at that moment in time, you will fight for the belt. Just ask Arman Tsarukyan. And by the way, this has happened before. UFC 177, Renan Barão loses the title to TJ Dillashaw. He is scheduled to fight TJ Dillashaw in Sacramento, UFC 177. On weigh-in day, he slips, he hits his head, he's ruled out. Joe Soto steps in to fight TJ Dillashaw. Renan Barão has to fight one fight. He beats Mitch Gagnon, he beats him, he gets another crack at TJ Dillashaw. Arman had that fight. He beat Dan Hooker. How much more does this guy have to do? How much more does Arman Tsarukyan have to do to earn his number one spot? And oh, by the way, he made weight, he served as a backup fighter, he did everything that you asked him to do. So how much more does this guy have to do? And oh, by the way, not that long ago, just to prove that none of this makes sense, and none of the words that come out of their mouth is true, October 4th to be exact, UFC 320 fight week. What does Dana White say when asked if the winner of Arman Tsarukyan versus Dan Hooker is going to be fighting for the belt? If the winner of Dan Hooker versus Arman Tsarukyan is going to be the number one contender, what does he say? This is what he says.
Dana, earlier this week, you scheduled Arman Tsarukyan to fight Dan Hooker in November.
Yeah.
And will the winner of that fight become the number one contender in the lightweight division?
Will the number of that? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Dana.
You're welcome.
What happened? What happened in the last 2 months? I'll tell you what happened. Arman Tsarukyan won, and he looked incredible. And now, what is being said? Yeah, I don't give a shit what the number says. He's going to have to work his way back up. He's not in the mix. Are you kidding me? What changed? None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. And he makes it seem like he did this thing where he's like, you can't do that. You can't torpedo the event. You can't torpedo the event. You can't just ask out. We've built the whole show. We built the whole event here. You can't ask out on the morning of the weigh-ins. That got me thinking about what Dana White said in the post-fight press conference of UFC 311 in January in Inglewood. Do you remember when he went to the post-fight press conference and he was asked about the switch and about Moicano stepping in on short notice? And do you remember him touting how the gate went up after they announced the switch, how they actually made money off the switch? Do you remember that? In case you don't, take a listen.
The pay-per-view, main event changed on 24 hours notice, but you've done it before. So I guess what was your take on,
Here's the crazy part. The budget's $7.5 million for the gate. We're at 9.5 when the fight falls out. Fight falls out, we replace it. We end up at 10.2.
Wow. Isn't that crazy? It went up. So why should this guy be punished? He actually did you a favor. He actually came through for the company. He made you extra money when he didn't even fight. And you had Islam win, and then he went on to fight for the 170-pound title at Madison Square Garden. It's been a great year. And yet Arman Tsarukyan couldn't fight, couldn't make the walk, steps up, does what he has to do, backup fighter, weighs in, makes weight, beats Dan Hooker, headlines Qatar, feels like a big show, feels like the whole thing is built around him, and now he's not in the mix, and now he's going to have to wait and work his way back up. Please, for the love of God, please, someone make it make sense. And in case you want further indication that all of this is nonsense and that really we shouldn't care or put any stock, but I can't help it because that's the most important person in the sport. That is the guy making all the decisions. In case you want further proof, I can almost guarantee you at this point that Michael Morales isn't fighting for the welterweight title next. Why is that important? Because the week of his fight against Sean Brady, Dana White was asked about that fight, and this is what he said.
Is for Dana. Dana, the winner between Brady and Michael does get the title shot fight?
Sure.
None of it matters. None of it is true. None of it makes sense. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to be covering a sport where things are just said and there's no accountability. Like, this is not me being a hater. This is them saying things to us and it not being true and never coming to fruition. There is no accountability whatsoever. Things just get said. People go on their computers, they clip it up, they write it all out, and then it just goes away. And then it's just like, nah, I didn't say that. What did I say about Tom? I didn't say anything. What did I say about Armin? He's not next. And it's like, how do you not say, wait a second, wait a minute, wait a second. Didn't you, like 2 months ago, didn't you just say that he was next? Didn't you just say that this is a number one contender fight? Didn't you say that the guy didn't want to fight? Talk me off the ledge, PT. Talk to me right now. Tell me.
No, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad stuff. Can't really talk you off the ledge here. One thing that you were mentioning earlier, like you were running through the different things that this new amendment would do for the Ali Act. Another thing to add to that list is they would not have to disclose how much these events are making. And that is a huge part of every boxing negotiation. I spoke to Mick Conlon, who you know very well, fought for, he had 2 opportunities to fight for world titles in the past. And his point to me was, I made more money fighting Lee Woods in Nottingham than Francis Ngannou did defending his UFC heavyweight title. So that doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, in terms of that is the baddest man on the planet, as he put it, and I'm making more money than him, and I haven't even won the title. So we're using Terence Crawford as an example here. The UFC have a pretty much a closed circle of managers that they deal with, and it's the same guys, and they have a whole roster of fighters. And as far as we know, as far as we hear, like, there's not a lot of hardball going on with a lot of them. Like, you know, they have to appease all these fighters, so they're not going to play hardball with the UFC because it's better for business. That is not going to happen with boxers, especially someone like Terence Crawford, who's used to a completely different infrastructure, who's used to saying, like, I am taking the lion's share of whatever this event makes. So I think he's a poor example in terms of, right, he's used as a perfect example in this situation because he is battling the belt system. But he is a bad example in terms of trying to negotiate with him under this new UBO framework where disclosures aren't the same is going to be very, very tough. And then you mentioned, like, you're not even going to be talking to Terence, you're going to be talking to his manager. And then you think about the uproar over Andy Aspinall, Tom Aspinall's father, and his manager saying, you know, I just want to essentially get him the most money possible. If that's in boxing, why wouldn't we think about going there? That type of stuff is discussed every time you hear a boxing interview. Like, you know, you have Eddie Hearn on this show. He is constantly talking about different contract disputes. Whittaker, right? Like, you're only speaking about it. It's big news in the UK. Every TalkSport interview, Ben Shalom, Eddie Hearn, back and forth about how negotiations went. This is something that does not exist in the MMA world that absolutely exists in boxing. People negotiating in public. So I don't think Terence Crawford is a good example in that regard. Like, I don't think he's the kind of guy they're going to be targeting with this. It's just that he made the right noises about the belts, which backs up the argument they're trying to make right now.
I agree with everything you said except for one point. I think the Terence Crawfords of the world will be used in those sort of super fights. They team up with Riyadh Season, they make a big show, and then throughout the year, monthly on P+, on Paramount Plus, they'll have these smaller events, and those are the ones that they'll have the Terrences. They're going to try to do Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua back into the year. They are going to target the mega fights that are within the Riyadh, Turkey, you know, orbit. And
well, in
then,
that case, it doesn't matter disclosures because they're paying them massive lump sums.
And they're paying none of it, by the way. Yeah. Right? As Dana White said himself, I'm not the one cutting those checks, but they will hope that will trickle down to the league, if you will, the promotion, the Zuffa boxing promotion, to where they'll be able to do their own things, and they'll have these guys sort of flying the flags for them. Dana White will be up there. He'll be doing the pressers. He'll be doing the media. He'll be doing all that stuff, and they'll be viewed as sort of like ancillary characters in their promotion, but those aren't the main, you know, month-to-month guys. Those aren't the ones that they'll be, you know, playing on Paramount Plus. I mean, as of right now, we don't even know what the promotion is. They haven't announced anything, right? And we suspect that will get rolled out soon. Dana White was asked about it at the post-fight press conference. He asked his head of PR, Lene, about it, and she said it's coming soon. But we don't know what the scale is. We don't know if every one of these events is going to happen at the Apex. We haven't heard about many big-name signings. We haven't heard about events going here or there or what their plans are. I think what they're trying to do first and foremost, have this bill pass, and then it's, it's smooth sailing. The coast is clear. Until that happens, I don't know if they want to get involved just yet. And I suspect, based on what I'm hearing, that it will happen come January or so. So it's not going to be too long. But the Arman thing is just, what more does this guy have to do? And, Dana says that Arman knows what's up. He knows what's going on. Does he really? Does he really know what's up?
I would love if Arman could tell us, because I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It's very clear what's going on. He's being punished. But, Arman doesn't give off the impression that he's down with this arrangement.
He's being punished, and I have some larger picture thoughts, which are I generally don't really care that much if this is the UFC wants to operate, but don't pretend that you're operating in a different way. Right?
I care.
I
It's
don't.
straight up lies.
If the no, not the lying part. That I care about. I don't care if the UFC wants to put on the most fun fights and doesn't care about the rankings. I don't care if they want to make Patty versus Justin for a Mickey Mouse belt and all these other things, as long as they're just transparent about it. If you're going to bullshit, if you're going to lie and pretend that there's a meritocracy in place and that the rankings matter and all these things, and then use that as a talking point to then talk about why you're going to save boxing, that's my issue. If you just go, if Dana White stepped up to every press conference podium and was like, yeah, I don't give a shit about the rankings, I'm just going to put whoever I want in there, I'd respect it. I'm fine with that. Give me the most entertaining fights. Nobody's mad at Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje. But when you put a Mickey Mouse belt on the line and Arman Tsarukyan's sitting out on the side and you're like, I don't know when he's going to fight for a title. Who fucking cares? Who cares about his number? That's where I get upset. But I don't have a problem if the UFC just transparently came out and was like, yeah, we value entertainment over rankings. In fact, we're scrapping the rankings. We don't give a shit about them. I'm kind of okay with that. But that's not what we're living in. They're just out here lying.
Yeah, that would make life a lot easier.
Confusing the fan base though as well. Every time we speak about this, we're talking about it from the prism of what will the UFC generally do in this situation. It's happened constantly. We have always, when we got into this sport, we were always pushing for meritocracy, and so was the UFC. They were responding with what the people wanted, and back then the people were hardcore fans. They've just shifted their focus to what the casual observer will want the most, what's the biggest spectacle they can do. So when we're talking after these events and we're talking about how the matching process is going to go, we're talking about this is what the UFC are probably going to do. Because that is what's been happening over and over again. And then we see in the comments, people are like, how can you say Arman isn't the next guy with the Paddy stuff? It's just because that's just the way it's gone. And that's what we said. They're going to go and do Paddy. Paddy will be in the title fight. And that's what happened. It's not like we're saying we believe this was the right thing to do. This is just the way the UFC is operating right now. And we're calling it as we see it in terms of how they're matchmaking.
If you're saying that Kamaru Usman doesn't deserve a title shot, I want you to apologize right now. Because if that's what you're saying, I'm not aligned with it.
Well, to your point, Pizzi, I firmly believe Merab Dvalishvili needs a rematch for the 135 belt. Do I actually think he's going to get it? I'm not sold. Despite being deserving of it, I'm not sure if he's going to get it because of the way the UFC operates.
Yeah. For the longest time, the worst kept secret was they weren't big fans of his. And now it seems like they are because he stepped up and he fought 4 times and saw a photo of Hunter Campbell at his post-fight party. So it seems all good.
How Shakespearean. He loses and they finally love him.
Yes.
But this is also the issue. The whole issue is the sport. If the sport is going to run by who did us a favor most recently, then let's stop pretending that the rankings matter. That's all I'm asking for. If we're going to do this, if this is going to be the way that it goes, it's like, we fucking hate Merab. We wish he wasn't champion. You know what? He fought 4 times this year. We love Merab. Just say it. I'm okay with it, but don't pretend that it matters. Don't pretend that the rankings matter. They don't matter even a little bit.
Are they even pretending at this point, Dana? It's I don't care about the number.
What bothers me is saying this is a number 1 contender fight and then it doesn't.
Yes.
Oh God.
Based on one. Because we were
selling, right?
Selling.
It's selling that day.
Yeah.
That fight is on close. Yeah, that's the number 1 contender fight. Well, I remember you said no.
Is he even selling it though, Pizzi? They're just like, is this the number 1 contender fight? He's like, sure. What's the fucking sell there? He's not selling anything.
Man. It's unbelievable to see this.
No.
Well, when I was making fun of the fact that there was an interim title in Gaethje versus Paddy, you would be shocked when I said I'm not sure that either of these guys or Arman Sarukian is fighting for the title next, you'd be shocked how many people were in my replies saying, no, Dana White said that the winner of this fight is going to fight Ilia Topuria. No, he said it. You'd be shocked how many people still fall for this, how many people still believe that when Dana White sits up there. So I think there is a point to like dissecting and picking apart some of this, because there are people who still believe some of this stuff. And I don't know how, I don't know why, but they do.
And somehow we're the bad guys for calling it out. For not just being like, okay, yep, on to the next one. This totally makes sense. Somehow we're the bad guys. Now,
John versus Tom, 100,000%, whatever percentages we kept getting. 10 million, gonna happen, 10 billion%.
Right.
Him at the presser, flip a coin on whether or not it's what he's saying is valid.
Sure. I did think we were critical of the announcements, of the lack of panache, the lack of pizzazz, the lack of passion. And then all of a sudden, we get one of those big press conferences on Friday. We get a bunch of fun reveals during the broadcast. I mean, you're welcome, everyone. I would say we could all give ourselves a little pat on the back here, because they have this It's On press conference on Friday to, reveal the 324 guys, reveal the 325 guys. You got Alex there, you've got Diego there, you've got Suga there, you got Song there, you've got Justin there, and Patty there, and Amanda and Kayla. And then this was Pro Wrestling S. They John Anik is up there. No Dana White, by the way. No Dana White at the big Paramount Plus. This is the schedule. This is it. No Dana White at the Thursday press conference as well. Who's to check? But John Anik says there are 2 seats open on either side of the dais here. You see them right there? And here it is, March 7th, BMF title, Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena, the big rematch. It's the Battle of Saskatoon all over again. It's Charles Oliveira against Max Holloway 2, and they come out, and there's a little bit of pomp and circumstance. You got Sean Shelby rolling up there with the hoodie. It's it feels big. It feels big. I like that.
I just feel, man, have we
this is
fallen so far that
Yes.
even the minimalist effort, even the smallest possible gesture,
You're telling me
is
this
now excited?
You're telling me this isn't better than a Instagram Live?
Oh, it's better, but
Got the hoodie on.
Is this gonna get me out of bed? I don't know, man. I just think we're battered dogs at this point. This can't be what we're excited about.
Oh, it is.
Oh, they had Max and Charles at a press
reveal?
conference. Oh
Yes.
my God,
That-
they did it, folks.
Yes.
They did it. Oh,
Yes.
we are down so bad.
I think this is a huge upgrade. I was
I
delighted to see
agree,
this.
but that's the sad part. I agree with you, but that's the sad part.
I always say to Rick, everyone points back to the 2016, the Conor Aldo promo.
Oh,
everything
greatest
like
year
that,
ever.
Yeah, 2016, greatest year ever. I casually watched a McGregor fight here and there. Obviously, got much more into the sport during COVID, and then once I started this job, I always say to Rick, I'm like, it feels like I'm on the tail end of the Roman Empire here. When it comes to the
you're keeping us up. You're bringing that
from a
youthful
promotional standpoint strictly is what I mean.
Yes.
Where it's just
that is true.
Oh, this is what we get excited for.
Yep, that is 100% true. That is 100% true. Everyone was going gaga because apparently Max was presented with these gloves that had a bit of a Hawaiian flair to them, and he posted this on his YouTube channel. But I did ask around, and these are going to be a charitable item, which I think they actually look very cool. But I was like, there's no way they're going to let these guys fight with gloves like that. And so people will be able to bid. I don't know what the details are, but I know who that man is. That's Brian Smith of the UFC. He works with the charities and the corporate stuff, and he does a great job. And so I think it was hey, shout out to Timbo. I didn't see him there. I think that there was some thought that these would be, fight gloves that they actually compete with. And I know, GC, you had to have been excited about that.
Oh, salivating.
Yeah. They are nice, right? They are nice.
They do look pretty cool, yeah.
But no, they're not going to be fighting with them. It's just going to be a charitable thing. They announced the slate of shows coming up first quarter of 2026. These are the shows that will happen in the first 2 months and change of 2026. So the first show will in fact be January 24th, UFC 324, Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena. Show 2, which we knew about, 325, a week later, Sydney, Australia, numbered event. Then, first week of February, back at the Apex. There was a small hope, a glimmer of hope that this would signal the end. The fact that they still go to the Apex is just I mean, I don't even know what to make of it at this point. It is wild to me, but there you have it, February 7th. They're off the following week. That is Super Bowl weekend, so everyone can focus on the Bills doing their thing that weekend. It will be tremendous. Then back to Houston, February 21st, and that's the show headlined by Sean Strickland versus Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. And good on Sean. He said, I'm not going to Australia, and they put him as a main event in Texas. This seems to be a great turn of events for him, and I love that fight, an important fight at 185. February 28th, Mexico City, shout out. Usually they go there around that time. March 7th, 326, Las Vegas, back at T-Mobile. So 2 of the first 3 numbered events in Vegas at T-Mobile. And then back at the Apex, at the O2, which was announced on Friday of last week. And then Seattle to close out the month of March. March 28th, my wife's birthday. Climate Pledge Arena. Pizzi, who do you think headlines the O2?
It's tough because, obviously Paddy's in a fight. I don't think they're gonna, I know you floated on Saturday the idea of Tom.
No chance. But yeah. They could, right? They could. To Josh Van's point, it doesn't matter anymore.
I mean, they're not gonna. If they do this and they do it at 5 o'clock in the morning again, it's just gonna.
No. My point is, do it in the afternoon, just like boxing does. It doesn't matter anymore because you're not selling pay-per-views.
That is a fair point. I mean, it would be great if he could. I think he's great nights in London. I just feel like there's no. Do you remember every London event for the last while, ever since the pandemic, since it came back in 2022, there was always kind of like, right, Leon, Tom kind of going back and forth. I don't feel like there's a natural person you're kind of like.
I think there is. I think there's a layup.
Go on.
Lerone Murphy, Mofsar.
Shit, yeah.
That's the one.
And you know what? Lerone has kind of been denied that opportunity in the UK
this is the one
to be the front runner, to get that kind of media. Because to be fair, UFC does attract mainstream media when it's in London, and Tom has got that treatment. Leon's got that treatment. It's a great show. I'd love to see Leon and Lerone in that spot.
That's the one. It's a number one contender fight. It should be a number one contender fight, right? I know from a a buzz personality POV, like Mofsar doesn't necessarily knock your socks off, but there's a story there, right? And I think people would get behind Lerone. And by the way, if you actually get Lerone's story out to the masses and everything he's been through in his life, the miracle and all that, like people should get behind him over there. I would imagine they'd get behind him.
It's going to be tough to get Lerone to sit down and tell that story, interviews about that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
but this is, if I were his manager, this is the time that you do it. Like you had to get it out there when you were climbing. Now you've got to do it one more time to get over the hump, to get that title shot that should have been yours in early February. So I would say this is the time to do it. But that to me is the one. That to me is the one that should headline the card. If it's not going to be a title fight, and we suspect it won't be, that should be the one. Now, they did announce a whole bunch of fights for 324 and 325. Let's start with 325 first, guys. What about this co-main? Dan Hooker returning to action just a couple of weeks after his loss to Arman Tsarukyan, going up against the blazing hot BSD, Benoit Saint-Denis. What about that one? Anyone surprised that Hooker is coming back so soon?
Yeah, I hate it for Dan Hooker's legacy, but I love it for a fight.
What about his legacy? Because I feel like he has reached Cerrone status where it doesn't, like, people...
He's a Diaz, he's a Cerrone. Yeah. He's just a game guy who stepped in there and fought anybody. Like, to go off, a loss to Tsarukyan and then sign up a week later to fight BSD, he's just that guy.
For him to be the one that got kind of thumped in that matchup, though, and then Arman not be fighting the week before.
It is wild, right?
A bummer,
It is wild. It is wild.
Who knows about Arman,
It's a great point, by the way.
Arman knows what's going on.
Yeah, he knows.
All right, he knows what's going on.
Who knows?
That's a big fight. I like it. I think it's a fine. Again, the standards have changed now, right? It is a numbered event, but it's not a pay-per-view anymore, so you're not being asked to pay $80 for it, at least here in the United States. So that fight was announced. Rafael Fiziev against Mauricio Hufi was announced.
It's a banger.
That's a great fight,
Sick
too.
Fight.
I love that fight. Golly, I love that fight. I mean, that is going to be incredible. Yes. Tai Tuivasa against Taliesin Teixeira. Kind of a do-or-die fight for Bam Bam.
I need to see Ty. I need to see one go through the hoop for him.
Come on, Ty.
No, there's no do or die fights at heavyweight. Derek Lewis has proven that.
Win. You need to see him win.
Doesn't matter.
No.
You could be convinced
Bro.
if he loses. You could be convinced in his next fight that he's going to throw hands and knock somebody out.
I'm not
There's no
convinced
do or
for
die
this
at
one,
heavyweight.
bro. I'm
There's
not
no
convinced for this one.
It's 5 in a row. It's 5
Doesn't
in a
matter.
row.
Doesn't matter.
He might say I'm done.
Yeah, bro. You can't
Maybe
lose
he
6
says he's
straight.
done, but at UFC heavyweight, having an Tai Tuivasa is good for life because he became an established UFC heavyweight. He doesn't need to win. He does not need to win. You can lose 5 in a row. You win the next one. You're
He's
back.
already lost 5 in a row.
Yeah.
This is for 6.
Perfect. 6. You're still back.
Oh, man, I disagree. We need to see one go through
Yes,
the hoop.
I agree.
Who's throwing away Tai Tuivasa?
We're not throwing him away, but like, dude, it gets to a point where you're just like, dude, you've lost a lot in a row, and then in between fights, he kind of ballooned up in weight. You really start wondering where he's
Who's
headed.
replacing him? Who's coming up from?
No, my fear is not that. My fear is that he just says, you know what? To hell with this. To hell with this. I don't. I think he says, I don't want to do this anymore.
Could see
So
that.
that's my fear. That's why I just want his mojo back.
I'm with you.
I love it.
I'm with you. Let's see it go through the hoop.
Jimmy Crute against Dustin Jacoby, Cam Rouston, Cody Brundage, Jacob Malkoun, Torres Finney, Quillian Salkield against Rongju, Jonathan McAuliffe against Oban Elliott. What do you think?
Welcome back, Oban. I like that.
PT, you like that one for the
Tough matchup, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's no softballs for Oban, you know? And that's a guy I thought they'd be looking to build. Like, I think that's a very, very tough match. But he's capable. I just thought they might ease him back into things. But it's a very tough competitive fight, I think.
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
There you go. Hope he's getting it. Hope he's getting it.
It comes in and it's so great. Can Ofli going up against Yiza. Sergey Spivak against Antidelia.
That's big.
That's a fun one.
That's big.
You know it's big. It gets its own graphic. That's how you know it's big.
Yeah, the graphics team, they know whether stuff's big or not. I have to say, this is...
Got to be ranked.
Hell yeah.
This is such a... this is just like a stereotypical Australian pay-per-view.
Love it.
You got a Tafa brother on there.
Hell yeah.
You got Hooker down for a
Tafa
scrap.
against Billy Alicana.
Throw Tuivasa on there.
A bunch of road to UFC fights as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how many fights are on this card? Golly. Are they all going to happen on the same night? That's a lot.
Throwing the road to
Hang on,
UFC.
what does this mean? Hang on, whoa. What do you mean road to UFC fights? Is
Yeah.
there like a tournament within this?
Yes. So they said it on the
You don't know
broadcast.
about Road to UFC?
They said it on the broadcast.
I know about it, but I didn't. You know what I mean?
You're not watching every week?
And on our
not
favorite Tapology page, they have Dom Marfan against Sang Uk Kim. They have Sebastian Cizale against Kelishiro Nakamura. They have Sulan Grampo against Lawrence Louis. And they have Namsrai Batbayar against Aaron Tao.
Butbayar Vital is on this card, is it?
Hell yeah.
Fair play on those names. You actually did pretty well, man.
I think that after he got past the first name, he was like, "Shit,
why did I
should've
do
started
this? Why did I commit to this?
It's just never a good idea to try and read the road to UFC names.
The rest of the 324 card was announced. And by the way, unless anyone's seen otherwise, like I don't see a distinction prelims on this platform. So is it all on P+?
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
You're
Is it on
right.
CBS? What is it on CBS
15
Sports
point main
Network?
card.
Yeah. What is it?
It's just
straight?
a card.
Yeah.
Just a card, I guess. When we start going with P+, I like this.
Yeah, you know, every time I'm going to say Paramount Plus, Paramount
I'm
Plus.
with you. I'm with you. I like the P+.
Yeah. I'm trademarking that shit.
It's good.
All right, what else did we find out? We found out about Nikita Krylov against Modestas Bukauskas, Umar Nurmagomedov against Davison Figueiredo. Do you believe we have a graphic? Yeah. Atiba Gauthier against Andre Puliev. We knew about that one. Alex Perez against Charles Johnson. Solid one at 125. Here are some new ones. Josh Hokett against Denzel Freeman. Michael Johnson against Alex Hernandez. Dig that. That's a fight that could have taken place in 2019 on the first ESPN card, right? Ricky Tercios against Cameron Smotherman. And we spoke last week about the Rose Namajunas fight against Natalia Silva. Yeah, so that's 324. So we found out about 324. We found out about 325. We got the main event for 326. We got the main event for Houston. You think there's a chance they put Josh Vann in Houston? Probably not, right? He was pushing for that.
As a co-main to Strickland?
Put
it as the main.
Put it as the main. Put Strickland as the co-main and 5-round co-main event.
The only thing is, I think you just do Japan at this point.
Yeah.
Like, just do it. I know he said, I'm the champ. Unfortunately, he's going to get a call that alerts him to the fact that that's not
Levels,
true.
yeah.
That he doesn't make that call.
Yeah.
And you just do it in Japan.
Also, speaking of the Barry H's, I'm pretty sure on the program last week,
Yes.
You were saying Sean Strickland, Fluffy Hernandez is just like perfect for a fight night in America.
I appreciate that. Thank you for pointing that out.
That's what it is.
Yeah, no, it is. It is, especially for Texas, right? There's something
perfect.
Yes, there's something very apropos about it. Got a couple face-offs there. Let's dissect these, shall we? Let's start with the 324 card. Let's start with the main event. Paddy Pimblett, Justin Gaethje. What did we
breaking down the body language here?
Yeah, I like this. This is our first look at the gentleman. Okay, perfect. We don't have that face-off. Perfect. What about co-main event? Amanda Nunes versus Kayla Harrison. Actually, this is really perfect because it's the real main event. Is it? Oh, thank God. There it is. What do we see here, guys? What do we see here?
Shout out to the cargos on Amanda Nunes.
Great look.
Plenty of pockets.
Kayla not backing down, not looking away. Locked in, fake
Friendly?
smile.
Wow, that's a hell of a handshake.
Look at that handshake.
That was aggressive.
Look at that handshake.
That's a you bet your ass handshake.
Now,
we're still going with the double belts.
Yeah, see, so what about this? What about this with the double belts? I mean,
I saw no complaints about this, but then Islam throws a second one on the shoulder and people are like, well, he's not a double champ. Featherweight isn't even a division anymore.
Look at that handshake.
The belts and those cargo pants and taking them out once you're standing there in either pocket.
But it is weird with the double belts because she is the champion of one of those. Like, you want to walk around with the 145, I get it. But again, none of it matters. They take it away from Islam, he walks around with it. They take it away from Zhang, walks around with it. There's a new actual champion. She's walking. What is this? A Lifetime Achievement Award now? Come on. There has to be some sort of respect to the history, to the lineage, to the details, the particulars.
This one feels the most ill-fitting.
Yes.
Literally, Kayla has the belt.
She has the belt. What are we doing? This is
then,
not champion versus champion. In fact, there's been a champion in between.
Yeah, and 145 no longer exists.
It's a slap in the face to Rocky Pennington.
Goat.
It's exactly the same.
I feel like we're going to be doing a lot of learning on the job.
Yeah.
A lot of learning on the job.
Do we have O'Malley versus Song Yadong? What did you guys think of this particular face-off?
Don't get me started on this one.
There's Song Yadong and there's Sean O'Malley. Now, what do you guys think about the mask from?
Oh, I didn't notice the mask.
Yes. What did you think?
Being health conscious.
Bad form.
Yeah.
It feels like an overplayed joke.
Yeah, not good. Don't like it.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Here's songwriting. O'Malley grabbing a COVID mask is a throwback to the only stretch of his career when people liked him.
Fair play, honestly.
Not a bad clapback.
Like 5 years ago.
Why is he in quotes? Who's quoting?
I think he said it to someone to type it up.
I did see that too. I didn't want to bring that up, but
Who's he attributing this comment to? Did someone just say it to him on the street and he was like,
is it possible that he put it in Google Translate and then when you copy paste it,
quotes just appear when you do that? Yeah.
No, what do you think? I don't know. I actually
just forms itself.
Someone sent
we've
him,
seen this before.
Put this up.
Okay, but here's the thing. If someone would say, like, if I would give someone trash talk, I wouldn't put it in quotes.
No, so they know. Post this quotes and then come on.
Dictated.
Ali has posted, all these things from fighter accounts. Like, come
With
on.
quotes?
This is not the first time.
You think Faber
I was
sending
going
it?
to say, you think Uriah Faber's
Maybe he's doing this as he's saying it. The last time you were popular,
He's getting somebody to translate it, and he's going like this for them. Okay, that's
focusing too much on the quotations.
All right.
Whoever came up with
they're
it,
right there.
It was a good
It's
clapback.
punctuation.
whoever came up with it, it's a good line. Song can use it. Who cares?
It is a good line. And by the way, dare I say, the stakes for that fight now with Jan as champion feel like they're much higher.
Well, for O'Malley.
Nice idea. Shame about the execution is what I'd say.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, but what about the stakes, though? The stakes are, like, I could see a very strong chance O'Malley wins. He's fighting for the belt next.
I would dare say...
Oh, we lost you.
Oh, sorry. I would dare say I anticipate that.
Yeah.
That's what I expect.
We do have the aforementioned Paddy versus Justin face-off. This is important. This is important. There they are. There they are. Look at that.
Full tracky.
Shiny
Look at
belt.
this.
I was gonna say, yeah, like a bit of a teal there for Paddy.
Yeah.
Also, fair play on the it's on, and then it's on Paramount Plus.
Oh, hell yeah. I like that.
It's
Nice
on
little
P
play on
Plus.
words. Ooh, what do you think?
Backflip for him.
Oh, backflip.
Have a go with that, Paddy.
Listen, can I say something? Shout out to Paddy. Fair play, much respect. I saw a video. He flew that night to London, then flew to Newcastle to be there for some of his teammates at the Cage Warriors card, right? And so I thought that was pretty damn cool of him. He made it I saw a video of him showing up, making it just in time for the main card. I think George Hardwick, and he had one other teammate competing on that card, and he wanted to be there for. So he could have stuck around, glitz and glamour, Las Vegas, be there for 323, all that stuff. And he said, nope, I got to make it home. which I thought was nice. A bit of a back and forth between him and Arman. He spoke about the whole Arman not getting a title shot. Here's what he had to say when asked about it. Let's start with him at the press conference first.
I was half preparing for Ilya, to be honest. I was doing little bits in training camp for Ilya. And then, like 2 days before the announcement, I got told it was Justin. But it's a privilege to share the octagon with such a legend. And it's going to be unbelievable to get in there with him. And as he said, until Ilya comes back, this is the real belt. People call it a fake belt all they want, but until Ilya comes back into the octagon, this is the belt. Me and him are fighting for the lightweight championship.
Akin to what Conor McGregor said when he fought Chad Mendes, you, as the guy fighting for the belt, you have to kind of say that, right? You can't downplay it. This is the belt. He's going to come back. We'll unify, but for now, this is the belt. So that's the perfect approach, in my opinion. Now, after the presser, he spoke to Fulson, and he really laid it into Arman Tsarukyan. Here's what he had to say.
Well, Dariush looks about 65. You know what I mean? He's got a full head of grey hair. He beat Dariush. He didn't beat Charles Oliveira. A lot of people didn't think he won that fight. On his way out to the cage, he punched the fan. Got banned. UFC probably had to pay a big fucking fee for the fella not to sue him. He then got his title shot and, I've got a bad back. Fucking got beat by back pain when really he probably just couldn't even make weight. Sits out for fucking, 11 months. Gets offered the fight in the meantime against Gamrot, says no. When if I ever got offered the fight against someone who'd beat me, I'd be taking that fight immediately. Then fights Dan Hooker, headbutts him at the weigh-in. No, so like nearly ruined another main event. Like you can understand why he's not in that position. And as much as I like Dan Hooker, lad, he's sound. He's shit. He can't grapple to save his life. He couldn't grapple if his fucking Mars life depended on it, lad. You know what I mean? If I had that guillotine wrapped up on arm, he's going unconscious. And if Dan Hooker's nearly guillotining you, you're shit at jits.
I mean, he laid into a few people there. I'm not going to lie, not just Arman. Arman did respond to the trash talk. This is what he had to say. I could talk about how you only fight senior citizens once a year, or how the UFC keeps giving you the easy road to that paper belt. But I'll say just one thing. If you ever find the courage to step into the octagon with me, there's only one outcome, the one you fear the most, where everyone finally sees you're a fraud. You can keep running your mouth, just make sure you're not the one shitting your pants in January. Like I said, the only thing that matters is when the octagon door closes. I'll be the one walking out with my hand raised, and you'll be the one getting helped out of the cage. Gosh, could you imagine if we were getting that fight on January 24th? Wouldn't that be great?
Serious bit of writing there from Arman too, you'd have to say.
Yeah, no, he's good. He's good on the tweeter. Anyway, we also got another face-off, guys. Alex Volkanovski and Diego Lopez. Another somewhat maligned booking. Here they are. Here are the boys. There was a great shot of Alex walking away. He's like, I feel like I just did that. He said to the UFC social media guy. But there they are. Diego looking ripped, looking jacked. And the fight is still just about 2 months away. Alex Volkanovski, unlike Paddy Pimblett, did stick around for the festivities for UFC 323, and he was there in the front row doing what? Eating.
That looked nice.
What was that? Some lamb?
Looks like a steak or something, but he's locked in on whatever, man.
What do you think? He went to the back, or do you think he cooked that himself?
Cooked it himself. It looks like a kid watching Netflix or something.
He brought the plate out and everything.
That steak there, and he's got a beef rib, I think.
Yeah. He was probably locked in on that main event with that nice little plate over there. What do we got there? What do we got? Some flank steak? What is that? It's a lot of...
You need a few more minutes on the grill for you, Helwani.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Maybe some like prime rib, a beef rib as well. He's doing all right.
We did talk about the way in which Merab was handling everything, and it seemed as though he's in pretty good spirits. He took a video from the actual ambulance with his boy Aljamain Sterling there, sipping on some Funk Harbor. They seem to be in great spirits despite the fact that they didn't get the win and that his 14-fight winning streak was snapped. So perhaps Anderson Silva popping some champagne as well. Here's Merab in the ambulance with his boy Aljo.
I am in the hospital with my brother Aljamain Sterling, and then my brother drinking his Funk Harbor rum.
They got through some
of that. I'm on the phone with my mother. Dedico, quick, Amar Jobak, English Surat.
That's his mom. Look at this guy. How do you not love this guy? This is great. Can anyone translate for us?
Different moment, maybe.
PT, what do you think?
I'll ring you back in 5 minutes. I'm doing a social media post, man. You know?
Is he filming with another phone?
Yeah, what is he got?
Looks like he has another phone.
2 phones. Here's a video of Merab in the ambulance with his boy Aljamain Sterling. I'm in the hospital with my boy Aljamain Sterling.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Everyone I'm sure everyone was hitting him up just like you, Pizzi, on the blower there after the fights. He even showed up to the post-fight party. He made his appointment. He was there. Look at this guy. He's got the nice 3-piece on. Yeah. Look at Merab.
Signs feel a bit weird for the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, fair play. But the cake and the letter's a bit strong for me.
Nah, it's fine.
His energy matches it. It really isn't inspiring.
I hope they let him go down the aisle and throw a few kicks.
Look at him with the boys. People love to celebrate the fact that Theo Von comes for the first fight. I mean, the amount of posts that I see of Theo Von sitting there as a fan, like, yeah, of course, he got freebies, and they're great fights, and he's sitting there, and he's got nothing else to do. Like, what do we throw a parade for the guy? I don't see no post for Action Bronson sitting in the front row for the first fight of the night. Why don't we celebrate that? I mean, enough already. Anyway, Merab, by the way, he's been all over the place. I saw him hanging out with Nina Drama. I also saw that he lost his car. He couldn't find his car, so some random stranger and his significant other were driving him around the parking lot. Pizzi, has this ever happened to you?
Yeah, it has actually. Happened to me in Dundrum Shopping Centre about 2 years ago. And,
Yeah.
Had a meltdown, truth be told.
It happened
saw me that day. Dundrum Shopping Centre, mate. It's a multi-story car park, and they tell you to remember the number you're on or whatever. But it was rammed because it was Christmas, so I parked the fucking Mondeo in some weird spot and went in, got all the shopping. So I've got all the bags. I'm like, yeah, I think we're on this floor. Walked around, and then people are also leaving the shopping centre, so there's like a snake-like queue around the place, and I'm just in the middle with the bags going, where the fuck is the car? What the fuck is going on? How did I make this so fucking complicated? And then I just walk into the guy, and he asked me for the reg, and then straight away he's like, you're on 2 floors like down is where you are, mate. You're just walking around the floor that you're not on. So yeah, I've been there, and I can relate to Merab in that moment.
Well, actually, he handled the moment, it appears, completely different. Stars, they're not quite like us in this case because this is Merab. Could you imagine the day after this guy loses a UFC main event, he's now in your car circling around the car park looking for his own car?
Hello guys, it's Merab with Raul. Hello. And what's her name?
Girl in the back seat.
Yeah. I got lost here somewhere. Raul will drive me around now.
Yeah, boy.
He offered me. Thank you, Raul, brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're gonna punch in my car. That's what happens when you get punched too much times, you know? I park somewhere and I can find.
I love how he got shotgun, girl to the back.
Yeah. The guy is like, you know what this is? Get back there.
I actually think it would be way funnier if we could have seen the setup of how that came to be. Merab just kind of wandering around. The guy being like,
can I help you?
Hey, what's up, Merab Dvalishvili? You want to ride?
You don't be genuinely just picking up lads with open wounds on their faces.
Yeah, he seemed pretty excited to have Merab in the front seat of his car. Petr Yan excited about his win as well. A little bit of a cheeky tweet here of his post-fight celebration in the jacuzzi, relaxing after the fight. And there's Merab on the right.
Yeah, it's getting good, man.
Yeah, that is something. The jacuzzi has become a real integral part of the trash talk between these two. Aljamain Sterling weighing in on social media as well. Here's what he had to say on X. Congrats to Yan and his team. They fought well tonight and made great adjustments. I can't wait to watch it back with Merab and plan for the comeback. Some things looked a little off, but maybe that was what Yan was doing. We'll take a look, heal up, and go again. This is the journey of a fighter. I hope you all enjoyed the battle. Until next time. Crazy that Petr Yan has now fought those two guys 4 times combined. Unbelievable. Umar Nurmagomedov also weighing in on the proceedings. Great, spectacular fight. Congratulations to Petr. I think on January 24th, it will become clear who is next. So maybe there'll be a bit of a tournament there between Umar, Davison, Suga, Song Yadong. Issa Makhachev weighing in as well. Merab, you're one of the greatest to ever step into this cage. Congratulations. Petya, you deserve it. Is that his Russian name? Or do you think it was a mistake? I don't know. I saw Ilya Taporia showing some love to Merab as well. Yes, there it is. Brother, life is full of twists and turns, but to us, you will always be the best. You will come back much stronger. True or false, Merab's next fight is for the belt, PT?
False.
Wow. Wow. That would be something. That would be something. By the way, speaking of Alex Volkanovski, he was asked about fighting in a rematch and not against someone like Lerone Murphy or Movsar Evloev. Here's what he had to say at the press conference.
Especially Alvin, I'm used to some rematches. Probably going to be his first one. But again, he's a dangerous guy, exciting. So I cannot wait to just go out there and do our thing.
Yeah. You mentioned you're used to rematches. I see you sitting next to Max.
Yeah, don't bring that shit up. Don't bring that shit up. Come on, why you gotta do that to me, Volk? What the hell? I'm over here trying to help him to get fucking the belts, then he defend, and he go throw me under the bus like that. That's some bullshit, Volk.
I can only apologize. Volk, for you, you went into that.
Great moment there between the two former foes. Volk obviously beating Max 3 times, but it seems as though everything is cool between them. Guys, speaking of P+, I do have some exciting news for all of you. Breaking news? No, it's not breaking.
Exciting is not breaking.
No, it's not breaking. It is officially the home of Contender Series and the Ultimate Fighter. This was announced on Saturday. So in case you were worried, are you happy about that? Who said they knew it?
I said huge.
Oh, yeah. All right. That's big. Now, they said that they didn't give any sort of like timeline. They didn't say when, how often, or anything like that, but it probably is going to be the same cadence as it is now. What do you think? You think we'll get more of it? Probably not. Anyone?
We get a springtime season?
Who is to check? Oh, yeah. Because it's usually like late summer, right?
Yeah, August to like early
I won't be
October.
surprised if they extended it, honestly.
Do we need it, though? Do we need more?
People love Contender Series. That's one thing I'll say. People love them some Contender Series.
I know, but
And
with the Contender Series, like you're just giving out more contracts and you're just building a bigger and bigger roster. I guess that's what they want, yeah.
the bigger roster full of people on the
I
lowest
think P+
possible
just wants the
contract
content now. This is great stuff for them.
I'm not talking about P+, right?
All
For
right.
once, we're not talking about P+.
All right, fine.
Okay?
Well, that is exciting news. What is not exciting news is that the fight before Christmas just became a little less interesting. It was announced late last week that Dylan Dennis is out of his fight against Anthony Taylor. This is the statement from Misfits. I suspect that was PT slamming his table. Independent physicians have determined that he is not medically cleared to compete at this time. Due to the melee that occurred at Madison Square Garden last month, we want to be very direct. This call is being made solely by medical professionals. Dylan pushed for every possible path to remain on the card. I'm reading it so slowly because like the colors and all that are really tripping me out. But the doctors were not willing to clear him to compete this month. Misfits Boxing takes athlete health extremely seriously, and we fully expect him back in the Misfits ring in 2026 to defend his Misfits MMA title. Misfits, by the way, announcing a pro league. They announced that Vidal Riley has signed with them. We had him on the Ariel program a few months back. So they've got Misfits Pro, then it seems like Misfits Crossover, and now they're going to do Misfits MMA as well. How about that? How about that, gents? We did have a crazy scene over at the Karate Combat event on Friday in Miami. Crazy for two reasons. Number one, it seemed as though the card got delayed some 3-4 hours. All kinds of rumors and innuendo as to what exactly happened. But in the end, the entire card went off without a hitch. I did speak to the president of Karate Combat. I should have had this ready, but I just wanted to get to the info. Yes, our friend Asim Zaidi, who we had on the program once. I asked him about the delay, and He told me that the truck with the pit did show up at like 3 p.m., some sort of accident, plus Art Basel. I was running around focused on how to make a late night show possible and didn't really sit down to hear all the details. No damn way I was going to have all these fighters fly from all over the world, cut weight, and cancel the damn show. Don't need that headline on my forehead. Just going through some of our messages here. So, weird one. The event was super delayed, but all the fighters got to compete on it. I heard from some other people who said that there was an insurance issue, and the Florida Commission said that the insurance was going to run out if midnight came and went, so they had to get a last-minute insurance. I mean, just seems like an absolute mess of a situation, to be honest. But they did get it done. They did pull it off, and there does appear to be a lot of speculations, kind of circulating around Karate Combat at this time. Not too different than some of the stuff that we hear about BKFC, to be honest, where people are claiming they're not getting paid on time. None of it is great stuff, but this is all, part of the experience, I guess you could say, of trying to get a promotion like this off the ground. The main event was headlined by Robles Despan versus Sam Alvey, and it was a pretty shocking ending to the fight, because here's Despan on the right knocking Alvey down, heavyweight title fight. One could argue that the fight should be stopped right about now. It is not stopped. Alvey gets up, is completely out of it. It should be stopped right about now, I would say, as he's stumbling all over the place. It does not get stopped. Look at the look on Alvey's face. Now he gets, knocked. And again, it should be stopped. It should be stopped now as he's holding on for dear life. And it is not. Jesus. He has stood up, and now he goes to sleep. And that is just awful. I mean, that is just awful, awful, despicable refereeing. Dangerous stuff. Hard to watch, to be honest. I mean, Despan is a beast of a human being, and we all had very, very high hopes for him when he came into the UFC. It didn't quite work out, but he is a scary man, and to do that to someone like Sam Alvey, considering the knocks that Alvey has taken throughout his career and how old he is at this point, and has enjoyed a bit of a renaissance with Karate Combat, a resurgence, no doubt. That was hard to watch. GC's boy Chris Barnett he got a big win. He looked good. What'd you think?
Like to see him active. Athens' very own.
Yeah. That's your guy.
Hell yeah. It's our guy.
That's our guy. You're right.
Did he knock him out with a takedown there, or is that my imagination?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
That's what we do. Beast Boy, baby.
Look at that.
It's actually the same takedown that Payton used against Henry.
Oh, look at that. You guys like this Karate Combat?
Yeah. I like it as an alternative. It's
What was that, PT? What was that?
PT, keep covering your mouth while you talk.
Yeah, what is that?
No, I said yeah.
Yeah.
Rick was laying in bed at 2 a.m. watching it after the delay.
Did you stay up till 4?
I was like right about to get the main event, fell asleep, opened my eyes up as it was over, went back and watched it.
So where did you watch it? On YouTube?
Yeah.
How many people were watching?
Quite a few, actually.
Like
there was
what?
at least like 10K streaming it at that time.
All right.
Yeah.
Shit.
They have a pretty dedicated fan base. The events are fun. This one moved particularly quick because of how late they started it. Like, as guys were leaving the pit, the next guys were entering the pit.
They had to, right?
Yes.
I mean,
it's 3 a.m.
in the interests of...
Shout out to Ben the Bane on the call.
Oh, my God,
I saw Bane's post, man. I was like, fuck.
He looked exhausted, right?
30 or something?
He looked absolutely exhausted. Actually, Sam Alvey went on social media after the fight and did tell everyone that he was okay. Here's what he had to say.
Guys, God is good. The highest highs, the lowest lows. For those of you that don't compete like I do, you should know that there are few feelings in this world as bad as not getting your hand raised. But I know God has got my back. I know whatever hardship is coming, God has got my back. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. I truly love you. The good Lord has got plans for me. He's got plans for you. Don't forget it. I love you guys. I love you, God. Thank you.
What a guy. PT, I'd say he's some man for one man.
Absolutely. I mean,
how could you not love him?
Still smiling.
Still smiling after all these years. There was a lot of boxing action, guys, this weekend. In the midst of 323, PBC had a card on Amazon Prime pay-per-view. It was headlined by Lamont Roach, who joined us in studio last Monday, going up against Pitbull Cruz. And what did you know it? Back-to-back draws for Lamont. Golly. What is it? What do they call it? Kissing your sister or something? Twice now. But the real story of the night was Frank Martin. His first fight since June of 2024. He lost to Gervonta Davis that night. Comes back against Rances Bartholomew. And this is what he did. Did you see this knockout? Look at this. Look at this right here. That's Frank in the black trunks. Look at that. Good night, Irene. As the great Michael Chiavello once said. That is something right there. There was also a great card over in Monaco. Everyone was wearing these nice tuxedos. Ade was looking dapper. Frank Smith, Tony Bellew, of course, the great Eddie Hearn as well. Shabazz Massoud beat Peter McGrail in the main event. But the real story, in my opinion, was Elif Nur Turhan of Turkey going up against Beatrice Fajeda, the Olympian, who a lot of people in women's boxing very, very high on. Look at this. Look at this power. Look at this aggression from the Turkish fighter. That's Turhan in the gold and black. Actually, her outfit very reminiscent of one Katie Taylor, right? With that gold and black. And just going out there, guns a-blazing. What'd you say? It was like Vanderlei Silva?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little hooks, just plant me feet and swing away.
The Bosch was back. Johnny Fisher, he got a win. It was a little dicey there. He got knocked down and had to survive against Ivan Balaz, but he ended up winning in the fourth round. There was a great knockout in the fight between Conor Walker and Pat McCormick. Look at this final sequence here in the 12th round of their fight. Look at this knockout here from one Conor Walker. Through the ropes. Oh my God, with the legs hanging over. It's a nice little scene there over at the Casino de Monte Carlo. Have you ever been there, PT?
I have.
It's nice, right? All the cars in the front and all that.
I mean, it's not really, I'm not really
It's not your scene.
blending in with the fuckers around there, you know what I mean?
All right.
I'm not really, they're different out there.
Okay.
That's what I'd say.
The way you were saying that, like the speed in which you were saying it, plus your internet kind of stalling, was great theater.
Thank you.
This is what happens on a post pay-per-view Monday. You couldn't miss the last one ever. You couldn't miss it.
I couldn't miss it. Are you going to bring up my boy Apatoya now?
Well, actually, you see how it goes. Unfortunately, that one was on Fight Pass, and well, we can't show that footage.
What are you trying? You don't have Fight Pass?
No.
The world's largest MMA catalog.
Oh, absolutely. But if we show it, we'll get a strike on the channel.
No, show it. Dana and me.
No. But it was a great knockout. Now, I will say it's getting a little bit redundant, right? Like he's fighting a lot of lesser-known fighters. I want to see him go up against Zerto, move up the heavyweight, like something. We need something.
It's almost like he's like the women's featherweight champion, right?
Yeah.
Remember I said that all those years ago?
I don't remember that. No.
PT, no. You can't believe you're saying that.
Oh, you're not a fan of Jai?
No, I'm a big fan, but being the champion of this division,
yeah.
I mean, no one there.
Doing well. Cruiserweight's doing well. They got Zerto.
Stay there then. Stay there. Line them up.
Benavidez is moving up. You're telling me you wouldn't like to see David Benavidez against Jai Pataya?
He's not moved up. He's going to move up and he'll leave. And then they won't fight each other. That's boxing.
Yeah. Wow.
Dana's been talking about it, man.
You're right.
Get rid of the fucking belts.
Speaking of which, Tyson Fury sort of announcing the comeback that everyone suspected. The king must return to his throne. There is a long and lonely road that only I can walk on. But after the long and hard battles, awaits immortality. God's fighting one-man army. The battle was won over 2K years ago by a man who goes by the name of Yesauer. In his holy name, I march forward. Who's Yesauer? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
Let me see who Yesauer is.
I think it's another name for Jesus.
Oh, Yeshua. Wait, did it say Yesauer or Yeshua? Because I know who Yeshua is.
It's tough.
That says Yisour.
Rick knows something.
Does that not say Yisour?
It says you shower.
It says it's spelled Yesuar, or am I misreading that because it's so small?
I'm saying Yisour is a variant spelling or pronunciation of
Oh, it is.
Yeshua?
Yes. The Hebrew name for Jesus. You know, Jesus was a Jew.
Was he?
Yeah, to the bitter end.
I didn't know that.
To the bitter end. Yeshua.
I did not know.
Okay, I didn't realize it was Yisour.
But you would have known that. He's one of your boys, would you not have? That's one of your nicknames for him. Yeah.
I went when we were in Italia over the summer.
Oh, here we go.
We went to the Vatican, and we had a nice little tour guide there. And she started talking to us about the Sistine Chapel and the paintings. And then she's like, "Look at this. This is the Last Supper." And we're like, "Oh wow, look at this." And we're like, "What's up with that guy over there?" And they said, "Oh, that's Judas." And I was like, "Oh wow, what's his deal?" Well,
Are you serious?
What?
You don't know who Judas is?
Well, it was interesting. It was an interesting portrayal of the scene. I was like, oh, okay, so you're telling me that the Jew is the one wearing the black? Of course he's the bad guy. This is what it all comes back to. This is how it all started.
All Jews.
This
and not every apostle is a Jew because he created the fucking religion. Then?
Jesus. I just felt it was
a drop.
I felt it was was that Katie Taylor, by the way?
You
play that one more time.
Jesus. That's a bad one.
It's a horrible one. It sounds like you're in the bathroom and you're dying out on the toilet.
It also sounds like it starts mid-thought.
Yeah,
like it
one
doesn't
more
have
time?
a ramp up.
Go ahead.
All right, hold on. One more time.
Jesus.
It's a proper Irish J.
awful.
You can't hear the J. You can't really get the J. Just
Where do we even pull that from?
Yeah. By the way, I've never heard that one. How did you even know you had that one in the
I've been
arsenal?
trying to organize them.
I appreciate that. It's nice to have some old ones. Speaking of old ones, what about this link up here between Conor McGregor and the one and only... You didn't have that one on the ready, huh? Iron.
There was a rearranging. You see what happened was the way Frank's bank account is set up, he couldn't get it.
When was the last time you even played the iron?
Yeah.
Iron.
Is he feverishly looking for it right now?
You are creating undue stress. Let's just
Come on,
just keep
Frank.
moving.
You know, there used to be a guy on a show called The Howard Stern Show, and he would have the tapes.
Oh, do tell.
Like, he would physically
That's
have the
fucking
tapes.
illegal.
His name is Fred Norris. He would literally have the tapes. Anyway, there's Connor and Iron! Yeah, there it is. Hanging out. They were having a grand old time over there. I saw a clip of Connor seemingly shadow boxing. Well, what happened here? Let's take a look.
Low to the body. You see Canelo, you see Joshua do it. They go low to the body and go high. You see, that's a one bump. So I was doing this right. Like you. A boxing way is, a lot of people do this in boxing. They step forward, yeah? You jumped in. So then you jumped in and then you're here. You're right here. So I'm just doing the simple.
What is that? Why is he looking at him like that?
That one's going to get
Well
used
spent
for sure.
Mexico, anyway.
Oh my God. There was a great tweet from someone who's like, what, Frank, what was that? Frank, you're losing
New
it.
drop, man.
He's in the mix.
He was like, can my friend come too? And it's that clip. It's, oh, jeez. Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Yeah. Damn. There it is. Anyway, Connor was also holding court, I do believe, at the Black Forge Inn and saying that he wanted Islam at some point in the near future. Here's what he had to say, courtesy of Bloody Elbow.
I'm motivated, I'm self-motivated, and I for sure want to crack at that belt. I for sure want to crack at that 70-pound belt to go for the Triple Crown.
And what a fight that would be, you and Islam. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it, after all these years?
Good scrap. Southpaw. It was a good performance out of him, and fair play to him. He had the courage to do it, to go up. So, yeah, I'm excited for it. Let's see what happens. Let's get back in the mix.
Was that Donna Corby holding court over there with Connor? I think I heard his voice there.
It was Corbs, yeah.
That was Corbs.
Big Corbs. No strange to the Forge. Donna Corb. Yeah, just throw it out there.
Yeah.
Is it the best look for Connor to be pulling points while he's talking about his comeback here 2 weeks ago, being like, went to rehab, lads, it's up, I'm ready to go, you know? Is that the, smoking a joint in the picture you put up? I mean, It's kind of no, but if you were trying to look for reasons that this might not happen, he's giving you a few there now.
Well, it reminds me of what the great Bob Arum once said when trying to decide,
Who's to check?
Who is to check? Who is to check whether or not it's the best look? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. What was even going on over there in that scene?
He's actively pouring pints of.
But like, what is it? Like, is it like a media appearance? Like, why are there media there asking him questions while he's doing that?
Because Mike Tyson was there to eat his dinner.
Oh, okay. So they invited media.
I don't know about that now. Corbs won't be like waiting for the invitation either. You know what I mean? That man,
he's just showing up.
He'll doorstep you. You know what I mean? So
steak on the stone for Mike.
I don't know if it was steak. It looked like he had chicken to me.
Yeah.
Personally.
Oh, really? Chicken at the Black Forge. Have the steak at the stone, steak on the stone, whatever it is. It's tremendous. We did talk, guys, last week about or maybe it was 2 weeks ago now. Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago, about the incident regarding one Ian Gary and Khamzat Chimaev. Well, an alternate angle has been revealed, courtesy of Arman Sarukian's YouTube channel. An alternate angle. Wait, can we listen to it? Can we start over with the audio, or do we not have audio? Okay, here it is. Okay. And now, yeah. What do you think? What do you guys think? Was it a little? Can we replay that? Oh,
the initial pats on the back from Gary are a little bit aggressive.
You think? I'd like to see that one. Okay, here's nice. This is nice. This is
What's
nice.
The initial pats on the back here. It started it all. Those aren't soft.
Now, do you think that was just like boys will be boys, or do you think he was trying to like check him?
I think the pats on the back were checking him, and that's what ignited the fire.
Wow. PT, your thoughts?
Yeah, I can see a little bit obviously Khamzat's the last dude you're doing this to, right?
Right.
Like if you're like, oh, who will I firmly pat on the back here? Probably not that lad, out of everyone to do that to. But I do believe there is a slight bit of miscommunication there as well. When Gary says, as he said to you, the security guy comes and then Gary says, he's not going to fight me. Khamzat's taking that like, oh, you don't think I could fuck you up here? That's the way he's taking that. Whereas Ian's not talking like that. He's kind of saying, there's nothing bad's going to happen here. Khamzat takes that in a different direction. But it is just two lads who fight for a living, getting into an exchange. It's far from the worst thing we've ever seen. And we will see a lot worse, probably in the next 2 months,
Frankie, any super chats?
Just one or two.
All right.
Starting off with Netflix acquiring Warner Bros. I work in TV as an editor, and I can't think of a more frightening time to work in this industry. Less career opportunities.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Frankie. You would be all over this story. It's not a done deal, right?
That's correct.
In fact, I saw this morning our friends over at P Plus are trying to. What are they trying to do? A hostile takeover?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't. What is it? Counting the chickens before they hatch?
It's counting chickens.
Yeah.
Yep. I thought it was kissing your sister.
Something like that. But yes, why would you say? Would you agree with this man's sentiment that it's a bad time or that it's a scary time?
He feels personally worried about his own career. I think he's right to do that, whether he's right or.
Oh, does he work in media?
Can we read it again, please?
Yeah, he works in the industry.
I work in TV as an editor, and I can't think of a more frightening time to work in this industry. It's all going to be good, says Ariel.
Well, I think no, but I do think that the Warner Brothers Discovery, that whole thing was not the best thing, and Turner, Warner Brothers, they've gone through several different ownerships now. There was the AT&T merger, which did not go great, and this WBD merger didn't go great. There's a lot of people in the wrestling world that are very interested in this story because of how it will affect AEW, who's on TBS and TNT. But based on everything I've read, the linear channels will go to Discovery, and what Netflix and P Plus are trying to purchase are Warner Brothers plus HBO and HBO Max, which is gigantic, but it doesn't include the TV. So I think people were starting to think like, will AEW be on Netflix? And I don't think it includes that. Let's see. I mean, I saw Trump talking about it yesterday at that event that he was at, and I also saw David Ellison speaking on CNBC this morning about it as well. I think it's a little premature to say that they've been acquired. But yeah, this is the way it's going, The strong are getting stronger. The powerful are getting more powerful. What else, Frankie? What else?
GC, who has better pizza, New York City or New Haven, Connecticut?
New Haven. Sally's, Modern, Frank Pepe's.
Haven't been to either.
Any of the places I just listed.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great pizza.
I've driven through them, and I've heard the pizza is phenomenal, but I've never had the pleasure.
Unbelievable. The Frank Pepe's summer special is...
Where's that? Where's that?
That's in New Haven, yeah.
Okay.
It's like a fresh tomato pie.
Is it a very crispy, like burnt crust?
It is crispy, yeah.
You like that?
I love it.
Yeah. I'm so hungry right now. What else, Frankie? What else? Oh, we had a great Christmas party, right? Or no, I say holiday party. I don't want to offend anyone. You know, I got in trouble one time when I said, who was it? I said that Stipe lit up someone like a Christmas tree, and I got in trouble for that.
Where'd you work then?
Fox.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they were like, And I was like, what if I say lit them up like a
Who's the
menorah?
snowflake now, huh?
Yeah, seriously. But it was a good time. We had some nice dumplings. Right, guys?
Great dumpling.
I thought they were great.
Fantastic.
Jordan, which dumpling was your favorite?
Love a nice long jiao bao. I like the pork soup dumpling.
Yeah.
You know, I like some of the rice kind of noodles are always good.
Oh, yeah.
The sticky rice rolls.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
Rice
exactly what they're
cakes?
called, but
Frank
everything
ordered
is
shrimp.
good.
Frank ordered shrimp.
Always does.
Shrimp cocktail for Frank was a surprising move at the holiday party.
No, it was a great
The
time.
walnut shrimp.
It was a great time. What else, Frankie?
Ariel
what else?
still can't pronounce Volk, noob.
Yeah. What do I say? Volk?
Yeah, Volk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Volk.
Slide that L in there. Yeah.
Volk. What else, Frankie? What else?
Is there a case for the bullet for Fighter of the Year?
You know what, guys? I meant to get into this, and I think we'll have time throughout the week. Can I throw something out there?
Throw it.
Is Merab still the Fighter of the Year?
I think it's a possibility.
Fight 4 times, 3. Like, you know, we talked about this beforehand. Crack talked about it. You guys talked. Is he still the Fighter of the Year?
He might be.
It's in play.
I think there will be people that have that.
Who benefited the most from this loss? Would you say Islam?
Everybody else.
Well, I saw Tom say Ilya, but Ilya only fought once.
Yeah, it's not
Islam.
Islam, yeah.
I know it didn't end like... It ended kind of unceremoniously, but Josh Van is 4-0 in 2024.
That's a show. That's a show.
Breakout fighter, perhaps.
Yeah,
maybe.
Tune in January 5th for the, what is it? I don't even know what it is. 12th annual?
What annual?
13th?
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll figure that out. What else, Frankie?
Do we
What
need
else?
Asia! We get
Yes.
first man UFC champ in main division.
Okay. Is that from the actual Korean
Man
Zombie?
division. That's
Oh, no,
Zurian
it says Zurian Combi. Damn it. Yeah, that's big. Love it. Exciting times. The sport is going global. Remember when they had that that graphic, global domination? It has arrived. Oh, what else, Frankie? What
4
else?
title defenses, sparring before fights, the natural weight cuts. That's Merab. This reads like ChatGPT. He's earned his fans, and I know he can't take that to the bank, but we, the fans, want the rematch. And Merab make himself as big as any star to the casual.
Hell yeah. Thank you. $20 Canadian. It's like $6 American these days.
Oof.
We appreciate it. I agree. He should get a title fight upon returning. I think he's even clapped back at Pyotr Yan with the jacuzzi talk. Did you guys see that? No.
Yeah, he posted a new jacuzzi.
Oh, there it is.
Double jacuzzi pick.
So here's Yan below 2025. Oh, 2023. Okay. Oh, and there he is in the back. Is that really what he posted in 2023?
No. The jacuzzi thing came from the Umar build, which happened after that. Like that's
a lot of jacuzzi.
Yeah.
Love a good jacuzzi.
Yeah.
The jacuzzi came
I
back
hope they
to bite
changed
him.
the water. like-
GC's going back to tonight. Send your picture when you get home, GC.
Done.
From the koozie.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Rousey versus Carano on the White House card?
No, I don't think so. Ronda already said she didn't want to do it. What else, Frankie? What else?
Izzy versus Strickland Hernandez winner next? Cheers.
That means he's going to be out for quite some time. I don't hate it, but I'd love to see Izzy back. We haven't seen Izzy since last Feb. Going to be almost a year. It's time. So, like it in theory, but that means he'll have to wait too long. Unless the winner of that fight comes back quickly, but we do miss the last style bender around these parts. What else, Frankie? What else?
Chris Duncan Fight Feast this year. Can't wait.
Oh, a little Scottish.
Yeah, maybe some haggis.
Haggis.
Yeah.
They got any good haggis spots around here?
Is haggis illegal in the States?
Oh.
Nah, man.
No.
How about some
Jordan's
Scotch
doing
eggs?
Jordan's
It's
doing like
nice.
a hand motion like this.
Yeah,
maybe.
what is haggis again? It's like
the liver and something or other of a sheep boiled
thought it
in
was
its
the
own stomach or something. Right?
intestines.
Yeah, isn't it sheep intestine stuff?
But have you
Or
had
is that
blood?
tripe?
Like you've had black
tripe,
pudding
yeah.
before? Or
love black pudding, yeah.
It's exactly like that. It's very
Yeah.
like that, Jesus.
When I was doing camel research, I came across an article saying that haggis was restricted in the
Campbell's
States.
is crazy.
I had it.
Traditional haggis containing sheep lungs is illegal in the U.S. due to a 1971
hell yeah.
ban by USDA deeming
Wow.
lungs unfit for
We
human.
need to
consumption.
Federal fucking prison.
We got to get some underground.
soft.
We got
gotta
to
get some secret
underground
haggis.
Haggis.
I can get some haggis. I'll send you some haggis.
Who's
Just
your haggis
bring
guy?
it.
huh?
Come
please
to
don't,
us and bring
please don't
haggis.
ship a sheep
I'll
along.
keister it.
Bungard will have
Stick it.
Bungard,
Let's let it.
JoJo, Duncan sitting around the table. Be incredible. Drew McIntyre, though, it seems like there's some beef between Bungard and.
It was a bit weird, wasn't it, when you brought up the big man?
Yeah.
He's just Nutmeg King, the wrestler.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, Chris.
Wow.
Okay, mate.
What else, Frankie? What else?
You're
Okay. We could skip that one. What else, Frankie? Oh,
GC 25 Dern and Van to be champ parlayed is question mark.
Fuck, I don't know, but that's a massive payout. I think Dern was like plus 15,000. I don't know what Van
imagine?
was.
Could you imagine?
It was heavy no matter what. Look at Ricky. Ricky scratches over here, leaning into frame.
Yeah, what's wrong? You good?
Papa's sleepy.
What else, Frankie? What else?
All right, this one is essentially saying that Payton came on the show a second time when he lost
Wow.
because of vertigo, but he still did it, and they have the same thing. So what? You can barely
When
walk
Tablet-
when you have vertigo. Yeah, you got to read between the lines.
Yeah,
on this
yeah. Well,
one.
thank you.
You might still have vertigo.
Yep.
Came
yeah,
in
yeah.
your show.
Well,
I think they are commiserating that they also suffer from vertigo, and
I do wish you the best, Danny. Even though I think you kept that Blue Jays thing to piss me off, but that's fine.
can
Yeah,
vertigo
there,
affect
Helwani.
your typing?
What's that?
Did you pop a button there on the short?
I'm just. Once
Are
we
you
get to the
warm in
5
there?
Once we get to the 5 o'clock hour, you know what I was actually thinking about right now?
What's that, man?
I was thinking right now about that Christian Benford pick 6. It's one of the greatest moments of my life. I'm not going to lie. I was sitting there with my kids. I was like, what is going to happen here, guys? Like, how are they going to turn this around? And did you see this play? Did you guys see it?
Yeah, of course.
Like, it just like, it stuck to his hands. That sequence of Josh running it 40 yards, 2 plays later, Benford, next play, AJ with the INT. I mean, it was something. It really was.
He did it.
Oh my
Because
God.
James Cook, man, what the fuck?
Yeah, a lot of
Love him,
fumbles.
but-
All leading up to this weekend at Foxborough. What a time to be alive. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Young crushing Merab's elbow was insane. Go Bills.
Hell yeah. Wow. I didn't even know that was coming. It was insane. And those body kicks were something else, man. I mean, shout out to Merab again for taking those. Most people crumple when hit with those. Incredible stuff. What else, Frankie? What else?
So Umar, biggest loser coming out of 323. Sugar jumps him with a W against Song. Talbot on his heels with a favorable matchup against Zahabi. Vera coming.
I think Zahabi's the biggest loser. I think he was right there on the doorstep, and now all of a sudden there's a bunch of other guys in the mix. What else, Frankie? What else?
I love these post pay-per-view Monday wrap-up segments. A+.
Oh, thanks.
Wonder if he's going to miss them.
Yeah. Post.
Yeah, when do we make the official switch to calling them numbered events?
Post numbered
I'm
events.
sticking with PLE. I don't like this numbered event.
Oh,
What if
you're
we
going
just do
PLE?
NE?
Yeah.
NE.
I don't like PLE
What?
personally.
What is that? What is that?
UFC NE.
No.
Oh, UFC numbered event.
Not
Yeah,
feeling
I've already kind of started seeing people online correcting me when I say pay-per-views.
No, not feeling it. Not feeling it.
I was
at
like,
all.
oh yeah, last pay-per-view of the year, exciting stuff. And they're like, last pay-per-view ever.
I'd say they're cool guys.
Yeah.
Guys replying.
Yeah.
They're really
Listen,
cool
Fucking
fucking
real,
dudes.
just stand up.
I'll tell you
Stand
what.
up, lads.
When it hit to like 11:45 Eastern, I was like, we're gonna be starting the post show around now. That was exciting. You know.
Imagine that like late spring pay-per-view and all 5 fights end in finishes and
Oh.
like we're tossing to you and it's like
somewhat light out.
it's like no, not light out,
Oh.
but it's like
Damn.
11:20.
Oh my God.
It's like 4 a.m. you're talking
Oh yeah. Wow. Honestly, that
Is
hour.
that better or worse for you, Pete? Like, is it kind of nice having the sun coming up when you're doing
I don't.
the show?
It gives me anxiety seeing the sun creep out of that window above him.
We've had to get blackout curtains just
Yeah.
to keep Ariel's mood intact.
I know. Because I start to see it and I start to feel anxious for you. And then some way, somehow, like 2 hours later, you're texting us about random stuff. I'm like, why aren't you sleeping right now?
You know.
And also,
jingle jangle.
the fact that you're not sleeping, why can't you come on the show on Monday? That's the part that I don't understand.
It's like, Paul McGrath's knees. Don't make me give you the rant again. I explained already. It's how I feel. Are my knees feeling all right? I'll do the show. Are they not feeling all right? Get the cling film, get the ice packs. I'm going to wrap these bitches up for a week. You know what I mean?
What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, we absolutely aren't calling it P+.
Well, sorry.
Not too late, 24 orange stubs. It's fucking P+.
Yeah, it's happening, bro.
I like it.
It's happening, bro. What else, Frankie? What else?
Some of the best insights into fighters' lives have been from your brief encounters with their spouses.
Oh.
Maybe his spouse's roundtable or Uncrowned Film special. Postscript, Uncrowned Film hoodies coming soon.
Ooh, we actually talked about that. We are working on Uncrowned. And why is he calling it Uncrowned? Uncrowned merch. You're thinking, what's this guy's name again? Sorry?
Mosaid, 4867.
Yeah, so he's thinking like me and like 4 wives doing like a round table? Is that what he's thinking?
Or husband.
That sounds sick. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, husbands too.
Could you imagine? I mean, there have been some great ones. DJ's wife was spectacular when she came on there. The insight was, it actually is really interesting. Dustin's wife, in my encounters with her, has always been great and insightful. I mean, I can't imagine the stress that these human beings go through. I mean, could you imagine the weight cutting and the moodiness and the 2-a-days, the 3-a-days? It's not a bad shout. I don't know if I could pull it off, but it would be interesting. What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, sorry if I missed it earlier, but Dana's comments regarding Armin are stupid and proves why the UFC is no different from boxing. Best versus best, my ass.
There you
I'm
have
glad
it.
someone said it. I'm glad someone said it. I've been waiting for someone to actually bring this up. It is kind of like a contradiction to what he's saying about UFC, and then you think of boxing. Have you thought that, Ariel, at all?
No, I have not.
Fair play to Stevie Husker. He does say, sorry if I missed it.
Yeah. Don't be such an a-hole.
How about Frankie, too, man? You've been practicing your reading?
Yeah. Nailed it.
Best versus best, my ass.
I ain't got vertigo.
Do want to let you guys know the brand new Uncrowned pay-per-view rankings. Pay-per-view? God, I just pulled the Frankie there. Pound for pound rankings.
What the fuck does that mean?
Sorry.
No, that's not a thing. We don't say I pulled a Frankie.
Yeah,
the pound for pound rankings are out over on uncrowned.com, the #1 unbiased combat sports platform on the planet. How about this, guys? Islam Makhachev, #1. Ilya Topuria, #2. Khamzat Chimaev moving up 2 slots to #3. Pantoja down. Oh, is he down? No, I think he stayed the same. Aspinall 5. Jan goes from unranked to 6th. Alex Pereira 7. Volkanovski 8. Merab down 3 slots. 9, and he's tied with Armin Tsarukyan.
He's only down 3, or was he 3rd?
No, he was 3rd.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's what this is. Yeah, I'm reading it wrong. Yeah, he was 3rd. Excuse me. He went from 3 to 9. And I have it as 10 here for Armin, but we had it as 9. I don't know if he's tied, but not a single vote, by the way, for Josh Van.
Oh, well.
Are both of you are
yeah,
voters?
We're on the board for it. I didn't Pantoja at all. I respect that Josh Van is the champion now, but I don't think he proved that he's better than Alexandre Pantoja.
Perfect.
All right. That's fair. By the way, over on the women's side of things, Valentina Shevchenko, #1. Kayla Harrison, #2. Zhang Weili, 3. Chris Cyborg in action this weekend. PFL Lyon.
Huge.
Dakota Ditcheva, #5. Talia Silva, #6. Manon Fiorot, 7. 8, Mackenzie Dern. Saika Izawa, #9. Aaron Blanchfield, 10. There you got it. There she is. Also want to let you guys know before we go, tomorrow is On the Nose Day, and I want to let you know that we are now on Threads, the official social media platform of the UFC. And there you have it. We're going to start taking questions from Threads on the nose, and they shall be getting priority, at least for the time being. So go over to my Threads account at Ariel Helwani right now. Drop us a question. I see a bunch already there. Appreciate you very much. And I will read those, and then we will also go to the Substack. So arielhelwani.substack.com is the place to be for all your questions. But go to the Threads, please, please, please. We appreciate that. And also, while you're at it, holiday season, go check out arielhelwani.com for all your latest merch.
And I'm about to put in a question on Threads.
Yeah?
I'm about to make Threads my stream of consciousness.
Please do.
Posting.
And guys, as we inch closer to the end of the year, we have 2 weeks left of programming. Then we head over to Miami. Some exciting news to share very soon regarding that. But I do want to let you know that this weekend, final UFC show of the year, final UFC on ESPN show. But at the same time, we also have John Cena's final match going down this Saturday, December 13th on Peacock, Saturday night's main event. He's going up against who? Who's he going up against? Does anyone know? Our old friend.
I don't know.
James Walter, a.k.a.
Gunther.
He won the Last Time Is Now tournament. A bit of a controversial pick. If it was me, I wouldn't have had John Cena's last match be against someone who won a tournament. I wanted some meat on the bone. I wanted some story. I wanted some
Someone's got to show up, right?
Like, you mean like an old timer?
Yeah, just someone.
Someone from his past?
I just don't think it's going to be as clean as Cena, Gunther. That's it.
Well, and then the other thing is, does Gunther go over? Do you pass the? Is it Talbott Cejudo-esque? You know what I mean? Is it that sort of thing? Although Gunther isn't as young as Talbot, they're going to have a ton of stuff for Cena to celebrate him and promote him and show him the love and respect that he deserves, which he has earned, obviously. I just wish a couple things would have been done differently, but that's the fun, that's the joy of being a pro wrestling fan. It's on Saturday. I think it's going to be a fun time. He also suggested, I think he was on one of the late night shows, he said he wanted to go on first and he wanted the rest of the night to be a celebration of the up and coming talent. I appreciate the humility. If we're going to do that, I would suggest having him go on last and then have the talent lead up to him so people will tune in, because if he's on first, people might stop watching. Anyway, let's see how it all plays out. Point being, guys, we're going to have a ton of coverage surrounding the final week of John Cena's wrestling career, at least we presume. I'm not 1,000% sure that this will be his final match. I know it's being billed as such, but everyone comes back, even if it's 5, 6, 7 years later. But he does seem quite steadfast on retiring, and to be frank, seeing him walk and move, it does seem like the injuries and just the toll on his body is getting to him, and he's talked about that as well. So I do want to let you know over on uncrowned.com, we're going to have a ton of coverage, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they play this out. If old names come back, if Gunther goes over clean, if Cena goes over, I would like to see Cena win. I think it would be nice. I don't think Gunther necessarily needs the rub, but let's see how they play it out. I think a lot of people are going to be interested in this. All right, so tomorrow on the nose, I'll tell you about the lineup later. Still working on a few things. One potentially very interesting guest, potentially in studio, so stay tuned for that. And Wednesday is going to be a great day as well. Peace and love, peace and love. Congratulations, Piotr Jan, Josh Van, and all the big winners. But it is time to say goodbye. I'm actually quite nervous. Tomorrow's the quarterfinals of the NBA Cup, guys. The Knicks 0-2 in quarterfinals, trying to punch their ticket to Vegas this weekend to make it to the semifinals. So I'm locked in on that. Pete, you've been locked in on the NBA Cup.
I don't know which one's at the cup and I don't know which one's regular season.
Yep. I did go to the Knicks Jazz game on Friday. Knicks went up 23-0 in the first quarter. Best start in the play-by-play era to a game by any team in the history of the National Basketball Association. How about that?
Are you happy when that happens, or you're like, shit, the game's over?
Okay, that is such a good question. The tickets weren't cheap. Shout out to Game Time app, my favorite app for ticket buying. Love them. They are incredible. They're the best app by far because they have them all and you can see where it is and you can move your phone and see exactly the angle. Actually, shout out to them. They're not even paying me to say that, but I do love them very much.
It's not the question.
I turned to my kids in the third and I'm like, I kind of want them to make a comeback so this game is a little bit more interesting, because it felt like the crowd was pretty much done after the run because they're like, these guys aren't coming back. And they have a good team. Lauri Markkanen, Ace Bailey, Walter Clayton Jr., Yusuf Nurkic, but they did not show up. You know, the back-to-back after the Brooklyn game, you're in New York, you're probably partying, you know, them's the breaks. But yes, there was a part of me, if I was at home, I'd say step on their neck. In attendance, you're like, can we make this a little interesting? Anyway, Who's to check? Thank you very much to all our guests, Dr. Brian Sutterer, Mr. Joshua Van, Mr. John Wood, and Payton Talbot. Thanks to you. Thanks to them. Back tomorrow, same time, place, still the same. Peace out.